join us. We are broadcasting live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. Welcome to Fox Football Sunday. My name is Alex Berman. Of course, Bucky Brooks here with us. And if you didn't know, be sure.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Series 6 years in a row. And Ed hits me back and says, Dukes, there's two Will Smiths. He's right. One's a catcher, one's a pitcher. They both have three, but they're both named Will Smith. And I said, that was the joke. If you saw the post, and if you've seen it, it's out there on social media. And by the way, they put Will Smith, not these Will Smiths, the black actor Will Smith. They put his face on this as well. And Will Smith has won 6 in a row. Will Smith is a catcher who has 3. There's Will Smith, spelled the same way, who is a pitcher who has 3. And that was the joke. But, Ed, appreciate you, man, because that is exactly, I was waiting for somebody to say, hey, wait a minute, that's not the Will Smith, and Ed was the first one to do it. Anyways, Dodgers won the World Series last night. If you just kept tuning in, just catching up, it was entertaining as hell. I mean, it was. Dodgers come from behind, victory again. Yamamoto, most wins in a postseason, I think 5. And, guys, he was the best pitcher in Japan before he got to America. He was the best pitcher in Japan. And then he gets here, and he's the best pitcher in this postseason. But he's been good all year. Like, this isn't a surprise. And for Dave Roberts, who I've been very critical of just because of the level of talent his team has and his roster, I feel like, again, he probably should have 2 more. But he'll take this one, and now they're talking about dynasty, and now they're talking about Dave Roberts going into the Hall of Fame, which he probably will. But Yamamoto pitched 17 2/3 innings and gave up 2 runs in a World Series. That is crazy. So 5-4 was the final score, 11 innings. Dodgers, it was back and forth. And again, if you were a casual fan, you can't tell me if you tuned into this that you were not entertained. Are you not entertained? You were entertained. And so I know I was. And again, I didn't have a dog in the fight. I was like, kind of want Toronto to win. Don't like the Dodgers. Okay, Dodgers, man, you're showing me something. And look, for me, there are always players that I root for. Freddie's one of those guys because he was in Atlanta for a long time. But at the end of the day, I was not hoping that the Dodgers were going to win another one. But I was entertained. I wasn't tuning out. I mean, this thing had me on the edge of my seat. So congratulations to the Dodgers and a hell of a season for the Blue Jays. Again, I thought the Blue Jays outplayed them in this series as in the totality of the series. Problem is, it won't go down like that. It will not say Blue Jays won because they outplayed the Dodgers in 7 games. It will read Dodgers win in 7, and they go back-to-back for the first time since the early 2000s. That was the 98, 99, 2000 Yankees that did it. Last time a National League team did it, Big Red Machine. That's a long time ago. 888-710-4476. Got to ask you a question. Be real with yourself. Search your feelings. Do college coaches even want to win at this point? Hear me out. We've had multiple buyouts already this season, and it just feels dirty. When you talk about college football and you talk about the security blanket that most of these high-profile coaches have, it makes you feel like it's easier to get bought out and go away than it is to win. And teams and programs, even states, Louisiana, I'm watching you, are making changes and then bringing in, and LSU hasn't done this yet. We don't know where they're going to go. but there are major jobs open. And we're seeing this happen more and more. And are you seeing the amount of money in these buyouts? What I'm telling you is, are these expectations realistic in this age of college football? And what are they? Because your program is going to hire a coach, and they're going to guarantee him at least $50 million or more if you have to fire him. I don't know what the answer is, but it feels like, you know what? I'll take this job. And if I suck for a few years, I still get $70, $80 million. That ain't a bad gig, America. That's not a bad situation to be in. First of all, you're making $9, $10, $11, $12 million to coach a college football team. And I'm not by any means telling you it's easy. I have a lot of coaching friends around the country, and I've had this conversation with them. But I'm just going to keep it 100 with you. Many of them, not all, have said to me, would you not take the job? Meaning, when one of these high-profile jobs are open, whether it's Florida or Arkansas or Penn State right now or LSU, and you know that if you go in there and you don't compete for a national championship like Brian Kelly did in his first 4 years, you still walk away with $50 million. There seems like there's something fundamentally wrong with this. And let me tell you about Brian Kelly, because everybody's talking about the record and what he didn't do and how he didn't lead them to a college football playoff. That's not really why Brian Kelly got fired. Yeah, it didn't look good, and the fans were leaving Tiger Stadium early in his last game. The real reason was behind the scenes, the engagement with Brian Kelly, whether it be his players, who some have said now, I played for him for 2 years, and we never sat down and had a conversation. How? When there were big recruiting periods and kids were coming in, Brian Kelly's on the beach. How? Are you telling me Brian Kelly wasn't as invested as maybe he should have been? How? Now, look, I've said this about Bill Belichick, and I've told you time and time again, I just don't think he's all in. Oh, by the way, congratulations, Bill, on your first Power 4 victory after beating Syracuse on the road. Yay! Everybody gets treats. I've told you that I don't think he's fully invested. But these are the things that have come out about Brian Kelly, and I heard this stuff months ago, and I was like, okay, if he wins, nobody's going to care. But when you lose, and you lose in the way that Brian Kelly did, all of this stuff comes to light. And what I'm telling you is it easier to be not engaged if you know you get to walk away with $50 million? Jimbo Fisher was a wreck at Texas A&M. Trust me. Behind the scenes, again, forget about the product on the field and what they didn't do. Why is Mike Elko looking like he's a genius right now? Didn't Jimbo recruit the #1 recruiting class in the country a few years ago? As a matter of fact, Nick Saban, before he made his way to TV, love Nick, said, oh, A&M, they paid for all those guys. Do you guys remember that? And it became a big deal, and Jimbo sat down. Oh, he ain't going to come at me like that. I'm not going to let him. He was all upset. He didn't do diddly squat with the #1 recruiting class. You want to say it with me, America? He did nothing. And all of a sudden now, Mike Elko's got the #2 or 3 team in the country, and A&M looks like a legitimate SEC contender. National championship contender. Jimbo was a mess, and yet he walked away with $76 million because A&M said, we got enough, we can't do this. Was he fully engaged? Look, you can go back to Auburn buying out Gus Malzahn for $21 million, which at the time in 2020 seemed like a lot of money. James Franklin had been at Penn State long enough for me to tell you he was not going to get it done there, and that's fine, but they stayed the course, and then they finally had the balls to cut a check for $49 million. But it cost them. I'm not going to tell you Franklin wasn't invested. He just couldn't win big games. So there's two sides of this. One is the realistic expectations in this age of college football. Are they attainable? And because a lot of these college coaches feel like they're not, that they're going to get cut off at the knees before they really get a chance to prove that they can turn a program around, if you let me go, you got to pay me a lot of money. Now, many of you are going to say, well, Dukes, come on. Look at all the money that's being thrown around in college football. Well, let me ask you this. Is there endless money? Because that's how we're acting. We're acting like this is an endless stream that just, we'll make that $54 million. Who cares? Cut the check. We'll figure it out. We'll bring in a whole new staff. We'll pay these new guys. It'll be fine. Oh, yeah, we'll pay the players. It's fine. You're talking about $100 million to turn this thing over. Is everybody able to do that? Is everybody able to do that? I'm asking you. Just go down the top 10. Is Vandy able to do that? Is Georgia Tech able to do that? Is Missouri able to do that? I mean, is Utah able to do that? I don't know. If we're talking about an endless stream and nobody cares about how much money these coaches are getting to go away, specifically the ones who realize, you know what, I'm going to go there for 3 years. I'll be criticized. I'll be taken to task. And guess what? If I'm not winning enough games, what are the realistic expectations? I get to walk with a big-ass check. 888-710-4476. What's going on? Let me tell you something. Kirby Smart's winning at Georgia. Big win yesterday against Florida. But for whatever reason, if Georgia said, he won 2 a few years ago, but it's not good enough, which is the most insane thing that anybody would ever say. But follow me. If it came to that, Georgia's cutting a $105 million buyout. If Ohio State wants to move on from Ryan Day, it's going to cost them $70 million right now. Now, Ohio State's the number 1 team in the country. They may win another natty. It's not happening. But this is where we are in college football. And for everybody that wanted Kalen DeBoer fired after the Florida State game to begin the season, his team has ran off, 6 or 7 straight. They look like they may be the best team in the country. They're currently ranked number 4. We'll see what the new rankings come out and what that's going to look like with the College Football Playoff Committee. But you're still going to pay him $60 million to go away. Bama. Dabo was begging earlier this season, and they lost yesterday to Duke. If they want to get rid of me, they can get rid of me. We done done a lot of winning here. Remember? He was talking that way. They want to move on. They can move on. Because his buyout is $60 million. The coaches that are getting it done, coaches like Dabo or Kirby or Ryan Day who've won national championships, Kalen DeBoer who came in to take over for the best college football coach in the history of college football, those situations and circumstances are always different. And I asked Kalen DeBoer about this week. The Alabama coach said, coaches feel like that if they don't have the time they need, and you're not getting it. There's no coach in America right now. The new LSU coach, which we got to get into this, and we will, because the governor is making decisions down there. Governor Jeff Landry is making the decisions on who's going to be our new football coach. But whoever comes in and takes over LSU, how much time does he get? Because LSU is perceived to be a national contender every single year. You better be contending for an SEC championship, which they haven't, and you better be in the national championship hunt. How does Les Miles and Ed Orgeron win a championship at LSU? They get players. But Brian Kelly couldn't? Because he wasn't all in. That's the rumor. I don't start them. I just talk about them once they're out. That's what I've heard. And I expressed this to you a few weeks ago about, behind the scenes, let me tell you. Which also translated to on the field, which is why they haven't won the way they should. Billy Napier, $21 million to go away. It sounds like chump change, right? 12-16 in the SEC, 22-23 in 3 seasons, 0-14 versus ranked opponents away from home. Yeah, that's not good enough at Florida. It's not good enough. These buyouts are very interesting to me. They just are. And I think what it does, fair or unfair, it allows coaches an out. Because if I knew I wasn't getting this kind of money, would you approach your job and your situation differently? Every coach you talk to will say, we deserve this. Because there is a chance that we'll get a kooky, whack AD who comes in, or a president or some big alum that says, this ain't the guy, we got to let him go. And you've not gotten a chance to get the ground formation, the ground, all right, just the floor of your program where it needs to be to elevate it. Nick Saban didn't win a national championship his first year at Alabama. Kirby didn't win a national championship his first year at Georgia. Ryan Day didn't win a national championship his first year at Ohio State. It takes a little bit of time. And neither did Dabo. And by the way, if you're calling for Dabo's job, good luck. Dabo had that very impressive press conference earlier in the season. He said, hey, we may be bad this year, but I doubt it. You're bad, Dabo. But how are you going to turn it around? You have equity. You have the ability to say, look what we have done, and you know we're capable of doing it. It's worth staying the course. Kirby's not going anywhere. It's worth staying the course. These coaches that are getting it done, but the ones who are sort of in between, the ones that... What do you guys think? 888-710-4ISN is the phone number. We're coming back. Random things on the way. He got suspended for a game. People at one point thought he might be the face of the NBA. That's not happening. Also in the 8 o'clock hour, we got to talk about what the greatest player in the history of the game said as well. Lots to get to, including the most intriguing games of the day in the NFL. And there's none bigger than Kansas City and Buffalo this afternoon in the 4 o'clock window. We'll get to all of that and much more here on the Infinity Sports Network.
Long gone are the days of waiting to be seen in a doctor's office only to have that awkward conversation with your healthcare provider. Wisp gives you access to sexual and reproductive healthcare from the comfort of your home. Get treatment for BV, yeast infections, UTIs, and much more delivered directly to your home or ready for pickup at your local pharmacy in less than 3 hours. The best part? Wisp is discreet, convenient, and you don't need medical insurance to receive care or prescription medication. Visit us today at hellowisp.com.
A mochi moment from Tara, who writes, for years, all my doctor said was eat less and move more, which never worked. But you know what does? The simple eating tips from my nutritionist at Mochi. And after losing over 30 pounds, I can say you're not just another GLP-1 source. You're a life source. Thanks, Tara. I'm Myra Ahmed, founder of Mochi Health. To find your Mochi moment, visit joinmochi.com.
Tara is a Mochi member compensated for her story.
It's Macy's Friends and Family, the best time to kickstart your holiday shopping with big savings on our best brands like DKNY, Hugo Boss, Karl Lagerfeld Paris, and more at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off Valentino, Gucci, and more top beauty brands. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star Money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's Friends and Family. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself. They pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
You know how everything's a subscription now? Music, movies, even socks. I swear if
To continue this ad, please upgrade to Premium Plus Platinum.
What? No. Anyway, Blue Apron...
This is a pay-per-listen ad. Please confirm your billing.
Oh, that's annoying. At least with the new Blue Apron, there's no subscription needed. Get delicious meals delivered without the weekly plan.
Wait, no subscription?
Keep the flavor. Ditch the subscription. Get 20% off your first 2 orders with code APRON20. Terms and conditions apply. Visit blueapron.com/terms for more.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays are for football. That's why we're here to help you get your next DIY project done, even when the clock isn't on your side. Whether that's a new Filtrete filter or Bosch and Cobalt power tools, Lowe's has everything you need to feel like the MVP of DIY. So get it done and earn your Sunday. Shop now, in-store and online. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
I like our quiet dinners now that the kids are older.
Yeah, more Hatfield recipe essentials for us.
Like I'd miss meatball night.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork.
Tailgating adding to your waistline? Man boobs got you down? Fast food draining your energy? The solution is simple. Almacet, a natural superfood protein shake that revs up your metabolism. Almacet increases the appetite-suppressing GLP-1 peptide in your body naturally. So forget those pricey shots. Almacet is scientifically proven to keep muscle while you drop the weight. Grab a can of Almacet today at almacet.com. That's ALMASED.com.
When was the last time you thanked God for your health care? At Redeem HealthShare Ministry, it's not just about paying medical bills. It's about honoring Christ and relieving the burden of rising medical costs. From routine checkups to life surprises, Redeem offers affordable, flexible programs supported by a caring Christian community. Say amen to healthcare that fits your faith and your budget. See how it works at redeemhealthshare.org.
Oh. Do you want opinionated sports talk with the biggest guests on the radio? Of course you do. So check out the Zach Gelb Show, weekdays at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific on the Infinity Sports Network.
Carl Dukes on the Infinity Sports Network.
Great tweet. You can always tweet me at Put 'em Up. C Dukes, that's on Twitter and X. Put 'em up across all social media platforms. Wisconsin would love to get rid of Luke Fickell, but they don't have the $35 million to buy him out. Yeah, look, I don't think there are a lot of schools who have the kind of loot that you think they do. I was never fearing that Penn State would potentially pay James Franklin if they needed to. I just didn't know if they had the balls to do it, and they did. But Franklin had been there for over a decade. See, that's the difference. A decade of work, I know what you are. I know what you're capable of. And that's the other part about these contracts. We're talking about college coaches, and you are more than welcome to hit me up at 888-710-4476. We're going to jump on the phones here. A lot of folks want to get to a bunch of things, including the World Series. But the reality is, like, when you sign a 10-year, Brian Kelly, 10 years, $95 million or whatever it was, these are the consequences of that. If you're not going to give them the amount of time they need. Problem is, if you feel like all this stuff was going on, and I'm using Brian Kelly as an example because he's the latest, but whether it's Napier or Franklin or Jimbo or Gus Malzahn or Ed Ogeron or Willie Taggart at Florida State, all these guys got big checks to go away. Tom Herman, people forget, Texas cut him a check for $15 million and said, thank you very much. So these things happen all around the country. But if you have been somewhere for 10 years or more, that's the difference. Not 3 years and I'm letting you go. Not 4 years, I'm letting you go and I'm cutting this big check. talking about buyouts in college football and is it ridiculous and are these expectations in this day and age of college football realistic for college coaches? I want to jump on the phone. Sabah, welcome in, as always, to the Infinity Sports Network. Sabah, put them up.
Yeah. Put them up. You got me, Carl?
I do. What's going on?
I got a couple things, man. Okay, so first of all, shout out to Arch Manning. You know, I trashed him just like you did Halliburton, but he's been playing well, and I respect him because he got hit on the bottom and he came up. So that's mental toughness. So I'm watching him closely. I'm rooting for him. I'm not going to go and shout out the Bill and Belly Chick girlfriend for winning and beating a lacrosse player playing quarterback. So let's don't go too far, okay? I don't know if you know, Syracuse had a lacrosse player playing.
Well, everybody was excited. Wait a minute, Sabah. Everybody's excited. Bill got his first Power 4 win. Yay!
Yay! Yeah, he beat a midi. Okay. Anyhow, all right, here's what I'm really upset about, okay? So bear with me here. So it all started when, all these coaches getting fired, okay? I got to give this guy $54 million. The Virginia Tech thing, they're talking about, we are going to, I listen to a lot of Redskin radio, so we're going to really commit to getting it good in football. So we're going to now not only increase, people's, the cost to go to college, your tuition, but we're going to add an athletic fee. And I'm thinking about that, like, wait a minute, you're adding an athletic fee. Wait, but you're the one making the decision to pay these guys gazillions of dollars, and then when you fire them, you pass the buck to us. But when you're making $100 million to build these fancy offices and workout facilities and stadiums, and you got profits, I don't see any of the profits. But when there's losses and costs, that's when we start seeing it. Then it really tipped over when I pay about $100 a month for YouTube TV, about $400 for the NFL package. I even pay $13 a month for ESPN Plus so I can see the extra out-of-market games. And lo and behold, my sorry Tar Heels are on Friday night, and guess what I can't watch? I can't watch the game because I got YouTube TV, and I can't see ESPN. So I said, no problem. I'll go to my app. Got the Plus package. Oh, no, I have to log in on my TV provider. So again, ESPN is hoodwinking us. They can pay what's his name, Troy Aikman, $16 million to do a game, and Buck $15 million, and Kirk Herbstreit $18 million, and Stephen A. Smith now $25 million. But I've got to pay when you pay the NFL $8 billion to watch to advertise their games, to show their games. I'm now paying it. I had to go and watch FUBU. You know what FUBU stands for? I had to go 5 days. It stands for F up by others. We're getting effed up by others. I had to go to FUBO to watch. So listen, I'm telling you, when they make profit, it's capitalism. When they lose money or there's costs associated with it, it's socialism. We all share. If we're paying the bill, we should get a dividend check every time y'all make money. Every time the network makes money, the calls, we should get a dividend check sent to us. But no, now that it happens, I'm sick and tired of it, and I'm telling you what I'm going to do. The jeans they gave me that have knee pads, I'm putting them away. I'm not doing this anymore. I'll go and do knitting if I have to. I got to get out of the sports business because they've gone too far. Thank you, Carl.
I'm dying. I am dying. FUBO. Effed up by others. Bringing genius to the show. I absolutely love it. She's not lying. And then, because I also have that service, hell, I've got all of them. I don't even know half the stuff I'm paying for. I'll be honest. I get a bill, I'm like, what's this $6? I got that service? YouTube had the audacity to send me an email. Did you get this if you're a YouTube customer? Did you get this? Well, if this continues, I should pull it up and read it to you guys. It's so insulting. If this continues, we will be able to refund you $20. How about a full refund, fool? How about you give me free service for the rest of the damn football season for interrupting what is the most important part of the year for most football fans? Are you serious right now? Sabah, I was as hot as you were. I'm not even going to lie. And then I saw this email because my wife was like, well, I think we got an email from YouTube. I was like, well, what'd it say? Oh, they're going to resume service? No, it says they'll give you a $20 credit or whatever. What are you saying? You guys are screwing us every which way. I'm sorry. I totally agree with her. She is on point with this. Totally. Thank you for the call. All right. Oh, my goodness. I just got my blood pressure up. I've had blood pressure issues here. Let me talk to Billy in Toronto. Billy wants to talk about the World Series. Congratulations to the Dodgers for winning in Game 7, an epic Game 7 it was. Billy, man, what's going on? Put him up.
Hey, Carl, listen, I'm going to go a different way with this call. Listen, been away in Hong Kong and Tokyo for the most of the year and watched a lot of Dodger baseball. Came back here, did not think the Jays would have the year that they had. And, tough loss. We outplayed them badly. I thought when we lost, it was in Game 6 when Barger got doubled up on second base. That can never happen in a baseball game.
Agreed.
But Carl, I'm gonna go a different way with you here with money, and I want you to tell me what you think of what I did. And this was my way of getting back at baseball and all these guys getting millions and millions and billions of dollars. Carl, I was fortunate enough to get tickets for all 4 games if it went 7 games at the Dome here in Toronto. I had great seats. If you're watching the game, I'm just up probably about 17, 18 rows. You can't see me, but you know where I'm talking about. Carl, I've been around. My first baseball games were going to see the Montreal Expos when Toronto never had a game. There's nobody in the world that's watched more baseball games than I have. But Carl, I did something different this time. I had those 4 tickets, and I'm like most people. I'm sick and tired of what players are making, what coaches are making, what Rogers charges me here, and just getting to the television. I don't know if this happens to you guys in the States, but how about when I watch a certain channel all the time, and then Rogers wants to make my bill a little higher by taking that channel off and want me to pay for that individual channel that I want to watch. It pisses me off, Carl, so this is what I did. I've been to World Series in 92 and 93. I don't have to go to this World Series. I got a ton of people mad at me thinking that I would take them. I said, screw it. This is my way of getting back at all sports. Carl, what they were putting on the open market, I could not turn down. Even Game 7. I cannot tell you, Carl, what I made selling these 4 tickets, and I would never have done that in the past. I cannot tell you how much money. You will say you're lying. And this is my way of getting back and just saying, when I used to go to games, it was $1 for a hot dog, in old Jerry Park in Montreal. And this is just, the money has gotten out of hand. Like you say, in college football, it seems like they don't care. These guys in the NBA, they make $45 million. It seems every player. They sit out games. I worked 2 jobs for 35 years, and these guys can't play a schedule. So this was my way of getting back at them. I want to be clear, Billy. You sold your tickets for an obscene amount of money to say, instead of me being at the game to support my team, I'm selling my tickets to make some of this money back that you guys have been charging me. That's exactly what I did, Carl. Carl, I've been to a ton of baseball games. Those are a ton. Nobody watched more Japanese baseball in Tokyo than I did this summer. I've spent my money, but if they're going to hang this money to me and give me this amount of money, if it was just double my money, I'm going to all 4 games. But Carl, I can't tell you what it was, and I don't really care what people think. Of course you can. Of course you can. What'd you make? 50? What'd you make? 25 grand? What'd you make? Carl, more than that. More than 25 grand on 4 tickets. I made more than that on the last game. Wow. Carl, it was ridiculous. You're talking to a lifelong baseball fan. Nobody will call your show that will tell you baseball is the greatest sport of all time. It's always football. It's always the NBA. No, you've seen what happened in this World Series. You've seen what these guys. It's incredible. No, it's incredible. And real quick, Billy, I appreciate the call. I got to ask you this before I let you go. What takes you overseas, by the way? I know I have affluent listeners all over the world here, but what takes you overseas that amount of time? Well, my wife was born in Hong Kong, and where I live here in Toronto, I live in a predominantly Asian area. My wife still has family over there. And this year, Carl, I celebrated my 35th wedding anniversary, and my wife turned 65. And
Congratulations.
I said, you know what? I'm a gambler, Carl, and I've made good money over the years. And I said, this is going to be a year where it wasn't supposed to be this long. We came back during the regular season of baseball, and then we got people that we met over there. We went back for a wedding, and we just stayed. And Carl, I pissed away a lot of money down there. I don't really care because it's for my wife. I love her dearly. I love one other thing, Carl. I love the Asian community. I just if I was 30 years younger, I would move to Hong Kong or Japan. I just absolutely love the way they do things over there. So
interesting.
That's it, Carl. That's my little story.
And no, I love it. And thank you for sharing, Billy. Look, we will discuss this on the other side. All right. I want to get into this is part of, and thank you again for listening and being a part of the show today. I'm giving you a genius bell simply because a lot of fans are dealing exactly with what Billy's dealing with. Doesn't matter where you're at. Bills fans, would you sell your tickets today to make that kind of money? We're going to come back. We'll discuss. Billy, thanks for the call. Andy, Jeff, George in L.A., Todd, all the folks holding on. We'll get back to you in just a minute. 888-710-4476. Let's get a sports flash with AP.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
And it's sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Game 7 of the World Series last night. The Blue Jays were looking to go from worst to first, but L.A. had a different idea.
Full count. Hoffman delivers. Rojas hits it in the air. Left field. This ball's got some carry. It is gone! It's gone! And Game 7 is tied! Miguel Rojas off the bench in Game 6, on the board in Game 7.
Dodgers radio on the call. Miguel Rojas coming through in the ninth inning with L.A. down to its final 2 outs. Will Smith hit the go-ahead blast in the 11th, and the Dodgers beat the Blue Jays 5-4. L.A. is the first National League team to win back-to-back titles since the Cincinnati Reds in 1975 and 1976. Meantime, a brutal ending for the Blue Jays, but John Schneider is proud of what his team accomplished.
We've set a new expectation and a new standard here, and did it with a lot of hard work, did it with a lot of cohesiveness, and man, it's tough to say bye to this group.
On the college gridiron, Georgia was trying to remain alive in the SEC title race as they battled Florida.
Gunner in the shotgun, asking for the ball. Snap it back, hand it to Bowens. Bowens, 35, 30, down the hatch, 20, 10, 5, touchdown, Chauncey Bowens. He ripped him a new one.
Georgia holds off Florida 24-20. Scott Howard with the call from Learfield. Elsewhere, top-ranked Ohio State handled Penn State 38-14. Indiana blew out Maryland 55-10. NC State handed Georgia Tech its first loss of the season 48-36, while Texas held off Vanderbilt 34-31. SMU upset Miami in OT 26-20. Texas Tech erased Kansas State 43-20, and Oklahoma down Tennessee 33-27. NFL, the Eagles have acquired veteran cornerback Jair Alexander from the Ravens. NBA, the Pacers recorded their first win of the season as they downed the Warriors 114-109. I'm Tony Pierno.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Check out our new and improved website at infinitysportsnet.com. That's infinitysportsnet.com.
This is Bill Ryder, and I'm Ryder than you. At least for 2 hours, starting weekday mornings, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, on the Infinity Sports Network.
It's Macy's Friends and Family, the best time to kickstart your holiday shopping with big savings on our best brands like DKNY, Hugo Boss, Karl Lagerfeld Paris, and more at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off Valentino, Gucci, and more top beauty brands. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star Money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's Friends and Family. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. spelled with a J. Award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself. They pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app. If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino.
Download it.
There's a time and a place for everything. Texting, eating, and watching videos. While you're driving isn't it. In 1 year alone, more than 3,275 people died, and more than 324,000 were injured in crashes involving distracted drivers. So miss the text, not the kid on the bike. Miss the meal, not the person in the crosswalk. Miss the video, not the truck taking a left in front of you. Driving distracted? Not now. Share it with everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. We've got you covered with outdoor power equipment from Cobalt and everything you need to weatherproof your deck with Trex decking. Plus, with lawn care from Scott's and, of course, Pit Boss grills and accessories, you can get a home field advantage all season long. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
If you're thinking about GLP-1s for weight loss, listen up. You must make sure you're maintaining your muscle mass while you're losing weight. Otherwise, you can slow your metabolism and regain the weight. Almacid, a natural superfood protein shake, has been scientifically proven to preserve muscle mass. It optimizes and supercharges your metabolism so you can lose weight easily. Use Almacid with GLP-1s or as a natural alternative. Find out more and see the university studies at almacid.com. That's ALMASED.com.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating, the official exterminator of the Philadelphia Eagles. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years. We've also had the honor of protecting the region's most iconic brands like Lincoln Financial Field, the Wells Fargo Center, and the Ron McDonald House. Hoffman's provides quality pest control services with personalized care for both residential and commercial sectors. Visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Hey, this is Zach Gelb. I'm hanging with you weekday afternoon starting at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific, right here on the Infinity Sports Network.
Where is his bell?
He loves it when genius comes to the show.
If you're not getting the gist of today's music selection, big shout out to Ray Jarvis, who's putting together basically an L.A. compilation here of L.A. songs, artists, because L.A. won the World Series last night. And I got to address Billy, and then I'm going to jump back on the phones real quick because Billy in Toronto called and said that this was his way of getting back at basically being overcharged for all the years that he's gone to games and things that he's done as far as being a sports fan. Look, we all have choices to make when it comes to our discretion income, right? And many of us, because I would do this even if it wasn't my job. Like, that's where I'm at. I've grown up with this. I love it. It's in me. And even if it wasn't what I have to do every day, like many of you, it's still an outlet. And you go and you enjoy these games. But I also think there is an investment. And I asked Buffalo fans before we went to break, would you do this in selling your Chiefs tickets, for the Chiefs game today? The answer for most Buffalo fans is hell no. They wouldn't. There are certain communities that you can go to. Philly's not giving up their tickets. Eagles fans are not giving up. They're not selling their tickets when the Cowboys come into town. Cowboy fans, they're selling their tickets because you can get into Cowboy Stadium a lot easier than other places. It's just what it is. But I also think, and this is what I wanted to say about Billy's phone call, because I thought it was really interesting as we were talking about coaches' salaries, and that led and morphed into this thing for Billy that, hey, this is my way to get back. I could have gone to the World Series, games. Instead, I sold my tickets for a ridiculous amount of money. He said more than $25,000, which, look, it's the World Series. It doesn't surprise me. You're not getting into the Super Bowl and getting really good seats for less than 25, 30, 50 grand, depending on where you're sitting. It's just that's where we are. Most people can't pay that amount of money, but for a once-in-a-lifetime experience to say, when is the World Series ever coming back to Toronto? The last time it was there was 92, 93. There were people who weren't even born who maybe wanted to experience that. So they were willing to bet the house and pay whatever it took. But my point about this is there are certain places you can go around the country and people aren't going to come off their tickets, win, lose, or draw. There are other places where people feel like they're getting jobbed or taken advantage of. And they are going to, if they can, recoup that money and sell their tickets regardless of what the team's circumstances are. And I think Billy is a frustrated sports fan. That's what it sounded like to me. Again, we couldn't stay on the phone for 25 minutes, but it sounded like he was frustrated enough where now I'm at my wit's end and I'm going to go sell my tickets even though I could have gone. Most people would... They'd cut off their right hand to experience a World Series, and specifically a Game 7. They just would. Because it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. To go to a Super Bowl. First time I ever went to a Super Bowl, and I was a part of the media, and it's changed a lot, by the way. I mean, it's not even close to what it once was. There was a time where media folks who covered the Super Bowl actually had decent seats, to be honest with you. That's not the case now. In a lot of situations, for those who don't know, you're in a random location watching the game on TV just like everybody else in the stadium. You're not sitting in the press box. So the deal, though, for me was I went and I was like, oh, this is cool. It'll be this way all the time. It'll be this way great. Every time I get a chance to go. And over the years, it's changed. It's just gotten different and different and different. And now, like I said, that experience of going and witnessing it and being a part of it is not the Super Bowl for me. For me, and most people in our business, Super Bowl is the week leading up to the game. It's not even the game. It's all the stuff and the parties and all the gatherings beforehand. And so, to Billy's point, I'm just simply saying there are people who maybe feel the way he does as a frustrated fan, and then there are people who say, you know what? I'm a lifelong Bills fan. I'm a lifelong Eagles fan. I'm a lifelong, Boston Bruins fan. I'm not coming off my tickets. But I understand why. All right. Wanted to address that. I want to get to Andy here on the show. And, Andy, I appreciate you dialing us up as well. What's going on, Andy? Put him up.
Hey, until your new information there, I thought you gave me a brilliant idea.
What's that?
The Pittsburgh Pirates should get Will Smith for the 26th seed so they can go to the World Series.
Yeah, every team should be in the Will Smith business, right?
Right, yeah. And another thing I wanted to tell you, that caller called about Freddie Freeman. I think he's just a victim of whatever it is you call. I don't know what it's called, but I think he's a victim of it because it started with Andrew Jones, Jason Hayward, now Freddie Freeman, and it's going to happen with Ronald Acuna. They're protecting legacy of Hank Aaron down there. I think I've heard it many times. They don't want somebody to come in and play 20 years and be like take over and replace the legacy of Hank Aaron. They get him out after 10 years and let him go.
You feel that way? Really?
I mean, that's the way it looks like. I mean, you go by what you see. I mean, I hope it's not like that, but that's the way it looks.
All right, so let's examine this for a minute. And thanks for the phone call. I appreciate you dialing us up here on the Infinity Sports Network, Andy. So look, no one's ever going to take away from the legacy. He's talking about Freddie leaving the Braves and going to the Dodgers. Now he's got 2 World Series and a World Series MVP. It's a hell of a run. But when he went to L.A., everybody knew he was going probably to a better team just because they were able to pay a lot of money for potential free agents and the way that team was constructed. But L.A. was good before Freddie got there, you know? But I'll say this. No one's ever going to take away from the legacy of Henry Aaron. God bless him. He was just an amazing individual. But I will also tell you that in that same sentence, I can say I respect and love Chipper Jones for the years that he gave to Atlanta, and he is an all-time great. Whether it be Smoltz or Glavine, Maddox, all of these guys who have contributed to the legacy of the Braves were here a long time. I don't think they're trying to necessarily run guys out because they don't want anybody to ever tarnish the image or the legacy of Henry Aaron, because you can't. See, what Henry Aaron accomplished and what he did in the time in which he did it, you can't go back and change that. The legacy of Henry Aaron is tied to injustice. It's also tied to what was happening in our country. It's tied to baseball and the feelings in those moments about Henry Aaron taking over as the home run king. You can't ever take that out. That's what makes it special in the way that he handled all of that and then still thrived as an individual, and people love Henry Aaron. And it takes nothing away from his legacy. I just think sometimes management makes the wrong decisions. That's all. The wrong decision on this was, and by the way, I can't tell you that the Braves are winning 2 World Series with Freddie Freeman, but I like their chances because he's so clutch in these big moments. He just comes up big. And so if they would have been willing to give him an extra year and pay a little bit more, and I've said this, sometimes you have to pay a little bit more. Some of you business owners out there, you know where I'm talking about. Sometimes you just got to go a little bit further. Do you want to? Nah. But, man, when it pays off, in a situation like this, what you were paying for, and this is what the Braves now, I think, understand, is you were paying for the intangibles. You weren't paying for the performance. The first year Matt Olson took over for Freddie Freeman, he gave you very similar numbers from a performance standpoint. But Matt Olson's not Freddie. As good as he is, you were paying for the intangible things that Freddie brings, and he has now brought that to L.A., and you combine that with the talent that they have and that pitching staff that is just ridiculous, and you find yourself in another World Series and a Game 7, and all of a sudden now Yamamoto, who was incredible. He's the MVP, by the way, if you're just joining us. 17 and 2/3 innings. He gave up 2 runs in this World Series. That's dominant. But the question about Freddie, I just find that interesting. I don't think that's the situation. But I appreciate your call, Andy. Great stuff, man. As always, 888-710-4476. We're coming back. 8 o'clock hour straight ahead. We will get to some NFL conversation, including Bills Chiefs. We got to talk about what happened last night in college football as well. But I do want to examine one thing that happened this week with the greatest player in the history of the game. And for many of you, there's no substitute. You believe everything he says. And if that's the case, then you have to believe what he said about this. I'll tell you what that is when we come back on the Infinity Sports Network. Put them up!
It's Macy's Friends and Family, the best time to kickstart your holiday shopping with big savings on our best brands like DKNY, Hugo Boss, Karl Lagerfeld Paris, and more at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off Valentino, Gucci, and more top beauty brands. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star Money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's Friends and Family. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays are for football. That's why we're here to help you get your next DIY project done, even when the clock isn't on your side. Whether that's a new Filtrete filter or Bosch and Cobalt power tools, Lowe's has everything you need to feel like the MVP of DIY. So get it done and earn your Sunday. Shop now, in-store and online. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself, they pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
If you're thinking about GLP-1s for weight loss, listen up. You must make sure you're maintaining your muscle mass while you're losing weight. Otherwise, you can slow your metabolism and regain the weight. Almacid, a natural superfood protein shake, has been scientifically proven to preserve muscle mass. It optimizes and supercharges your metabolism so you can lose weight easily. Use Almacid with GLP-1s or as a natural alternative. Find out more and see the university studies at almacid.com. That's ALMASED.com.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating, the official exterminator of the Philadelphia Eagles. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years. We've also had the honor of protecting the region's most iconic brands like Lincoln Financial Field, the Wells Fargo Center, and the Ron McDonald House. Hoffman's provides quality pest control services with personalized care for both residential and commercial sectors. Visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
If your vibe is the earlier the better, Lowe's early Black Friday deals are a no-brainer. Get up to 35% off select major appliances, and rewards members get free delivery, haul away, basic installation, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select LG major appliances. Valid through 11/4. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. LG member offer excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, and Florida. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Your favorite sports lineup is here on the Infinity Sports Network on SiriusXM 375. From Maggie and Perloff to Rich Eisen, Infinity Sports Network, 1019 FM HD2, New York.
An Odyssey station.
If you ain't first, you're last.
Help me help you.
What I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career.
Time now for Put 'em Up with Carl Dukes
on the Infinity Sports Network.
Put 'em up, America! What's going on? Carl Dukes Infinity Sports Network, XM Channel 375. You can download the app, Odyssey.com. It's free, and take us wherever you go. 888-710-4476 is the phone number. That's 888-710-4ISN, Infinity Sports Network. You can hit us up there on the phones. I know many of you are still holding, and we will get to your phone calls. Lines are open between now and the end of the show, wherever you want to go. If you're just joining us, epic Game 7 last night. I thought Toronto outplayed the Dodgers throughout the course of this series. Dodgers made the key plays. And doesn't it always come down to that? Just a few key plays. We'll get more into the World Series and my thoughts about the Dodgers and this dynasty now for them and what we witnessed, because this particular series had everything that you could imagine. As far as the college football situation and what's going on there, look, the College Football Playoff Committee is going to come out with their rankings. We're at that point now in the season. I don't know who you think the best team is, but I just want to make a point of this before I get into this conversation with you about what the GOAT had to say. And that is Miami, just a few weeks ago, looked like they might be the best team in the country. They got upset yesterday by SMU on the road, and the final score was 26-20 in overtime. But it damages Miami's ACC championship and college football playoff hopes because they dropped their second ACC game in 3 weeks. So now they're 6-2. And just a few weeks ago, we were talking about Carson Beck. And I know, Ray, that you are a U guy. But, you know, Miami had 12 penalties for 96 yards, unsportsmanlike conduct call against the defense on the final drive of regulation that allowed SMU to kick the field goal to send the game to overtime. And then Carson Beck. Weren't we talking about Carson Beck and all this stuff when the season started, how good he looked? It's funny because if you ask Georgia fans, they will tell you what you've seen over the last few weeks is the Carson Beck that they got last year, which is why they didn't have an opportunity to potentially go to the national championship. I don't think Georgia was a national championship team last year, but I will tell you, Carson Beck didn't help them. And last night, he throws an interception at the goal line in the first overtime possession, and it cost them. That's the ball game. Here's what it sounded like.
3rd and 6 at the 7 for Miami. It is roaring at 4.
And they're going man defense, one high safety here.
Beck from the shotgun looks to throw. Pumps, brings it down, throws across the middle. Intercepted! Come on, Moses! His second of the game!
So their playoff chances now drop to 9%. That is according to the All-State Playoff Predictor. Here's what Carson Beck said after the game, by the way, about coming up short.
It's tough. I don't know. I mean, obviously, to lose a game like that and in that fashion, it's hard. You know, we work really hard, and I mean, this team comes and works every single day, and we're so connected, and it's a brotherhood, and it's really tough to lose like that on the road.
Yeah. What about the interception in overtime, Carson? That's what I'm concerned about. What about that?
I mean, he made a good play. They had a good coverage on for our play. Everyone's inside leverage man. Corners are outside, you know, trying to press everything out. We have all in-breaking routes, which... Again, they got us, and he made a great play.
with a guy covered that you just can't throw. And with you being a hold on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years in college football, you should know that. Either way, their playoff hopes are dashed. I will tell you whose playoff hopes are not. Ohio State, Indiana. Alabama plays LSU this week. They had a week off. It's a big game. Their toughest remaining games against Oklahoma, who beat Tennessee last night. The Sooners are likely to be probably in the top 25. We'll see. A&M looks the part. Georgia is just relentless. You cannot put these guys away. And they've been in every game, and games they've had to come from behind, they just grind and they find a way to get it done. So Georgia entered, I think, Saturday's game with the third best chance to reach the SEC championship behind Alabama and A&M. Well, now they got to beat Texas at home. Texas beat Vandy yesterday. And I think that game is the next one, the big test for them outside of Georgia Tech, who also lost their first ACC game. Ole Miss, not going anywhere. BYU remains undefeated. Not sure what you think about them because I'm not sure what I think about them. Oregon is still in the mix. Texas Tech is 8-1. Notre Dame, believe it or not, with 2 losses, could overcome those 2 losses. And there's a lot of people who think the committee will still put Notre Dame in with 2 losses over a Miami team potentially with 2 losses. We're going to see how that plays out. Texas has lost teams. That is what I'm telling you about where we are with college football. All right. Did you guys see what the GOAT said this week? I don't know if you've been watching. Maybe you haven't, because all these streaming services now, the NBA is all over the place. They're on Prime. They're on, Peacock. They're all over the place, which is good. I mean, it's a multi-billion-dollar deal, streaming deal that they got. So, but you catch games every night on different places. And so Michael Jordan is doing this series on NBC. It's called MJ, Insights to Excellence. And this week, Mike Tirico, who does this with him, and basically they're just, having a conversation. He asks him questions about certain things, and then Jordan responds. And it's interesting because, look, Mike doesn't do anything. Like, that's why the last dance was such a big deal. It was like, he's going to speak? Whatever. It's kind of interesting. And Tirico asked him about load management. Mike doesn't like it. Matter of fact, he said it shouldn't be needed. That's a direct quote. I never wanted to miss a game because it was an opportunity to prove. It was something that I felt like the fans who are there to watch me play, and I wanted to impress the guy way up top who had paid money to come see me. I want you to think about that for a second, and then I'm going to play this for you. I want you to think about a guy who's so committed that, he knows this might be this particular fan's only chance to get a chance to see him play. And instead of taking a night off because his toe hurts, and if you don't think MJ's toe or his finger or, some part of his body was aching, he didn't want to miss games. Here's the soundbite from MJ.
What do you think of when you hear the term load management thrown around?
It shouldn't be needed, first and foremost. I never wanted to miss a game because it was an opportunity to prove. If the guys are coming to watch me play, I don't want to miss that opportunity. Now, physically, if I can't do it, then I can't do it. But physically, if I can do it, and I just don't feel like doing it, that's a whole different lens.
So are guys in this day and age smart or soft? I've heard people say, Dukes, they're smart. Talking to people in the NBA, this is smart. We need guys to be smarter. So probably the most famous game when you talk about playing through is the flu game, right? For those of you who are not familiar with it, Utah Bulls, Game 5, 1997 NBA Finals. Jordan, I guess it sprained an ankle or whatever, but the flu game was, he's on death's bed and still comes out in Game 5 and scores 38 points and leads Chicago to a win that put the Bulls one win away from the NBA title. And if you don't remember this, the famous shot from this is, he collapses into or onto the chest of teammate Scottie Pippen. He's so exhausted. But he played. Look, everybody's not going to have a flu game or food poisoning, which was the alleged rumor is what happened to Mike. But whatever it was, he played. And I don't know if I'm willing to call this generation soft, but I don't know if I'm willing to say that they're smarter either. Because at the end of the day, we're still getting cheated when you talk about load management. And so to hear him say it's not needed, it's because guys wanted to play every game. And I think nowadays, and that's why I say soft, the greatest player has spoken on it. And if you are a Jordan guy or person or a woman who loves Michael Jordan, or you wear J's, or you've got something about Michael Jordan that you absolutely go, yes, there's no question he was the greatest to ever do it, then you are buying into what he's saying, right? This is a cop-out. If I physically can't go, I have an MCL sprain in my knee. I cannot physically play. Of course, I'm not going to ask you to be out there. But just because I need a night off? Just because you're trading, then that is to pay all the money you pay to go to an NBA game. And by the way, I'm not just saying this about the NBA, okay? But this is specifically because it's Michael Jordan. We're talking about the NBA. There's nothing more frustrating than going to a game and finding out a guy's not going to play that night. Nothing. You get there, you're amped up, you're hyped up. Hey, can't wait to see Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis will not be in uniform tonight. What? When is Anthony Davis in uniform? I mean, he's hurt again right now. I hear the chants in Dallas, fire Nico. I hear it. But that's the most frustrating thing as a fan. So if you believe MJ was the greatest, then you believe in what he's saying, right? Play. This whole thing about being smarter, this is the analytics of what has crept into everything now. And it's, if you play 45 games instead of 78, your body will be healthier for the postseason, and it's better for the fans, and the product is better, and blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah. Everybody's not going to all these games. You might have one shot. Look, Wemby is must-see in the NBA right now. When he comes to your city, you're going to want to see him. It's like LeBron was when he came into the league, and you're like, this guy, I got to go see this. Wemby's that guy right now. Not seeing a guy this tall, this agile, this skilled. I could go on. And look, I love Kevin Durant's game. I don't necessarily like little Kevin when he complains about not liking things and wanting out all the time. But I'll never tell you that Kevin Durant's not one of the greatest players to ever do it. But Wemby might be better and bigger. And that's saying a lot. But is he going to play all the time? Is he going to show up in your city? Is he going to take a night off? And I hate it. And that's why I wanted to play that for you. I sound like Stephen A. I hate it. Because I do. I just hate the fact that you get days off because, no, I don't know. And Mike's right. You should want to play for the guy who came to see you in the top of the arena, who might have paid, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 bucks. Might be his last 15, 10, 20 bucks. But he came to watch you. And instead, man, my finger hurts. I'm out. And you're making $40 million. 888-710-4476. And by the way, again, what would Michael Jordan be making in this day and age? You do realize, even at his height, he wasn't the highest. Like, he wasn't making this kind of money. And I know things change, right? But It wasn't until the end where the Bulls are like, we're going to give him $30 million, and everybody lost their mind. $30 million? It's back pay. But he never was in one particular season where he made the kind of money you're seeing some of these guys make now. Let me say this, and then I'll get off this, because it's something that's bothered me all week. When I heard Mike say it, I said, thank you. Because I think it's soft. I don't think it's smart. Steph Curry wants to play every single night, and it's why I love him. He's 37 now. He runs around like he's 10 years old and still has fun every night. And I love him. He's the most selfless player in the NBA, has been, and maybe will be of all time. Doesn't matter who comes to his team, he embraces it. What do you need me to do? I'll do it. You need me to shoot? I'll shoot. You need me to pass? I'll pass. You need me to come off the bench? Whatever you need me to do. And he's one of the all-time great winners. He has changed the game. Do you think Steph Curry, at this point in his career, if he wanted to just go, I'll play every other night? I don't feel like running around like that every night. Running off 5, 6 screens. My legs are tired. He doesn't. Every chance he gets, he plays. And I wish more took it on that way. 888-710-4476. We got a lot more to dive into. Plenty of your calls on the way. Want to hear from you. You want to talk Dodgers? We can. Toronto, great World Series. We'll recap that coming up here on the show. The most interesting games of the day, including Colts at Steelers. Indy's favorite in that game on the road. Broncos, Texans. We'll talk Chiefs, Bills as well. I even like the Monday night game, which we'll get into. But when we come back, nobody had this on your bingo card. Nobody. Why is he thriving? Why is he so good in this situation now that he's been put into? I'm going to tell you who that is as we continue here on the Infinity Sports Network.
It's Macy's Friends and Family, the best time to kickstart your holiday shopping with big savings on our best brands like DKNY, Hugo Boss, Karl Lagerfeld Paris, and more at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off Valentino, Gucci, and more top beauty brands. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star Money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's Friends and Family. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app. If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino. Download it.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself. They pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Johnny Rinse tonight, and I need it more. My king was the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweat and dead short smells like a dog car. I'm Downy Rinse tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. We've got you covered with outdoor power equipment from Cobalt and everything you need to weatherproof your deck with Trex decking. Plus, with lawn care from Scott's and, of course, Pit Boss grills and accessories, you can get a home field advantage all season long. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating, the official exterminator of the Philadelphia Eagles. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years. We've also had the honor of protecting the region's most iconic brands like Lincoln Financial Field, the Wells Fargo Center, and the Ron McDonald House. Hoffman's provides quality pest control services with personalized care for both residential and commercial sectors. Visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of my new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
Hey, I'm JR, and the JR Sport Brief is on the Infinity Sports Network. Weekday evenings, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific.
Bring it when you call the show, or you'll hear, "Get him out of here!"
Dodgers win the World Series 5-4 over the Blue Jays to become the first repeat champion in 25 years. Last team to do it was the Yankees, which tells us what? There's parity. Nobody's dominating Major League Baseball. Dodgers have been in the playoffs a lot. They haven't won it every year. But Yamamoto was unbelievable. He threw 96 pitches in the Dodgers win on Friday, escaped a bases-loaded jam in the ninth inning, threw 43 pitches in two-third innings for his third win of the series. He is the MVP of the World Series. It's been incredible to witness this particular World Series. And I'll say this before I get to George in L.A., because I know he probably wants to get into the Dodgers situation. But this series had everything. And if you are not a hardcore baseball fan, fine. Maybe your team was out of it. You weren't paying attention, fine. But if you had to write a script and say, you know what, let's make a movie about the World Series and what does it need? This particular series had all the drama. It included the World Series' first pinch hit grand slam, the first complete game in a decade, an 18-inning game, Game 3, that featured Shohei Ohtani reaching base 9 times, Freddie Freeman becoming the first to hit 2 walk-off homers, the first back-to-back homers opening a game. I mean, like, everything that you could check off the list and go, yeah, we need that in there. People will be interested in that. Oh, they'll watch that. This had everything. And then last night, when it felt like Toronto's about to do this, Dodgers took all the momentum. Muncy comes up. I thought it was a huge at-bat for him to give them some life. And then, that was in the 8th inning when he homers. And then you look to the extra innings, and Yamamoto does what he does. Will Smith homers in the 11th. big, huge, gigantic moment for the Dodgers. And congratulations to Toronto. It was a hell of a year. But I just thought they outplayed them. They didn't win the series, but sometimes it plays out that way. Let me grab George in L.A. George, welcome into the Infinity Sports Network. Put him up.
Put him up, Carl.
What's going on?
Put him up, Carl. What World Series, man. Game 7, you can make a movie out of that itself. You're right about Muncy and Rojas and Will Smith, the steady eddies of the Dodgers. Yamamoto, the great pitcher. Shohei called him the greatest pitcher to ever live. He might well be one day. But anyway, getting back to the Dodgers, they have a grit about them. I have a bad feeling, too, but when Muncy hit that home run, like you said, it just gave him life. And then Rojas, the Dodgers manager, Dave Roberts, did a hell of a job as far as coaching this game and pulling the right buttons at the right time. And then he all the starters pitched last night. Every Dodger starter pitched that game last night. And they had to do what they had to do. All 26 players had to take care of business. And it's just the way it is. And I know a lot of people don't like the Dodgers because this or that, whatever. Like you said, Toronto probably was a better team, but the Dodgers had the grit to come back and win the game when they had to. And it's very impressive, Carl. Very impressive.
I agree, George. Look, Will Smith hit a 2-0 slider off of Shane Bieber. It puts it in I think it was in the bullpen. He hit it over the bullpen right there in left. And that gave the Dodgers their first lead of the night. So you're talking about just grinding, trying to find a way. We're going to get a run. We're going to get a run. But the thing, you look at that Dodgers lineup and you just feel like somebody's going to come up. Somebody's going to get one, right? It doesn't matter. Mookie will tell you he probably didn't have his best series, but they win. I mean, Freddie, obviously, Shohei, somebody's going to come up. Muncy with a big hit. This time it was Will. But I think for Dave Roberts, who I've been critical of, because, again, the talent's been there. I've questioned over the years how he's managed some of these series. But last night it was all hands on deck, and you had to be that way. You talk about everybody pitching. It had to be a situation where if I'm going to go out, I'm going out swinging. I am going out with my best guys on the hill. He did that, and ultimately it paid off for him. But this Dodger team, they're not going anywhere. And so, yeah, they're going to be favored to win it again next year. And here's the thing about Dodger management. You know, everybody talks about them overspending and all this stuff. There were other teams that had a chance to get Shohei Ohtani, guys. When it came time, there were other teams that were interested, and they could have done it if they wanted to. They didn't. I think L.A. was ultimately the best place for him. But if you think the Dodgers are the only ones that are scouting internationally and going across the world to see what baseball talent is available, you're wrong. Yamamoto, that pickup is that may be the best thing they've done outside of the Shohei Ohtani thing, simply because he was the best pitcher in Japan. He comes over, he shows why he's the best pitcher this postseason.
Yeah, I agree with you, Carl. Good points. And the thing is about the Dodgers, like you said, they're not going anywhere. They'll be around. They're set up for years. They own the Lakers now, too. And Mark Walter's done a hell of a job for LA and sports world. And just real quick, if I could, a shout out to Texas Tech. I'm sure they're going to be back in the top 10, brother. Thank you very much.
They are. No, they are. Look, I brought them up, and it feels weird, right? Look, part of this college football conversation is you're going Ole Miss. What? You're going BYU, huh? You're going Texas Tech. They're talented. They may be better than BYU, but that loss at Arizona State is probably going to keep them from moving any higher than maybe 9, 10, depending on how the rankings look this week. And I'm really curious to what the committee says. Now we start getting into this committee stuff over the next 6 weeks or so, right? And now we can literally argue about the committee feels like this team or that team is where they are based on whatever, strength of schedule, whatever it's going to be. George, appreciate the call in L.A., man. Yeah, Tech is good. Texas Tech, that is. But we're going to see the remaining schedule. They got BYU coming up. Cougars are the only remaining opponent with the winning record for Texas Tech, and they end the season at UCF. They're 4-4 right now. That shouldn't be a big problem. And then West Virginia. So hopefully they'll run the schedule. But, yeah, look, that's part of this conversation. You're seeing teams that you're not accustomed to seeing in the top 10, top 15. And you're like, well, is that right? Yes, it's right. This is the parody of college football we're in. Let me grab a few more phone calls here. I am going to talk about nobody having this on their bingo card coming up because I think it's fascinating. in what has happened with this particular individual in the NFL. And I'll get to that. Let's talk to Jeffrey in Cleveland. Jeffrey, thank you. Cleveland, I love you. What's going on, Jeffrey? Put him up. Jeffrey, it's your turn. Jeffrey, don't blow this. Jeffrey, you just blew it. Get him out of here. Be ready when I come to you. Enhance this show. Don't destroy it. I'm great every week. I need you to step your game up. Todd will step his game up. I trust Todd in Tampa. Todd, what's going on? Put him up.
Put him up. Put him up. Carl, I'm like MJ. I close about in 6, okay? We don't wait till 7, okay? We close about in 6, okay? Let me say something here. Let me go around the horn because everyone listening can keep up. My Hurricanes, you choked it away. By the way, that game should never be in that close. You dominated everything, and you let it back in the game. What the heck was that? By the way, the referees, that was an offside defense. That referee should have jumped in front of Jennings and not let him hit that side. That was a referee's mistake. Okay, you got to beat the referees on the road, and you know better. You had no business being in that. There goes your playoff chances right out the window. Way to choke it away.
Let me ask you this, though. Todd, I got to ask you.
Good.
What's your thoughts on Carson Beck? What's your thoughts on Carson Beck?
Carson Beck is a deep ball thrower, okay? And he doesn't have a short game. His short game is run to hit the guy in the flat. Okay, if he can't hit that guy, then don't throw it in the middle of the field. Okay, Miami's got deep weapons, and they should have unloaded on that. Jennings is sitting there all day throwing for 304 yards and ripping that secondary apart. That's not Miami Hurricane defense. We plant that guy in the ground in the first quarter. We march him off the field. It's a disgrace what's going on in Miami. I've been a fan since Testaverde, Kosar, Cotelli. That's when Schnellenberger got it done. By the way, you could tell that guy in Cleveland who couldn't hang on, but you owe Bernie Kosar a ring because you fumbled on the 1-yard line and you let him go 99 yards on Bernie twice. Okay, there's another disgrace to Cleveland. Let's get down to this over here. Okay, Florida, you had your chance. Gonzalez, you had a chance to put Kirby Smart away and keep the job and get at least a running for a head coaching job. On 3rd and 1, you run the ball instead of rolling Lagway out and hitting a pass. And 4th and 1, you get shut down and your defense can't. You're gone. You get one chance sometimes in life to be a head coach in a major program. Let me say, that's it, and you blew it. Okay, let me say this about, and I'm happy for NIL. I hope you kids aren't getting paid enough. By the way, I'm happy you're getting paid because you ain't going to make it in the pros, so I'm happy about that. And then look at these colleges. They're paying $50 million, $100 million to get rid of this guy and that guy, and you're making the right decision because you're getting rid of a bad apple, and nobody wants to go to your program. So don't tell me you ain't got jump change. Let me say this to the American people who are spending all the money on our games. And by the way, Toronto, all that, my Rays, the AL East, the Yankees, the Rays, and the Toronto. The winner of the AL East is going to the World Series. We all lost. Okay, so I know the feeling of my Rays getting beat by the Dodgers. Okay, and second place is first place loser. That's what it is. And Mookie, way to come through, because when I was born in New York, before I moved to Tampa, before the Bucks were here, Mookie Wilson came through, and Mookie, I'm glad you came through with a 2-run hit, and you closed it out by stepping on the bag and throwing the first and closing it out for Yoshimoto and my guy Blake Snell and Glasnow, who former Rays, got the ring. So I just want to wrap up with this, Carl. I hope we all go to the window today, put $1 million on, and our team covers, and we collect. God bless you, Carl. Peace.
Appreciate you. Told you I trusted him. By the way, Ray, who was he just talking about?
Yoshimoto.
Who was he talking about? Todd was so amped up.
Did I just get another guy? Because I don't know who Yoshimoto is.
Todd was so amped up. He was just all over the place. Todd gave props to Mookie. I'm like, where did that come from? He was just throwing it out there. Listen, Mario Cristobal loses games like this every year. Even when his teams are loaded like this particular team is. 12 penalties for 96 yards. He talked about the officiating. The unsportsmanlike conduct call I thought was lame. I did. But you got to know better. And you're right. On the road, you got to overcome that. Look, I don't want to pounce on Carson Beck. All I'm going to say is, and I've been saying this for the last few years, this is the Carson Beck of Georgia fans experienced last year. And they were like, what is going on? He can look so good at times, and then other times you're like, who are you throwing it to? That was a bad read. And I played that Carson Beck soundbite earlier where he's like, yeah, they had great defense. No, they didn't. Don't throw that. He's covered. You see it. Either way. Appreciate it, Todd. Great stuff. Yeah. Ray, I just want to know, what was his name again? Who did he mention?
Yoshimori.
888-710. 888-710-4476. All right, more of your calls, man. By the way, I think I have somebody on here. I think it's Adam who wants to talk about load management and BC and Oklahoma. You guys hold on, man. We're coming back to your calls, all right? 888-710-4ISN. Let's find out what's going on with AP in a Sports Flash.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
All right, Carl, Game 7 of the World Series was one for the ages. The Dodgers and Blue Jays were tied at 4 in the top of the 11th inning when Will Smith stepped up to the plate.
The 2-0. Smith with a smash in the air to deep left field. This ball is out of here! Smith lets it fly and breaks the tie in Game 7 as number 16 stays clutch.
Dodgers radio on the call. Miguel Rojas tied the game with a homer in the 9th, and then Smith put L.A. out in front for good as the Dodgers beat the Blue Jays 5-4 to clinch a second straight championship. Smith says this is a dream come true.
Taking great at bats, finally punched through there. Man, that was a fight, for 7 games. That's a really good Toronto Blue Jays team. Man, I'm just excited. There's nothing better than this.
College football now. Number 2, Indiana was looking to keep the good times rolling against Maryland.
Washington ready to take the snap. Does so. And this time he's going to carry it himself. And he fumbled the football. It's picked up by Indian. Picks up a fumble and rolls it into the end zone for the touchdown.
Hoosiers radio on the call. Indiana now 9-0 for a second straight season as they crushed Maryland 55-10. Elsewhere, top-ranked Ohio State handled Penn State 38-14. Georgia survives against Florida 24-20. SMU upset Miami in OT 36-20, while NC State handed Georgia Tech its first loss of the season 48-36. Texas held off Vanderbilt 34-31. Notre Dame topped Boston College 25-10. Texas Tech erased Kansas State 43-20, and Oklahoma down Tennessee 33-27. NBA, the Rockets upended the Celtics 128-101. Kevin Durant led Houston with 26 points on the ice. The Montreal Canadiens outlasted the Ottawa Senators in overtime by a final score of 4-3. I'm Tony Pierno.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Follow us on X. Our handle is INF Sports Network. That's INF Sports Network on X.
This is Bill Ryder, and I'm Ryder than you. At least for 2 hours, starting weekday mornings, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, on the Infinity Sports Network.
It's Macy's Friends and Family, the best time to kickstart your holiday shopping with big savings on our best brands like DKNY, Hugo Boss, Karl Lagerfeld Paris, and more at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off Valentino, Gucci, and more top beauty brands. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star Money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's Friends and Family. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit Genius Bank with a J, granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself, they pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
If your vibe is the earlier the better, Lowe's early Black Friday deals are a no-brainer. Get up to 35% off select major appliances, and rewards members get free delivery, haul away, basic installation, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select LG major appliances. Valid through 11/4. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. LG member offer excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, and Florida. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating, the official exterminator of the Philadelphia Eagles. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years. We've also had the honor of protecting the region's most iconic brands like Lincoln Financial Field, the Wells Fargo Center, and the Ron McDonald House. Hoffman's provides quality pest control services with personalized care for both residential and commercial sectors. Visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of our new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
Hey Celtics fans, we've got a 30-second timeout on the floor. Here at Golf, not only are we pumped up to chase another title this year, but we've got a deal to save you at the actual pump. Golf is a proud sponsor of the Boston Celtics. And like you, we're fans too. So when you download the Golf Pay app, you can save 5 cents per gallon every day, along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Golf, it all starts here.
Holiday PSA from DSW. This is your reminder that shoes are a gift, literally. So unwrap something good, like boots that inspire your next big adventure, or cozy slippers that give you an excuse to stay in, or sneakers that feel like pure joy. Because shoes aren't just shoes, they're exactly what you wanted. Let us surprise you so you can surprise them. Find shoes that get you and everyone on your list at prices that get your budget at DSW stores or DSW.com.
Hey, what's going on? This is Zach Gelb. Join me for the Zach Gelb Show, weekday afternoon starting at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific, on the Infinity Sports Network.
It's only 7 o'clock. Hour back. I don't know if you like this or not. I always like the extra hour that night of, like last night, because you get that extra hour of sleep. But, you know, Ray and I were talking. Ray Jarvis is producing today, and he was like, you look up and you still get fooled because it's like, wait a minute, what time is it? And your body's so used to getting up. But hope you got that extra hour. I got to get into this real quick because, and I'm going to dive more into it in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll get into the most intriguing games. We'll also talk about the governor because he is not fit to be the coach of our team. We'll talk about that coming up here on the show as well. Daniel Jones has been incredible. Did anybody have this on their bingo card? Anybody?
Nope.
Nope. Colts at Steelers today. They are 3.5-point favorite. Ray, you and I both know New York Giant fans wanted to run Daniel Jones out, and they did.
I was part of the angry mob.
And rightfully so. But why is he thriving like this? We're going to talk about it coming up, okay? Because this is one of the surprise stories in the NFL. And today, this Colts-Steelers game is interesting to me on many levels. But he's having an MVP-type season if you're not paying attention. We're going to talk about it. Stay there. It's on the way. Want to grab a couple of phone calls. Adam in Toronto is on the Infinity Sports Network. Adam, what's going on, man? Put him up!
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hey, look, I hope you guys are well, man. Look, I just wanted to go ahead and big ups Todd there. I think he's from Atlanta. He made a good crack on that. Hey, look, I just want to go ahead and send all my love to Freddie Freeman. I think he's the greatest Canadian baseball player of all time. It sucks, but that we lost, but I'm glad Freddie was a part of that. Freddie Freeman, big up, guys. Much love. Hey, take care.
Appreciate you. Just want to give some love to Freddie. He's a good dude, man. Look,
I just like to say that that's not what he told me he wanted to. He wanted to talk about load management. He had a whole soccer tie-in. He folded when he got on the air, man.
Oh, it happens, man. I mean, listen, this is a big, intimidating show. People call in and they fold up like cheap suits. That's why Jeffrey couldn't hang on. I mean, I get it. But there's no reason to be intimidated. Come here. Come, you. I'm opening my arms and I'm welcoming you into my world. Come here. It's okay. All that I ask is that you be great on this show. I don't want you to call in and go, you know what's going to happen. But it doesn't surprise me, Ray, that Adam had all this stuff that he wanted to talk about, and then he comes on, Freddie Freeman's the greatest ever. But I agree with him. Look, here's the deal about Freddie, and this is, and I'm living this. I'm living this in Atlanta with the Braves. The Braves have a really good team. But when you decide that you're not going to pay certain players or you're not going to overpay for certain players, it's just what it is. And for me, here's where I'm at. I think the Braves have a really good general manager in Alex Anthopoulos, speaking of Toronto. I think he's really talented. I think he does a lot of good things when it comes to decision-making and how he approaches things. But some people will say it's out of his hands when it comes to these big, large contracts, when it comes to your superstar players. Freddie was one of them. All they needed to do was offer another year on the same deal that they had, and they could have had Freddie here. And they chose not to. And so, that is a decision now where you look back 4 years ago. Would you have done it now? Would you have been in this position that the Dodgers are in with a Freddie Freeman on your team? I don't know. But I would like to have found out. And so as you see him thrive in L.A., and nobody didn't think that he wouldn't, he was just hurt that he wasn't going to be a lifelong Brave. It bothered him. And I understand that, and when he came to town, for those who don't know this, the first time he came to Atlanta to play the Braves as a Dodger, there was a big press conference. The Braves did it right. Hey, we're going to let him speak to all the media, and he knows all of us, and he's talking to the media, and Freddie's crying because he just I want to thank everybody for being so loyal. And he's going on, and everybody's like, wow, that's crazy. And then he cried again the next day. And then the third day he cried. I'm not making this up. He was that emotional. So that was the issue. But now you go, guess what? He's entrenched in that lineup. They love him in L.A. Why wouldn't they? They've won another World Series. This dude just comes up big. And I'm spending this time on Freddie because the point of this is sometimes you have to overpay. More times than not, the problem is it comes back to bite you. But not when a guy who has shown you who he is. Freddie, we knew who he was. We knew he was going to be consistent. He was going to show up at the park. He was going to play. He was going to be a leader in the clubhouse. And he was going to come up big for you. That's who he had been his entire career here. And you said, nah, can't do it. So that's bothersome. And so I agree with our last caller, Adam, even though he said he wanted to talk about all this other stuff. That's the one guy that in this whole ordeal that I was like, and I like Mookie too. Mookie, he's a cool dude. I had some experiences there with him, and I'll just simply say, like, there are individuals that you go, he's cool, and I hope he does well, and I want him to win. But I wasn't per se putting the Dodgers jersey on. That's just that's not my thing. So, but I did want to see Freddie do well, and he did. He showed up big again. All right, 888-710-4ISN. BC still there? Can we talk to BC? In Oklahoma, BC. What's going on? Hey, man. Put him up.
Put him up. Put him up top shelf, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome. First thing is the Dodgers do not quit. I've seen it. We saw it. When the Dodgers are down, they come back and they play extra magic on it. Now, I think they have a dynasty for the next 3 years at least. I mean, you can see it. It's in the air, okay? And I want to talk to you about Patrick Mahomes. You had a show about 5 weeks ago, and you were talking about how he elevates his players. Of course he does. And look at them now. People have been putting the Chiefs down and Mahomes. They're saying, the Chiefs, they're done this year. I mean, and everybody, local broadcasters here in Dallas, where I'm living now, the sports broadcasters, they're just putting Chiefs away. And look at you. You called it right, man, and I knew you were right. And that's another thing I wanted to talk about. And also, I want your opinion on OSU thinking about getting Todd Monk for a coach, maybe, from the Ravens. Just get your take on that.
Sure.
Zane Flores, quarterback. Zane Flores is back. He did very well. We'll see what he does. And my final say is my top radio broadcasters in the Hall of Fame, Pharrell on the bench. Pharrell, Wolfman Jack in radio, Jimmy Rabbit, disc jockey from radio back in the day, and number one is you. No nonsense, man. You tell it like it is. You don't sit there. You don't stutter like the broadcasters here. They sit there and stutter and repeat over and over and over. You just go right into it, man. And I really appreciate it. You're my number one Hall of Famer. I'm out.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. It means a lot. Thank you for listening. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to be a part of your day. And, we had fun. And that's a hell of a compliment. And look, Scotty Farrell, good dude. But let me answer your question real quick about Oklahoma. All right, Oklahoma State specifically. He mentioned Todd Monken. I don't know where Oklahoma State wants to go as far as what level of coach they want to bring in. Right, you want to bring in a guy with college and NFL experience, or, you want to bring an up-and-comer that's not at a Power 4 school right now. Either way, and if you ask me specifically about Todd Monken, I'm jaded. I saw Todd Monken win 2 national championships with a lesser-tier quarterback than other schools have had when he had Stetson Bennett at the University of Georgia. And Stetson Bennett was a dude. Now, the other side of that is he also benefited from having one of the all-time best defenses in the history of college football. But he catapults that, right, goes back to the NFL, leads Lamar to another MVP. Some would say Lamar and the Ravens, right, they're on life support right now. They won against the Dolphins. Dolphins fired their general manager, Chris Creer. Should have happened a while back. But neither here nor there, Todd Monken, if he wants to get back into college football, which that's my question. Does he want to do that, or does he want to stay at the NFL level? The whole premise for Monken to leave Georgia was he wanted to get back to the NFL. So I don't know if he's that interested or if that's something that's going to happen. And it also depends on the kind of money they may throw at him. But if you're asking me, like, would that work? I don't know. I know Todd Monken to be a hell of an offensive coordinator. If you're telling me he's going to be a head coach in college football, again, I'm not sure what that looks like now in this day and age, and does he want to deal with all of that? And, guys, there are a lot of people right now who love college football who don't like where it's at. And we're not talking about players getting paid. Everybody gets caught up in that aspect. Oh, the players being paid. There's not a coach on the planet that says players shouldn't be paid. It's all the other stuff that's going on. And no guardrails, right? And is everybody playing by the same rules? We think they are, but are we sure? Like, there's just a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of coaches that want to deal with that. I'd rather stay in the NFL, make this big check, and not have to worry about all that. I don't know if Todd Monken wants to do that. Appreciate the call, BC, man. Great stuff. We're coming back. Lots to get to. More of your calls, including Yo in the ATL wants to tell me about Daniel Jones. We'll talk to Marcus and Daryl as well. 888-710-4476. Most intriguing games on the way. And the governor has spoken. Stay right there. Put them up!
It's Macy's Friends and Family, the best time to kickstart your holiday shopping with big savings on our best brands like DKNY, Hugo Boss, Karl Lagerfeld Paris, and more at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off Valentino, Gucci, and more top beauty brands. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star Money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's Friends and Family. Saving
The award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J. Award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Manubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
You want Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's gets it. We check the calendar, and Christmas is coming early. $99 is all you need to grab your favorite select 7-foot pre-lit artificial Christmas tree for the holiday season. And don't sweat what gifts to get Dad, because we've got up to 40% off select tools and accessories. That's how Lowe's celebrates Black Friday early. Selection varies by location, while supplies last.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself. They pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating, the official exterminator of the Philadelphia Eagles. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years. We've also had the honor of protecting the region's most iconic brands like Lincoln Financial Field, the Wells Fargo Center, and the Ronald McDonald House. Hoffman's provides quality pest control services with personalized care for both residential and commercial sectors. Visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Y hoy en las audiciones de Superstar, los juega raspaditos.
First Tuesday, el primer martes del mes. Hay muchos raspaditos para escoger.
Para First Tuesday.
Sí, la Lotería de Connecticut lanza nuevos raspaditos el primer martes de cada mes. Queremos que todos se enteren.
First Tuesday es un sí para nosotros.
Nuevos raspaditos, nuevos premios, nuevas formas de ganar. First Tuesday, hora de jugar.
Probabilidades varían por juego. Debes tener 18 años o más. Para problemas de juego, llama al 888-789-7777.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of our new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
Catch all the action on the Infinity Sports Network. Live 24/7 on your local affiliate, SiriusXM 375, where sports fans tune in. 1019 FM HD2, New York.
An Odyssey station.
You ain't first, you're last.
Help me help you.
What I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career.
Time now for Put 'em Up with Carl Dukes on the Infinity Sports Network.
Put 'em up, America. What's going on? Carl Dukes, Infinity Sports Network. Glad to have you here on another Sunday where we've got a full slate of games. Looking forward to seeing what goes down in the NFL today. World Series ended last night, Game 7, epic. And it really was. Dodgers come from behind. They win in extras, and there were a bunch of guys that you could tap on the back and say, unbelievable. Unbelievable. And for me, this is the start, if you really want to say that, of the dynasty, which I thought should have started a few years ago. You know, the Dodgers have been here, but now you're talking about being in some elite company with the Yankees doing this in the early 2000s. You got to go back to the mid-70s, right? 74, 75, when the Reds did it, specifically in the National League. We're talking about back-to-back. So pretty elite company when we talk about the Yankees. Gotten plenty of calls from Toronto today, and certainly they are down but not out and frustrated. But you got to give credit where credit's due. And the Yankees, the Dodgers came back and made some really key plays last night. And pitching matters. We talk about it. I'm a big proponent of this. And covering Major League Baseball for over a decade, pitching still matters. And everybody gets caught up in these lineups and who's hitting home runs. Yamamoto was unreal in this World Series. And the last time I saw something like this was Randy Johnson, who did it, where he just dominated and won 3 games in a World Series. And you're like, nobody's hitting this guy. Like, he is just shutting everybody down. Either way, if you have a thought or two on that, hit me up, 888-710-4476, 888-710-4-ISN. I want to jump into this Daniel Jones conversation real quick, and then I'm going to jump back on the phones. Marcus and Daryl and Yo, hold on one sec. It is rare in the NFL that you get a second act where you get a chance to go prove yourself again, and you're given that opportunity. Why is Daniel Jones thriving in Indy? And I would tell you, one is coaching, even though Brian Daboll had one really good season with Daniel Jones in New York. But it's also ownership and the belief that from the start when he got there and they benched Anthony Richardson, that he was going to give them a better chance to win. The main reason he's doing this, though, is their offensive line. And whether you realize this or not, there are elite offensive lines in the league. The Colts are one of them. You can put the Eagles in there. You can talk about the Chiefs. Obviously, the teams that have been, the Buffalo Bills. There are teams that just, you go, they have a better offensive line than most. I actually think the Indianapolis Colts might have the best offensive line in football. And when you add that to the desire to show everybody, y'all were wrong, and you put him in a Shane Steichen offense, all of a sudden things look different. He only signed a 1-year, $14 million deal. Remember, he gets released midway through 2024. People said he's done. Vikings pick him up on the practice squad last year, and then he signs with Indy in the offseason for 1 year, $14 million. And everybody thought, what? Daniel Jones is going to be a backup. They had bigger ideas. Daniel Jones is completing 71% of his passes. He's already thrown for over 2,000 yards. He could easily be on his way to 4,500, maybe even a 5,000-yard season. 13 touchdowns, 3 picks. He's not turning it over. He's got 4 rushing touchdowns. And we all knew when he got to New York, he could use his legs. Well, he's doing that in Indy. And the Colts are 7-1. 7-1. Did I mention he also has the best running back maybe in the NFL? Certainly when it comes to scoring, because he's got a guy that he can rely on, and he's punching it in the end zone. Look, the Giants fired 2 head coaches in his first 3 years. Support is always a thing that you have to look at when you talk about these quarterbacks. And you know what's funny today? I mean, like, it's not funny, but I think this is where they're headed. And I've always thought that the Cardinals didn't necessarily trust Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's not going to start. Jacoby Brissett's going to start that Monday night game against the Cowboys. And I'm like, is this the start of the end? I always thought the Cardinals paid Kyler Murray too early because he threw a fit. He scrubbed his social media, and everybody lost their mind and said, we got to pay him. The guys that paid him aren't no longer in the building. And why is Jacoby Brissett starting? Because he's looked more effective. It's not like Kyler Murray doesn't want to get back on the field. Is he still hurt? I don't know. But that is weird. And what I'm telling you about Indianapolis and Daniel Jones specifically is this second act has a lot to do with the weapons, the O-line, the patience of ownership to say and believe, and the coaching. And now all of a sudden, Daniel Jones, guys, he's going to parlay this into another $100 million deal. Watch. Just like Baker Mayfield did. And Baker Mayfield had 4 offensive coordinators in Cleveland. Everybody wanted to point the finger at Baker. The only thing I had problems with Baker Mayfield early in his career was, bro, you don't have to respond to everything. Somebody would literally say, man, I don't like Baker Mayfield's hair. And he would immediately be on social media. You don't cut my hair. Relax. You're a starting quarterback in the NFL. You don't have to do that. And it felt like any criticism that he took, he wanted to respond to. He's in a different place. Baker's got a child. He realizes Tampa believes in him. His teammates love him because they know he's a dog. And all of a sudden now, he's had an amazing season last year, signed that short 3-year, $100 million deal, and Baker's going to get another one because he's playing really well. Geno got a second act because of what happened in Seattle, right? I mean, the Russell Wilson debacle where he leaves and let Russ cook and all that stuff gave Geno an opportunity. But he's supposed to be a bridge guy. And maybe he is. He wasn't ever seen as a franchise quarterback. Mac Jones is getting this opportunity right now as we speak with the 49ers. And what did I tell you about Brock Purdy? Mac Jones is getting an opportunity to show I really am a first-round pick. You know, of all these guys I'm talking about, including Sam Darnold, first-round pick. Baker, first overall pick. Mac Jones was a first-round pick. The problem is, like with Mac Jones, let me refresh your memory. He's in New England, and Belichick's grand idea was to make Matt Patricia and Joe Judge, who am I? His coordinator. His quarterbacks guy. Are you serious right now? Matt Patricia's doing a great job when you talk about defense at Ohio State, because that's what he does, defense. But that was Belichick. You know, and so you go, oh, Mac Jones isn't any good. He can't play. Slow down. Shanahan gets him, and all of a sudden he's got new life. These are the things that happen around the league. Daniel Jones, this is not a fluke. It's not a joke. He's playing efficient football because of the things that are in place. Look, when the Browns signed Deshaun Watson, fail. And it felt like a fail from the start, right? Didn't it? From the time that all that went down, when Deshaun was going through the issues with the off-the-field stuff and the massages and all that, it just felt like this is not going to work. And then it hasn't. Russell goes to Denver. Fail. It is rare where you get these second acts. Then Russ goes to Pittsburgh. Fail. Russ goes to New York. Fail. Aaron Rodgers to the Jets, right? That was supposed to be the second act, and we know he gets injured. Does it look different if he doesn't get injured? I've always said if that doesn't happen opening night, maybe things go in a different direction. We'll never know. But that was a fail. And now all of a sudden he's with Pittsburgh. An organization that's patient, has, weapons, an offensive line, coaching. Looks different, doesn't it? 888-710-4476. I just want to point out Daniel Jones is having that kind of season, and nobody expected it. Let me grab a few more of your phone calls here. We're going to talk about Chiefs-Bills. I think the marquee game of the day. There's no doubt about it. We'll get into some of the other most intriguing games as well and more college football here. Let me grab Marcus in Ohio. Marcus, put him up.
Hey, Carl, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Listen, you're talking about Daniel Jones, and, you touched on the O-line, which is the old cliche is you win in the trenches, you win games. So we'll talk about, like, Quentin Nelson's the best guard in football, right?
Period.
And the Giants, back in the day, 7 years ago, the Giants had a chance to pick Quentin Nelson, and they took Barkley, and it was a mistake. You got to start with the offensive line. So it's no surprise that Daniel Jones is doing good. Don't forget he played for David Cutcliffe, who coached one Eli Manning back in the day.
Great point.
A great quarterback. Yep, great quarterbacks coach. And they drafted the right player. They drafted the tight end. I mean, I think they beat Pittsburgh today. And my other take is Philly, they trade for Alexander. I don't know that that's going to help them that much. I still think the Packers and the Lions are going to get one of those two teams get to the NFC. I'm not at Super Bowl. I'm not writing off the Eagles yet, but I don't think their secondary is good enough. And as far as the Heisman Trophy goes, I'm not a huge fan of it anymore, but I sure as hell think that Jeremiah Love, if he keeps playing like the way he's playing, I think he's going to get some votes, and he's probably the most electrifying running back in college. There's a lot of great running backs, but Jeremiah Love is unbelievable. So that's my take, Carl. I really appreciate you giving me the time, man. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate you listening. As always, Jeremiah Love is Notre Dame's running back. If you're not familiar, he's had an incredible year. I don't disagree with you. The Irish had those two early losses, and everybody kind of wrote him off. He's special. And I've enjoyed watching him. The Eagles, he's talking about this Eagles agreed to acquire Jair Alexander in a 2027 7th-round pick, I think it was, from the Ravens. And you're right about trying to improve that secondary. Look, you know by now what your weaknesses are. We are literally halfway through the season. I know it doesn't feel like it, but we are. Guys, we're going to get to the end of December, and all of a sudden, January, we're going to be in the playoffs. It's November 2nd. So you know the deficiencies of your team right now. And the trade deadline, teams are trying to make some moves. I'm not counting the Eagles out as either. I can't. But I do agree with you. Like when you start talking about specifically in the NFC, what this might look like and who's coming. It's going to get really interesting here. Yeah, that Colts game at Steelers today. By the way, if they win today, right, go to 8-1, they go overseas to Berlin to play the Falcons next week. They'll be heavily favored in that game. Falcons are at Patriots today in the 1 o'clock window. So, and I think it's a must-win for them. They've had a couple of duds here. The Miami Dolphins loss last week was just a bad taste in your mouth, and then Miami, wets the bed, and their general manager gets fired on Thursday night after the Ravens just, decimated them. That wasn't even a game. And it looked like the Dolphins had looked all season long, and yet the Falcons fell apart. So I think that's a big spot for them today, but we will see. We're going to talk more about the most intriguing games here on the way. Let me grab Daryl in Toronto. Daryl, what's going on? Put him up.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
I just got to say one thing. For Toronto, that's got to be the biggest collapse choke job in Toronto sports history, to be 2 outs away from winning it. But the Dodgers didn't deserve to be there. Look at their batting average through the whole series. The Jays destroyed them in every category. When you have a 204 team batting average, you don't deserve to win a World Series. But let's face it, Yamamoto, he's like an AI robot. The guy just keeps coming at you. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's got great stuff. But let me say this. I don't disagree with you, Daryl. I've said this. Toronto outplayed them in this series. You're talking about batting averages. Let me say this. These series never come down to those numbers. You know what they come down to? Moments. Can my guy get a hit in this moment? Can we get on base? Can I move a guy over? Can we make a play? That's what happened last night, and that's what happened in this series for the Dodgers. All those moments went the Dodgers' way, except for, I think it was game 4, maybe, for Toronto, where you felt like, that's a moment. Like, that's what this comes down to. It never comes down to the batting average or what a guy's hit during the season. It's those moments.
A lot of fluky moments for the Dodgers, though.
Yes, but that's luck. That's these championships.
Yeah, but it's also luck, but I don't know. To me, like a ball lodged in the wall, pick the ball up and throw it. That should never be a rule either. The ball's right there, grab it and throw it. Like you stop 2 guys from coming in game 6 to tie the game. Like just a lot of bad bounces went the wrong way.
That happens. I don't disagree with you, but it's frustrating, and I know, like, Toronto fans are like, this is crap. We should have won this thing. And you probably should have. But that's the things that you look back on and you go, that's what you're talking about right there. That footage of that damn ball getting stuck is going to be like, do you remember what the situation and circumstances were? We could have possibly won the series right there. And instead, it goes the other way. That is sports. That is the luck you need when it comes to winning these championships. And for me, it's not what the Dodgers hit or what they didn't hit. They were not the best team all year. It's why they didn't have home field.
No.
But those moments where you need somebody to come up big, Muncy, boy, the ball's on this guy to get that home run in the 8th inning. You're like, okay, they got a shot. And I'll be darned, they came back and won it.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate the call.
I don't think the team will come back from this.
Well, look, they're talented. They're really good. Let's not get carried away. In the moment right now, we're frustrated for Toronto fans. Everybody, when their team loses in this moment, you go, we're done. Toronto is good, and they're built to be good for a long time. Vlad is locked up. I feel really good about their future. The problem becomes, and this is what I say to everybody when you talk about, we'll be back. And I got to run. Thanks so much for the call, Daryl. If you don't take advantage of the opportunity when it comes your way, you may not ever get back there. And it's not that you're not good enough. It's not that you don't have the stars. It's not that you don't have the pitching. Something will happen next year that doesn't allow you to get there. Ask the Phillies. I mean, this is what happens. And so then all of a sudden you're 2 years removed, then you're 3 years removed. Now you're 5 years removed. And guess what? Your core is old now. Now you're not got to start rebuilding a little bit. And all of a sudden now you've been 10 years out of getting back there. And that is what happens. Not saying that'll happen with Toronto. I still think they're very good, but you just don't know. And that's why you got to try to take advantage of these moments. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're coming back. We got to talk about what's going on in Louisiana. What's going on in Louisiana? I'm not talking about Mardi Gras or Bourbon Street. What is going on in Louisiana? Talk about it next on the Infinity Sports Network.
It's Macy's Friends and Family, the best time to kickstart your holiday shopping with big savings on our best brands like DKNY, Hugo Boss, Karl Lagerfeld Paris, and more at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off Valentino, Gucci, and more top beauty brands. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star Money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's Friends and Family. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menu Bank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
You want Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's gets it. We check the calendar, and Christmas is coming early. $99 is all you need to grab your favorite select 7-foot pre-lit artificial Christmas tree for the holiday season. And don't sweat what gifts to get Dad, because we've got up to 40% off select tools and accessories. That's how Lowe's celebrates Black Friday early. Selection varies by location, while supplies last.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself, they pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Y hoy en las audiciones de Superstar, los juega raspaditos.
First Tuesday, el primer martes del mes. Hay muchos raspaditos para escoger.
Para First Tuesday.
Sí, la Lotería de Connecticut lanza nuevos raspaditos el primer martes de cada mes. Queremos que todos se enteren.
First Tuesday es un sí para nosotros.
Nuevos raspaditos, nuevos premios, nuevas formas de ganar. First Tuesday, hora de jugar.
Probabilidades varían por juego. Debes tener 18 años o más. Para problemas de juego, llama al 888-789-7777.
Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating, the official exterminator of the Philadelphia Eagles. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years. We've also had the honor of protecting the region's most iconic brands like Lincoln Financial Field, the Wells Fargo Center, and the Ron McDonald House. Hoffman's provides quality pest control services with personalized care for both residential and commercial sectors. Visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of my new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
Come to DSW for the shoes, stay for the fun. Because, let's be honest, if shoe shopping isn't fun, are you even doing it right? So go ahead, try something new. Try something different. Good different. Try something that feels like you. You know, the real you. And then definitely brag about it later. Because at DSW, you've got unlimited freedom to play. Find the shoes that get you at prices that get your budget at DSW stores or at DSW.com. Let us surprise you.
Join me, JR, weekdays starting at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific for the JR Sport Brief on the Infinity Sports Network.
Carl Dukes on the Infinity Sports Network.
Darryl was very frustrated. And I get it with Toronto losing that World Series. You know, he's like, they didn't deserve to win. It's not who deserves to win. It's who makes plays. That's what this comes down to. Did you think I was looking at Will Smith's batting average when he got up to bat? All I wanted to know is he going to come through or are they going to get him out? That's it. Like, it doesn't matter who the guy is. It doesn't matter what his history is. That's what these moments in these World Series, these Super Bowls, these NBA Finals, that's what it comes down to, right? Stanley Cup, that's what it comes down to. So Toronto's really good. I don't think they're going anywhere. Let me grab a couple more phone calls here. I want to talk about what's going on with Jeff Landry. He is the governor of Louisiana. And I don't think that he'll be selecting our next head coach. He won't. There's already been change. Scott Woodward is done. And they have an interim AD. Look, I just think this is a mess. And I know people in Louisiana are like, it's not done. It's this way all the time. Is it? We'll talk about it. Let me grab Yo in the ATL. Yo, what's going on? Put him up.
Put him up. What's happening, Mr. Dukes? How you doing on this fine Sunday morning?
Man, I'm good. I'm ready for some football. I got an extra hour of sleep, so I'm feeling really good. What about you?
Man, I am super hyped. I am sitting here in Atlanta waiting for this game to start, tailgating from home, and I'm getting upset because I'm listening to everybody give all these excuses. Like, look, the New York Giants had Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley, and they would not invest in that offensive line. They kept getting edge rushers and this, that, and the other. They did everything except invest in that offensive line. And the time that they allowed Saquon to go to Philly, he almost breaks the NFL record for rushing behind a good offensive line. They let Daniel Jones get out of the building, and he's sitting there with the Colts, and with that great offensive line, he's looking like an MVP candidate. So as I have to go with my team facing both of these teams in the next couple weeks, with New England first, I didn't think Drake May was that great. But you know what? The New England Patriots drafted Will Campbell and Jarrett Wilson, and they put them on that left side, and now the Patriots look almost unstoppable. So I beg all my Falcon friends, give our coaching staff and our general manager the time to effectively fix our offensive line. The average career in the NFL is 3.5 years. And we have offensive linemen that have been here for a while, and guess what? We've missed the playoffs for the last 7 years straight. So if you're not willing to cut bait on some of these high-priced, undersized offensive linemen who can't block going forward, and you have to run a sweep on 4th and 1, and you can't even do a quarterback dive, then guess what? Maybe your offensive line is not that great. Maybe that guy ain't worth $20 million. Maybe, just maybe, you need to go and draft offensive linemen. Thank you for your time, Carl.
Yo, appreciate you. And I don't mean Yo, that's his name, Yo, and he's bringing genius to the show. Look, sometimes you just have to line up a mano, and go, I'm about to get a yard. Stop me. I think the Eagles changed the game with this tush-push thing, but, guys, it's going away. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, Eagles fans. They're going to vote this thing out. It's become ugly in the sense of the aesthetics of the tush-push. It's not fun football. You're running it 3, 4, 5 times. Boo, that's not fun. They're going to vote this thing out. Trust me. But if sometimes I can't just line up and go, I'm going to beat you. My man's better than your man. We're about to get a yard. It shouldn't be trickery. Shouldn't be you in the pistol 7 yards back, and I'm going to give it to the running back, yet we need a yard. Like, I also have an issue with these things when I see them happen in the NFL. And I understand, Yo. I get it with the Falcons. You're like, but what he's talking about fundamentally is Drake May today is playing the Falcons. He's having a really good year as well. Offensive line. And that team has already adapted the attitude of Mike Vrabel. You see it. They're going to be tough, grimy. They're going to do whatever it takes. Like that. That is part of this process. But the teams that, like a Daniel Jones, yeah, it's O-line. I mean, and by the way, if you don't believe that that's the reason why, what I would tell you is right now, if you don't believe me about the O-line with the Colts, simply go look at Jonathan Taylor's numbers. Jonathan Taylor has almost 100, maybe 150 yards more than the next running back. But more importantly, he's got 12 touchdowns. 12. Jonathan Taylor, is he going to have 30 touchdowns on the season? I mean, every time he's punching it in, and he's averaging about 6 yards a carry. That's O-line. Jonathan Taylor's talented, don't get me wrong, but, that is O-line. 888-710-4ISN. Want to grab Chris here. Chris, welcome into the Infinity Sports Network. Oh, he dropped off? All right. Chris in Arizona, I want to talk to you about some college football and appreciate the call. Let me get to something that, speaking of college football, that I wanted to talk about just briefly, and that's Jeff Landry. He was very critical of the athletic director, Scott Woodward, at LSU when the decision was made to move on from Brian Kelly, right? They cut a big $54 million. Thank you, Brian. You've won nothing. We'll see you. I don't necessarily think that was the wrong decision, but I don't know if I need the governor making football decisions and being involved in this. Now, somebody would say, and many of you would say it's just a political play, right? Everybody in Louisiana is frustrated, and the governor is saying, I'm concerned about our team, LSU. Kelly, by the way, was in 4 seasons, never went to the playoff, and really couldn't win the games he needed to win. Obviously, not just, ranked teams. We're talking about in the SEC. I don't think anybody's debating about the Brian Kelly firing. And I brought up to you earlier in the show, starts at 6, what I was hearing weeks ago about this whole behind-the-scenes thing with Brian Kelly and how in tune he was or wasn't with his team, and was he all in? When you're all in, you're available. When you're all in, you have a connection with your players. You should never have players who played for you 2 years ago, I started for him for 2 seasons and I never had a sit-down conversation with him. Those things should never happen. So, nevertheless, the governor now is involved, and this is really interesting to me. The buyout's the buyout. It is what it is. I don't know where LSU is going to go. And look at all the jobs that are open right now around college football. I mean, Florida, LSU, Arkansas. I guess Arkansas is open. There are going to be some really good jobs, Penn State, that are going to be open. But when Jeff Landry made the comments about LSU's AD, he basically chose his fate. And so he gets fired. The interim AD is in, and now they got to make a decision. And I think more than anything, they are so worried about doing what they just did, which was they bet $95 million on Brian Kelly, and it lasted 4 years, and they had to cut a check for $54 million. Nobody wants to be in that position again. So, after Texas A&M embarrassed them at home 49-25, and you had the governor, Jeff Landry, saying the things he was talking about, the board of supervisors needs to rethink their actions to raise ticket prices for next year after tonight's showing. He just injected himself into this conversation and really, I think, made it easier for people who wanted to make this decision anyway to just do it. But should he be in charge of who's going to select the next head coach? And they're saying, by the way, the interim AD has full autonomy. I don't believe that. You believe that? I don't believe that. I don't think I can make these statements and not have some kind of, what is the word? Connection to the next hire. That's how I feel. You don't think they're going to call Jeff and be like, we're thinking about. And he's going to go, let me think about it. I mean, what are we talking about here? This is LSU. And by the way, it is a great job. You know why? Because you can go there and immediately win. Brian Kelly didn't. And I don't want to call him a fake or a phony because that's a stretch. I wasn't in the building every day, but I know who people who were. And I will tell you, some of that didn't vibe the way that it should have. That's why everybody loved Ed Ogeron until, well, it went wrong. And Ed kind of lost his mind, had a midlife crisis. But there is a certain fit that you need for LSU. And we're going to see if they're able to do it. I just find it interesting that everybody seems to be involved in this process, including the governor. We're coming back. NFL Sunday. I'm going to let you hear from Sean McDermott, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, as we get ready for another Chiefs-Bills showdown and the other intriguing games I'm looking at when we come back on the Infinity Sports Network. But first, let's get a sports flash with AP.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Carl, the Los Angeles Dodgers are once again on top of the baseball mountain after beating the Blue Jays last night in Game 7 of the World Series. 5-4 in 11 innings. Toronto drew first blood as Bo Bichette hit a 3-run home run off of Shohei Ohtani, but L.A. battled back. The Dodgers went into the ninth inning down by a run, but Miguel Rojas tied it with his first home run of the postseason, and then Will Smith delivered in the clutch with a solo shot in the 11th to give the Dodgers the lead. Manager Dave Roberts says this was an incredible journey.
Right now, I'm just really elated and really proud of our team, our guys, the way we fought, and we've done something that hasn't been done in decades. And you know, there were so many, as we talked earlier, so many pressure points and how that game could have flipped, and we just kept fighting, and you know, guys stepped up big.
College football, after missing a week due to a concussion, Arch Manning was back on the field for Texas as they took on Vanderbilt.
In the slot left, Emmett Mosley. In an H-back set is Emmerich. Shotgun snap, Manning has it, looks, fires for the end zone, caught, touchdown, Emmett Mosley. Arch Manning took a huge blow, but delivered a strike to Mosley, his third touchdown catch of the season. Arch hops up happily, and the Longhorns are back up 3 scores.
Manning passed for 328 yards and the 3 touchdowns as Texas held off the Commodores 34-31. Longhorns radio had the call. Elsewhere, top-ranked Ohio State, they handled Penn State 38-14. Indiana blew out Maryland 55-10. Georgia survives against Florida 24-20. While SMU, they upset Miami in OT 36-20. TJ Harden scored on a 1-yard run to give the Mustangs the victory. NC State handed Georgia Tech its first loss of the season, 48-36. And Oklahoma down Tennessee 33-27. The Eagles, trying to boost their secondary, acquired veteran cornerback Jair Alexander from the Ravens. NBA, the Pistons, they topped the Mavericks 122-110. The Wolves defeated the Hornets 122-105. On the ice, the defending champion Panthers, they took down the Stars in a shootout 4-3. I'm Tony Pierno.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Follow us on Instagram. Our handle is Infinity Sports Network. That's Infinity Sports Network to follow us on Instagram.
Do you want opinionated sports talk with the biggest guests on the radio? Of course you do. So check out the Zach Gelb Show, weekdays at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific on the Infinity Sports Network.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Manubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself. They pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app. If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino. Download it.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
You want Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's gets it. We check the calendar, and Christmas is coming early. $99 is all you need to grab your favorite select 7-foot pre-lit artificial Christmas tree for the holiday season. And don't sweat what gifts to get Dad, because we've got up to 40% off select tools and accessories. That's how Lowe's celebrates Black Friday early. Selection varies by location, while supplies last.
There's a time and a place for everything. Texting, eating, and watching videos while you're driving isn't it. In 1 year alone, more than 3,275 people died, and more than 324,000 were injured in crashes involving distracted drivers. So miss the text, not the kid on the bike. Miss the meal, not the person in the crosswalk. Miss the video, not the truck taking a left in front of you. Driving distracted? Not now. Share it with everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating, the official exterminator of the Philadelphia Eagles. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years. We've also had the honor of protecting the region's most iconic brands like Lincoln Financial Field, the Wells Fargo Center, and the Ron McDonald House. Hoffman's provides quality pest control services with personalized care for both residential and commercial sectors. Visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of our new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
DSW, birthplace of the humble brag. Here, the shoes are so good, no one would ever know how little you paid, if you didn't go telling everyone that is. And with never-ending options for every style, mood, and occasion, all at really great prices, we'll definitely give you something to brag about. So go ahead, stock up on fresh sneakers from your favorite brands, or try those boots you always secretly knew you could pull off. Find the shoes that get you at prices that get your budget at DSW stores or at DSW.com. Let us surprise you.
When it comes to lighting, Gray Bar goes beyond parts and products. We help contractors turn plans into smart designs, manage kitting and deliverables, and navigate local codes so you can stay on time and on budget. Smart, scalable, job site ready. That's not just lighting. That's like kicking your project into Gray Bar mode. Yep, Gray Bar does that.
This is Bill Ryder, and I'm Ryder than you. At least for 2 hours, starting weekday mornings, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, on the Infinity Sports Network.
Championship game. It was won by Kansas City. Ironically, you know, we talk about the World Series and how the Dodgers were able to pull it out. Mahomes has won all the games that have mattered. Now, the regular season matters because you want to feel like, okay, first of all, Buffalo, I think, needs this more than Kansas City. They come in 5-2. Kansas City's 5-3. It's in the 4:00 window today. One of my most intriguing games of the day. Chiefs by 1.5 points. Check that. 2.5. Look, this is must-see TV when we talk about Chiefs-Bills, mainly because of the quarterbacks. And the reason why I totally bought in and believed in the Chiefs being okay was they weren't healthy. Rashee Rice was suspended. They needed to get all their guys back. And now all of a sudden it looks like they are going to be, again, a Super Bowl contender. But I've been talking about the Chiefs defense for the last 3 years because I know Patrick Mahomes gets a lot of credit, and rightfully so. But I've said this. His defense won one of those Super Bowls for him. And this year, if you look, and if you're not paying attention, the Chiefs defense is number 4 overall, number 3 against the pass, number 2 scoring defense. They're good again. So the Bills come in, and the Bills' offense is the number 1 rushing offense and the number 15th pass offense in the league. I don't know if any of that matters when these two get together, simply because of how dynamic both quarterbacks can play in these games. But I do know it's must-see TV. And earlier today when Jarvis and I were talking about it, Ray Jarvis producing, we said, you know, he was talking about, is this the new, you know, must-see game when you talk about the regular season? It used to be Cowboys 49ers he was talking about back in the day. And I was like, yeah, when you've got 60 million people watching last year's AFC Championship game, it's the most watched AFC Championship game on record, excluding Super Bowls. It was the second most watched NFL game ever. And they didn't start tracking this stuff until 1988. But it's only behind the 2010 NFC Championship game between the Vikings and the Saints. You guys know what happened in that game? A miraculous catch, right? Do you remember this game? That got watched by 57.9 million viewers. Bills, Chiefs is must-see. So I don't know what happens today, but I will say this. I do think that the Bills are in need to kind of show, hey, we've rebuilt our defense. We really did the things we did in the offseason to get past Patrick Mahomes. Today is going to be one of those first tests. But Mahomes, again, in the playoffs, won all 4 of these meetings. And that's really what matters. As well as Josh has played, and he's played great in the regular season, and they've won these games, in the playoffs, it's Mahomes 4-0. Let me hear from Sean McDermott talking about the Chiefs and Buffalo and how he views this game.
I have great respect for Andy and learned a lot from him, as you guys know, and we've gone up against each other a number of times now. There's been great battles. You know, one of the reasons you do this is the competition. You look forward to the competition, and no different this week.
I think the most memorable game between these two was 2021, divisional round. Remember, 13 seconds, there's no way they can come back. There were 4 lead changes, 25 points scored in the last 2 minutes of regulation. And then with 13 seconds, Mahomes leads the Chiefs on a 44-yard drive to set up a game-tying field goal. That's probably the one we all remember, but they've all been great. And every year, that was 21. That was viewed by 42 million people. Every year, this regular season matchup gets bigger and bigger because I think we all believe that these are two teams that are going to be vying, as they have last year, for a chance to go to the Super Bowl. Here is Josh Allen talking about this matchup.
Nothing that happened last year, the year before, or the year before that carries over or matters this week. I got a lot of guys that returned from last year's squad, but they got some new guys, you know, and they're doing some different things. We're doing some different things.
Both teams have top 5 offenses. What gives today? I'm not sure. I'd love to say I like Buffalo at home because I do. But the Chiefs are healthy. This is a different team, and you've seen it with Mahomes and the way that he's approaching things right now. Here is Mahomes talking about being aware of the small details in such a big game.
Familiarity with this team, obviously, with how many times we've played them, and there's just a lot of great football players that we're going up against, and we know it's to take our best football. I think that's the biggest thing I've learned from this rivalry is that there's going to be one play here or there that's going to change the outcome, and you have to go out there and make it.
Josh Allen has 77 rushing touchdowns, including the playoffs. He's tied with Cam Newton for the NFL record among quarterbacks. He will surpass that. I'm not saying today he could, but he will eventually surpass that and become that guy with the most rushing touchdowns. The thing for me today is Buffalo and third down. You've got to convert on third down against this stout Kansas City defense. And I wonder what Spags does this time around to try to slow down Josh Allen. And James Cook, by the way, he has to touch the ball more. You know, he ranks second in the NFL, 753 rushing yards. Buffalo's 4-0 when he gets 100 yards. So if you want to know anything today, if James Cook has 100 yards, they're probably winning today. They're 5-0 in games in which he scores. I like Buffalo to cover, but this game could go either way. It's such a hard pick for me when we talk about these games between the Chiefs and the Bills. One last thing, Andy Reid, he loves these games.
There's a lot of history between the two teams over the last few years, and it's been a good battle every time that we have an opportunity to play each other.
Yeah. Should be fun today. Again, must-see TV in the 4 o'clock window if you are a football fan today and you're checking out these games. I mentioned Colts at Steelers, one of my most intriguing games that I'm going to be paying attention to. One, I just want to see if the Colts can continue this ride. They're 7-1. They head to Berlin next week, as I mentioned, to go overseas. Daniel Jones, we've talked about him today a lot on the show and gotten a lot of great phone calls in regards to why he's having the success he is. But Colts are 3.5-point favorite on the road against the Steelers. Problem is, Steelers' defense has been leaky. They've just been leaky. They're 32nd against the pass. That's a problem heading into today. Can they fix some of these issues? They're 30th overall, the Steelers defense. And they invested a lot of money in that defense this offseason. So, they need all of their dudes. That includes T.J. Watt. Everybody's got to step up across the board. But I'm going to tell you, Tyler Warren is unbelievable. And whether or not they can cover him today, I think is going to be part of the storyline for the Indianapolis Colts today. Everybody knows about what's going on with Jonathan Taylor and all that. I think it's Tyler Warren and the matchups that the problems he creates. Because you're going to ask Patrick Queen or some of these other linebackers to potentially run and cover this guy. Queen is capable, but I think the way Shane Steichen uses Tyler Warren, that's going to be one of the things I'm watching for today. Look, it's easy to say that Indy's going to go in here and win, but I think the Pittsburgh Steelers respond today. They've lost 2 in a row. Probably shouldn't have lost to the Bengals. Last week they got outplayed in the second half against the Packers. Let's see what happens today. It's one of my most intriguing games. Again, Indy favored by 3.5. One other game I am looking at, Broncos-Texans. Because I'm just trying to figure out what the Texans are and whether they're going to right the ship or not. I'm not sure if that happens against this Broncos team who, look, they may have the best defense in the league. And what Sean Payton is doing with Bo Nix has just been, remarkable. Houston is at home, and they're a 2.5-point favorite over the Broncos today. And the Broncos have won 5 straight. I just want to see what's going to happen in this particular game in this moment. I think Pat Surtain is going to miss his 3rd game today. That's right. He is out today. So that could be an issue. But after the Texans won last week, I'm just really curious to see what team shows up today. Both of these teams have really good defenses. By the way, what's the over-under in this? Because I got to tell you, it wouldn't surprise me if this is a very low-scoring game with the way both teams play defensively. Over-under is 40.5. So I don't know if that goes over. That'd be hard-pressed to think that it would. But that just tells you the respect, at least from Vegas, that both of these defenses are getting, which means C.J. Stroud or Bo Nix is going to have to make a play or two. The good news is Nico Collins is back for the Texans today, which I think could be a key. Last but not least, and there is a full slate of games, guys. Carl Dukes, Infinity Sports Network, put them up. Cowboys at home against the Cardinals Monday night. We know the Cowboys have given up explosive play after explosive play. It's been part of the issue. That happened last week when they were in Denver. Cowboys are a 3.5-point favorite. Again, that's the Monday night game. I think the most interesting thing for me is that the Cardinals have made a decision to go with Jacoby Brissett. And Kyler Murray is not going to start. Cardinals on a 5-game slide. They lose against the Cowboys, 6 games, forget about it. The crazy thing is, Kyler Murray's 9-0 at AT&T Stadium. He played high school in Texas, high school football. He won his high school championship there. He won a Big 12 championship there with Oklahoma. He's led the Cardinals to 2 victories. He's never lost there. But that's not playing into this because they feel like, Brissett right now with where he's been is the better option. I'm really curious to see how this plays out on Monday night. The Monday night game should be interesting, but it's more about if Kyler Murray, if Brissett leads them to a victory, is this the beginning of the end of Kyler Murray there with the Cardinals? Because they've gotten to a point in that contract where it's not going to cost them as much to potentially move on. And I just don't know if the belief is still there with Kyler Murray. Every year we're talking about the Cardinals starting 1-4, or, 2-5, whatever it might be. And here we are again on a 5-game losing skid. Now, he's been out. He's been hurt. I think for 2 games it was the foot injury, but he's not going to start. And I'm curious to see what Jacoby Brissett does. All right, we got to get out of the way, man. My boy Zach Gelb's coming up. Sunday morning football, that is on the way. Let's get to one last thing.
One last thing.
First of all, big shout out to you. Thank you for being here on a Sunday. Hope you got that extra hour of sleep. And thanks to Ray Jarvis and AP and everybody behind the scenes, as always, here on the network for bringing you the best. Guys, we're back at it Sunday. It should be a fun day of football. As we wrap things up, You know, a few years ago, we were talking about John Morant being the face of the NBA. That's not happening. He was just suspended one game by his team for conduct detrimental to his team after criticizing his coach. Look, I love Ja's ability, but the decision-making, it just makes me wonder if he still is not getting it. He was suspended in 2023 twice for gunplay. Lost $8 million in 33 games in the process. Then was fined $75,000 for a gun gesture after celebrating three-pointers. Look, he's in the third year of a $197 million contract. But when we start talking about the face of the NBA and who is truly going to step up and step in the footsteps or the place of a LeBron or a Steph Curry, I don't get the sense it's going to be a John Morant. Matter of fact, I think it may be a guy named Wemby. Hey, have a great Sunday, everybody, and also enjoy the football. Stay tuned. Zach's got you covered. Sunday morning football is on the way. Get at me next week because I'll certainly get at you right here on the Infinity Sports Network. Put 'em up!
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself, they pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
You want Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's gets it. We check the calendar, and Christmas is coming early. $99 is all you need to grab your favorite select 7-foot pre-lit artificial Christmas tree for the holiday season. And don't sweat what gifts to get Dad, because we've got up to 40% off select tools and accessories. That's how Lowe's celebrates Black Friday early. Selection varies by location, while supplies last.
Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating, the official exterminator of the Philadelphia Eagles. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years. We've also had the honor of protecting the region's most iconic brands like Lincoln Financial Field, the Wells Fargo Center, and the Ron McDonald House. Hoffman's provides quality pest control services with personalized care for both residential and commercial sectors. Visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine. It's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of our new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
DSW. birthplace of the humble brag. Here, the shoes are so good, no one would ever know how little you paid. If you didn't go telling everyone, that is. And with never-ending options for every style, mood, and occasion, all at really great prices, we'll definitely give you something to brag about. So go ahead, stock up on fresh sneakers from your favorite brands, or try those boots you always secretly knew you could pull off. Find the shoes that get you at prices that get your budget at DSW stores or at DSW.com. Let us surprise you.
You know Gray Bar for electrical parts, but there's one more thing you may not be thinking of us for that can help maximize your next project's total value. Our pre-project planning services are designed to help you win the bid, save on labor costs, and keep your installers productive across your entire build. The sooner you call us, the better. Because when we're there from the beginning, we can anticipate your needs and help you solve problems before they become problems. Yep, Gray Bar does that.
Get a lot for your money with the Rhode Island Lottery $2 Classic Bingo Instant Game. With 6 bingo boards to scratch, you've got multiple games to play and chances to win big. Bingo! There are 2 top prizes of $25,000 plus over $1.8 million in prizes still up for grabs. It's a hot pick. So get your ticket today at your favorite Rhode Island Lottery retailer. And remember to have fun and play responsibly. You could be the next big bingo winner.
Bingo!
The Infinity Sports Network. Listen live 24/7 on SiriusXM 375. Featuring Bill Ryder, Maggie and Perloff, and more. Infinity Sports Network. 1019 FM HD2, New York.
An Odyssey station.
From the biggest plays the day before in college football.
Genty, his first touch. And typical Ashton Genty. Look at him go! You can't bring him down!
To getting you ready for all the mayhem that comes your way every NFL Sunday.
It's intercepted at the 40 and picked off by Eugene, who comes to the near side of the 30. Got it back at the 20, breaks the tackle, the 10, the 5, to the pylon. Touchdown!
This is Sunday Morning Football. And here is your host, Zach Gelb.
Live from the place show, yet not overly ostentatious studios of the Infinity Sports Network here in beautiful New York City, sitting on top of the 10th floor, 345 Hudson Street. Welcome on in to another edition of Sunday Morning Football, right across all of our great local Infinity Sports Network affiliates, SiriusXM, Channel 375, the free Odyssey app, the iHeartRadio app, and also streaming live on YouTube. 888-710-4ISN is the number to jump on in. 888-710-4476. You can always get at me on Instagram, where I'm straight flexing, or via the good old cesspool of Twitter, at Zach Gelb. That's ZACHGELB. Or you can find me on TikTok, at The Zach Gelb Show. If you're new to the program, we welcome you. If you're a returning customer, thanks so much. You know the dealio by now is a rockin' and groovin' already in November. The first hour of the show, 10 a.m. Eastern time to 11 a.m. Eastern time, it's all things college football. And then once the clock does hit 11 a.m. here on the East Coast, we go to all things NFL. Ryan Horvat from BetMGM tonight is going to stop by at 11:20 a.m. Eastern time to try to make you some straight cash, homie, coming up at 11:20 a.m. Eastern time, and we'll get his thoughts in the betting world. Let's start off, though, on the college front inside the SEC. Look how late we are left in the season, with pretty much every team in the country only having 3 to 4 more regular season games to play. And when you look at the SEC standings, there's 2 ways to look at it, especially now in this era of a 12-team college football playoff, and we will see the committee come on out with their first ranking for the CFP on Tuesday night. But there are conference records, and then there's overall records. Even though conference championships aren't as important as they once were, if you're in the SEC and you win the conference championship, you are going to get a bye in the college football playoff. Now, I know that that structure has changed in terms of just because you get a bye, just because you win your conference doesn't mean you always get a bye. But when you're in arguably the preeminent conference in the country, you're going to get a bye. And quite frankly, there's probably going to be 2 SEC teams that get a bye. I would like to think in this new era of how we view the college football playoff format, The ACC is not going to get a bye. The Big 12 probably not going to get a bye. And there's only 4 byes to be had. So you would think for most years, 2 Big 10 teams, 2 SEC teams. Could it maybe be 1 year, 3 SEC, 1 Big 10, or 3 Big 10, 1 SEC? Yeah, I guess that's all possible. But where we're at right now is you're fighting to play in the conference championship game. And then there's going to be some teams that don't feel like they can make the conference championship game. And then it's going to be, what's your overall record? And really that line of demarcation to get into the college football playoff, to feel good about it, if you're an SEC team, is 2 losses or fewer. Now, if you get to 3 losses, it's still possible to get in, especially with the new criteria where the College Football Playoff Committee, it's not necessarily just about total record, it's about strength of schedule. And they are told there's a heightened awareness this year, the criteria has changed, where you have to factor in strength of schedule. And that goes back to last year when you had Alabama, when you had South Carolina, when you had Ole Miss with 3 losses, but they were out. If you get to 3 losses and you don't make it, I really don't have any sympathy for you. So when I look at just the conference records right now, I know A&M and Alabama are both off this past weekend, but A&M right now is 5-0. Alabama's 5-0. Georgia, they wiped sweat off the cabeza once again yesterday. They're 5-1. Ole Miss with Trinidad Chambliss, one of the best stories in America, 5-1. Texas, remember their slow start, 4-1. And they just beat Vanderbilt. Oklahoma, 3-2. Vanderbilt, 3-2. So really, in the conference, this late in the season, and how many teams are kind of logjam in the traffic that is the SEC, if you have 2 losses, at this rate, I don't think you're making a conference championship game. So in the quest to make the conference championship game, you're looking at A&M, Alabama, Georgia, Ole Miss, Texas, and then that's it. Those are the schools fighting for the conference championship. But with that being said, in the overall record, A&M 8-0, Alabama 7-1, Georgia 7-1, Ole Miss 8-1, Texas. This is where it gets interesting. Because as I said, okay, 1 loss or fewer for the conference. In the win-loss overall, though, on the season, once you get to 2 losses, and you have a lot of 2-loss teams now, it's basically feels like an elimination game each and every week. So when you get through the overall records of A&M at 8-0, Alabama at 7-1, Georgia at 7-1, Ole Miss 8-1, now this is where it gets interesting. Texas 7-2, Oklahoma 7-2, Vanderbilt 7-2, and then the only other 2-loss team is Missouri, who's 6-2. And you basically saw like how important these 2-loss games are. Where last night, I know this is in the Big Ten, USC played Nebraska, Raiola gets hurt, USC wins the game. USC remains at 2 losses, Nebraska picks up their 3rd loss of the season. Those are the elimination games we have right now. You even take a glance at Oklahoma and Tennessee, it was the same thing. Oklahoma 2 losses entering, Tennessee 2 losses entering, Tennessee loses to Oklahoma, boom, Tennessee picks up their 3rd loss on the season, they feel like they're out of it. So that's where we're at right now. And this is such a log jam, and this is such a traffic jam of 2 different races. One's to get to Georgia for the conference championship. And then if you can't get there, it's can you find an alternative route to be one of the 12 teams remaining. And as we sit here right now, and I'm cognizant of how this works, like you look at the 12 teams and who could get in. You know that there's going to be 1 G5 team, so that takes up the spot. You know that there's going to be 4 Power 4 conference winners that get in. So even though they won't all get buys, so that takes up 5 spots. And then you have your remaining spots. And when you look at those remaining spots, I'm still going to reserve 1 for Notre Dame. Because I said this after Notre Dame lost to A&M, that even though they were having already 2 losses, Miami and A&M, since they didn't lose to NIU like they did a year ago, they could have afforded to drop those 2 games. And then as long as they win out, they're in. And right now, you have Notre Dame in position to win out. And if they do, they'll be in. So if you look at it, there are 6 spots that I'm going to reserve right now. And Notre Dame could throw really a wrench in all this if they lose one of their final 3 games, I think it is, that they have remaining. But right now, it looks like a G5 champion, your 4 Power 4 conference champs, and then Notre Dame. So that's 6 spots right there, and then there's 6 remaining. Now, if you look at the allotment for the Big Ten and the SEC, because I don't think an ACC team could win it all this year. I don't think a Big 12 team could win it all this year. And who knows how it plays out in the conference championship game like last year. Who would have thought that SMU could lose the conference championship game and then still get in, but they were able to do so. Like, it was not expected last year that Clemson and SMU would both get in. So I'm going to think that really just the ACC and the Big 12 this year are probably only to get 1 spot. And then you look at it with 6 spots remaining the way that I've laid this out, if my formula is right with those teams, that probably this year there's only going to be 3 Big Ten teams in the playoff. Like, the way that I look at it right now, the only Big Ten teams probably deserving to go are Indiana, Ohio State, and Oregon. And only 1 was reserved, right, for the conference championship. So let's say those 2 teams get in. That then puts us up to 8 if you have 3 Big Ten teams. Then you got 4 spots remaining. So there's a chance. There is a chance that we see 5 SEC teams get in the college football playoff this year. And I know some people are going to say, oh, enough of the SEC bias. I'm not biased with the SEC. I'm pretty straight down the middle here. But you look at it this year, the SEC, the depth of this conference, and I know this is going to change after today when the top 25 comes out, but right now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams in the top 25. And as we enter right now, the final 3 to 4 weeks of the regular season, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams with 2 losses or fewer on the overall record. So this race for the SEC and the way that this is going for the SEC right now is incredible if you're Sankey, their commissioner, because the last 2 years, what has the conversation been? They've been fair conversations. That in the NIL era, the SEC, right, isn't as dominant, isn't as feared as they once were, because the last 2 years, who've been your last 2 national champions? Ohio State, Michigan, Big Ten, Big Ten. So with how the season has gone so far for the SEC, through all the ups and downs and the turns that do happen in a college football season, if you're an SEC fan, you got to feel great going into this last month or so of the season. Let's get to some highlights yesterday. We did see Texas and Vanderbilt. This was one of those spreads we're going in. Arch Manning was a game-time decision. Texas was a favorite in this one, and I was like, Texas is a favorite. It feels like Vanderbilt's been a better team this season, and it looked like Texas was going to smoke Vanderbilt during this game. Then Vanderbilt got back in it at the end, but Texas went right out to off to the races to start this game. This was a Ryan Wingo 75-yard touchdown on a little screen pass on the first play of the game. This was the Longhorns Radio Network.
First down and 10 from the 25-yard line. Quick swing pass caught by Wingo. Turns it upfield 30, 35. Wingo 40. He goes to midfield. Forget it, folks. Forget about it. Say goodnight to it. 75 yards on the first play from scrimmage. Ryan Wingo does it again.
And then let's hear from Steve Sarkisian. Sark credits the offense big time for that 34-31 victory up against Vandy.
And I thought the offense played really efficient football today. And that was going to be key against their style of offense, where they can minimize possessions. And so, just average yards per play on first down, I thought was really effective for us. 7-11 on third down, no turnovers, no sacks, and really scored on our first 6 drives of the game.
And Arch Manning in the game, 25-33 for 323 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Arch Manning on getting better as the season goes on, and even jokes that maybe the concussion did help him.
I think just playing games, experience, having some bad games, and I think offense is starting to click a little bit. We got to continue to press and finish games, but I'm proud of the way we played today. Maybe the concussion helped.
So I don't know about that one. Obviously, a little tongue-in-cheek there by Arch Manning. But you look at where Texas is right now, where they lose to Ohio State to open up the season. They lost to Florida a few weeks back. In all likelihood, they're probably not going to the college football playoff, even though they only have 2 losses. But if they find a way to only have 3 losses, maybe with this new criteria, that Texas does get into the college football playoff if they're sitting there with 3 losses at the end of the season. But it gets tough. They enter a bye week, then they go Georgia, forget about Arkansas, but then they do play A&M. So you have 2 top 5 matchups and 2 of the better teams in the country still on your schedule. But this is the thing for Texas. With how poor it was early on in the season, you just needed to give hope at the end of the year. Even though this is supposed to be a year where you were considered to go in the SEC or win a national championship, we know Arch is going to probably be back next year. So now it's about making sure that they could get this right so that next year can actually be their year, even though this year was expected to be their season. Let's get to Georgia and Florida. This was a really close game. I thought that Florida was going to be alive. I didn't like at the end of the game when Florida was down by 4. I thought when Lagway threw that ball that it was caught. I know that they ruled it incomplete on the field, and they did not overturn it. That would have put them like right at the 20, 25-yard line. It's amazing the calls that Georgia gets. And I have no hatred towards the Georgia program, but each and every week, it feels like this year there's been a call that goes in favor of Georgia. And you see Georgia, this has not been real clean. They had to come on back big, down up against Tennessee. They lose to Bama. It wasn't pretty up against Auburn. They had to come on back in the fourth quarter up against Ole Miss. And yesterday, it looked like for most of the game, Florida was the better team. But here was a Chauncey Brown 36-yard touchdown run, and this gave Georgia the lead. And this was the final score as Georgia beat Florida 24-20.
They reset the game clock. Plenty of time on the game clock now. It's just now getting to 30 seconds. Gunner in the shotgun, asking for the ball. Snap it back, hand it to Bowens. Bowens, 35, 30, down the hash, 20, 10, 5, touchdown, touchdown, Chauncey Bowens. He ripped him a new one.
So there you go. That's the final there between Florida and Georgia. Georgia gets the victory 24-20. Let's stay in the SEC. Oklahoma and Tennessee. This was supposed to be a good one, and it delivered. Oklahoma did win the football game 33-27. Oklahoma now 7-2. Tennessee does fall to 6-3. There was an incredible play by R. Mason Thomas. He had a 71-yard fumble recovery that did go for a touchdown. He got hurt on that play and still found a way to run the ball in the end zone. I believe it was a hamstring injury. So that tied up the game at 7 apiece. That got Oklahoma on the board. But let's fast forward in this one. And when we do fast forward, we go into the third quarter late. This is the Oklahoma Sooners Radio Network. Here is Xavier Robinson in a 4-yard touchdown scamper. This gave Oklahoma a 23-17 lead.
Helms goes in motion left to right, double tights that way. 2 wides to the right. Mateer's got it. Handoff, Robinson cuts left, pushes at the 2. He's to the 1. He's into the end zone. Touchdown. Xavier Robinson onto the checkerboard. And the Sooners are back in front in Rocky Top.
Xavier Robinson, 16 carries, 115 yards, and that touchdown run. John Mateer, the quarterback for Oklahoma, was 19-29 for 159 yards passing. No passing touchdowns, did have an interception. John Mateer also 16 carries on the ground for 80 yards and a touchdown. Let's hear from Brent Venables. Obviously, he's happy to get the victory, but makes it clear they need to clean up their mistakes.
It's easy for everybody when you don't win. You know, those mistakes are magnified, you know. And every play, you know, has, you know, tremendous magnitude. I know I talked about that on Tuesday. Every play. And, you know, where sometimes you learn the hard way. And tonight, fortunately, we were able to overcome, you know, just like Tennessee. You know, they made plenty of mistakes too. And they still had a fighting chance there in the fourth quarter.
And Josh Heupel, he takes a look at it. Those turnovers definitely cost them. The 2 interceptions by his quarterback, Joey Aguilar, who was 29-45 for 393 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Also that fumble that did go to the house. Here is Josh Heupel that said at the end of the day, the turnovers cost his team.
First half, I thought defensively played extremely well. Offensively, move the football, don't get points in the red zone, turn the ball over, give them, 16 points in the first half. And
just can't win that way. They're a good football team, and then at the end, just didn't have enough to get over the hump.
And then also you had Ole Miss beat South Carolina. It's been a disappointing year for the Gamecocks. They're 3-6. Ole Miss, they advanced to 8-1. Trinidad Chambliss was backup quarterback entering the year. When he transferred this offseason, he was considering Temple for his last year of eligibility and was going to go there, and then ended up saying, I'll go be the backup at Ole Miss, see if I can find my way onto the field. He's having a remarkable season. Ole Miss is 8-1. Trinidad Chambliss did add in 2 touchdowns yesterday, 1 through the air and 1 on the ground. And you kind of look at what we were talking about with maybe up to 5 SEC teams making the postseason this year in the college football playoff. Ole Miss is primed to do so because the Rebels' schedule the rest of the way is Citadel, Florida, and Mississippi State. It's going to be tough to imagine them dropping any of those games. And even if they somehow do, you would think that a 2-loss Ole Miss team will get in. So you're looking at this right now. There could be up to 5 SEC teams that make the college football playoff. A&M's going to get in. I'd be shocked if Alabama doesn't get in. Georgia feels like they're definitely going to get in at this rate, even though Georgia's remaining schedule is Mississippi State, Texas, Charlotte, and Georgia Tech. And Georgia has 1 loss on the season. I think Ole Miss is going to be getting in. And then it's who's going to be that 5th team, if a 5th team is going to make the college football playoff out of the SEC this season. But it's fascinating. You look 1 loss or fewer at this time of the year in the conference record. A&M 5-0 in conference. Alabama, these are all conference records, 5-0. Georgia 5-1. Ole Miss 5-1. Texas 4-1. And then the total loss record, you look 2 losses or fewer. Well, A&M is 8-0. Alabama 7-1. Georgia 7-1. Ole Miss 8-1. Texas 7-2. Oklahoma 7-2, Vanderbilt 7-2, and then there's still Missouri sitting there at 6-2 as well. This is Sunday Morning Football. We'll take a break. When we come on back, an interesting note in the ACC. Plus, there's been a lot of firings this year in college football. We saw James Franklin get sent packing from Penn State. We saw Billy Napier get fired from Florida this past week. Obviously, Brian Kelly's been in the news as he's out at LSU. A ton of other jobs that are open around the country. There's some more SEC jobs that could be opening up, too. We already saw Florida get rid of their head football coach, LSU get rid of their head football coach, but time is ticking on Hugh Freeze after he lost to Kentucky yesterday by a score of 10-3. What's the status of Hugh Freeze? We'll get into that when Zach Gelb right here with you on Sunday Morning Football continues after these short messages.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app. If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino.
Download it. Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself. They pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
There's a time and a place for everything. Texting, eating, and watching videos while you're driving isn't it. In 1 year alone, more than 3,275 people died, and more than 324,000 were injured in crashes involving distracted drivers. So miss the text, not the kid on the bike. Miss the meal, not the person in the crosswalk. Miss the video, not the truck taking a left in front of you. Driving distracted? Not now. Share it with everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Manubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
You want Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's gets it. We check the calendar, and Christmas is coming early. $99 is all you need to grab your favorite select 7-foot pre-lit artificial Christmas tree for the holiday season. And don't sweat what gifts to get Dad, because we've got up to 40% off select tools and accessories. That's how Lowe's celebrates Black Friday early. Selection varies by location, while supplies last.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of my new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
I've never felt like this before. It's like you just get me. I feel like my true self with you. Does that sound crazy? And it doesn't hurt that you're gorgeous. Okay, that's it. I'm taking you home with me. I mean, you can't find shoes this good just anywhere. Find a shoe for every you, from brands you love, like Birkenstock, Nike, Adidas, and more at your DSW store or DSW.com.
When it comes to lighting, Gray Bar goes beyond parts and products. We help contractors turn plans into smart designs, manage kitting and deliverables, and navigate local codes so you can stay on time and on budget. Smart, scalable, job site ready. That's not just lighting. That's like kicking your project into Gray Bar mode. Yep, Gray Bar does that.
Get a lot for your money with the Rhode Island Lottery $2 Classic Bingo Instant Game. With 6 bingo boards to scratch, you've got multiple games to play and chances to win big. Bingo! There are 2 top prizes of $25,000 plus over $1.8 million in prizes still up for grabs. It's a hot pick. So get your ticket today at your favorite Rhode Island Lottery retailer. And remember to have fun and play responsibly. You could be the next big bingo winner.
Bingo!
Hey, this is Zach Gelb. I'm hanging with you weekday afternoon starting at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific, right here on the Infinity Sports Network.
From the biggest plays the day before in college football to getting you ready for all the mayhem that comes your way every NFL Sunday, you're listening to Sunday Morning Football with Zach Gelb.
I know my guy Channing Crowder is listening to us. He just texted me on WQAM, one of our great affiliates in Miami. So this is going to be a little bit ironic because we're about to bash the Miami football team. You would think, oh, Channing does a radio show in Miami. He'll be all fired up and annoyed with what's going on with Miami. He wouldn't want to see them lose. Well, he is someone that did play his college ball at Florida. So there hasn't been too many wins for Channing Crowder's Florida Gators this year, and they've already fired their head football coach. I thought they got screwed by the officiating and the replay up against Georgia, but that's just sometimes how the way the cookie does crumble. But let's get into the ACC right now. It's funny how quickly it could change for a program like Miami. Like, we always sit here and we joke, oh, is the U back? And then this year, with how they started off the year, beat a Notre Dame. I know it's South Florida, but South Florida has been a solid program. South Florida's already beat Florida this season. They stomped them 49-12. All right, you play your rival in the Gators. You beat them 26-7. You beat Florida State, another one of your rivals, 28-22. They're sitting there 5-0, the Canes. And you're thinking to yourself, all right, they could probably win the ACC. They could probably go to the college football playoff. Carson Beck, I guess he got his swagger back. Ooh. Well, I guess not. And Mario Cristobal, this loaded team, and yeah, I get it. I like Mario Cristobal, but he usually drops one game that he shouldn't. And then they lose to that game up against Louisville on a Friday night. And Jeff Brom, who's a very good coach, is now up for like all these jobs. I keep on seeing him in Florida. I keep on seeing him Penn State get mentioned. But even when they lose that game, you're sitting there at 5-1, and you look at your remaining schedule, Stanford, SMU, Syracuse, NC State, Virginia Tech, and Pittsburgh. It's not murderer's row. And I know that SMU made the college football playoff last year. Rhett Lashley is now staying with the Ponies, the Mustangs. And I thought maybe Rhett Lashley was going to be, since he's an Arkansas guy, that he was going to be the next head football coach at Pig Suey. But that's not the case. And yesterday, Miami loses a game up against SMU where it's not an embarrassing loss that they lost to SMU, but it's how they lost that football game. And you see that a few weeks ago, right, when Carson Beck has 5 interceptions and he's sitting there and he throws his wide receiver under the bus, even though the wide receiver was wrong, or 4 interceptions would be for Carson Beck up against Louisville, and the wide receiver ran the wrong route. But when you're a quarterback, I don't want to hear those. I don't want to hear that. You got to take leadership, even if it wasn't on you. But with that being said, the interception in overtime by Carson Beck up against SMU was offensive. Let's listen up to how that did sound on the Mustangs Radio Network. This was Carson Beck's INT in the extra session.
3rd and 6 at the 7 for Miami. It is roaring at forward.
And they're going man defense, one high safety here.
Beck from the shotgun looks to throw. Pumps, brings it down, throws across the middle. Intercepted! Come on, Moses! His second of the game!
And then TJ Harden had the game winner. This got the Mustangs their victory to keep them alive for their quest to go win the ACC. Once again, Mustangs Radio Network.
1st down and goal at the 1. Jennings in the shotgun, Harden to his right. Stone Eby blocking back to the left. Handoff, TJ Harden! Touchdown! Who's the U today? It's SMU for the win, 26-20.
Oh, that's a great call. Who's the U today? It's SMU, as the Mustangs do defeat the Miami Hurricanes. Let's hear from Rhett Lashley. Just got the extension, staying with SMU. Rhett Lashley and how much his players care.
Year 2 in the ACC, we got a lot of work to do to build what we want to build. But just those kids, man, I couldn't be more proud of them. Tons of them playing hurt, half of them not able to play. You know, Cam Robertson absolutely loves this team and wants to play and couldn't play today. But, man, was he coaching on the sidelines.
And then let's get to Carson Beck on his crucial interception in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, he made a good play. They had a good coverage on for our play. Everyone's inside leverage man. Corners are outside, trying to press everything out. We have all in-breaking routes, which, again, they got us, and he made a great play on the ball, so props to him.
And then here's the thing with Miami. It's like the world was your oyster just 3 games ago, right? You had everything right there. And now you're 2-2 in the conference after 2 losses, 1 to Louisville and then 1 to SMU in overtime. And now you're 6-2 on the season. And in a year where we've sat here and all we've done is talk about Miami in the ACC, just look at the conference schedule right now and the conference standings. Virginia's 5-0. Georgia Tech, even though they lost yesterday to NC State, they're 5-1. Pitt, who was dead in the water earlier in the season, they make the quarterback change, and I thought Pitt was a very underrated team entering this season. Pitt's now 5-1, and Pitt's schedule is tough the rest of the way. They play Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, and then Miami. Those are 3 brutal games for the Pitt Panthers. Then you got Louisville 4-1 in the conference, SMU now 4-1 in the conference, and Duke, who beat Clemson yesterday. Oh, Dabo Sweetie. I'll be tired. I hate to see this for Dabo Sweetie. Oh, it just pains me, Dabo. Really does. But what the heck has happened to Clemson? There's so much craziness this year in college football, right? Arch Manning, even though now they're back alive, he hasn't been as good as advertised. Penn State was supposed to be a national championship winning team. They got rid of their coach, James Franklin, after they had that stretch where they lost to Oregon. Then they lost to, you had Northwestern and sandwich in between that. What was the other loss? UCLA. Now, how could you forget with Neuheisel? Basically crowd surfing in the locker room like he was Ted Lasso afterwards. But, geez, you look at all these mysteries this year in college football, all these things that we were supposed to be told that were going to be phenomenal. And you're sitting there, Miami, early on in the college football season, they were going to college football playoff. Heck, 3 years ago, David Pollack said to me on my show Monday through Friday, the Zach Gelb Show right on the Infinity Sports Network, he thought Miami was the best team in the country. And now Miami, they're going to need a lot of hell to really break loose for them to get in the college football playoff. And the last 2 years, devastating if you're a Miami fan. You had Cam Ward, Heisman Trophy finalist. You blow that game to Syracuse, and then you were right there, undefeated to start the season at 5-0, and you've lost your 2 out of your last 3 games. But, man, Clemson, let's not let them off the hook. I know in all these crazy storylines, and I get it, Dabo Swinney has won 2 national championships. I don't think Dabo Swinney should be fired. But if you're Dabo, you got to adapt. This is join or die time in college football. And you see a trend, the curmudgeon established coach that doesn't adapt, they don't do well. Brian Kelly didn't adapt, out of a job at LSU. Right? Like, that's just the way it goes. Nick Saban doesn't want to coach college football anymore. Why? Because of NIL and the transfer portal. He's now on ESPN, and that's the greatest college football coach of all time. So you're in a structure now, and you're Dabo, where you make fun of NIL, right? What did he say? Our program is based off of God's name, image, and likeness. That's what he said once. And then he doesn't really utilize the transfer portal, and it blows up in his face. And they have never been able, Dabo at Clemson, to get that quarterback position established since Trevor Lawrence has walked out. And even at times you thought Trevor was a little disappointed. I thought he could have been better. But, they had success with him, obviously. But whether it was DJ Uiagalelei, the up and downs of Cade Klubnik, it has not been pretty for Dabo Swinney as of late. But yeah, you're sitting there in the ACC, and we'll get to more on back to Miami and some other things that happened in the ACC yesterday in just a second. You're looking at this right now to see who's going to prevail here, with Virginia now 5-0 in the conference, Georgia Tech 5-1, Pitt 5-1, Louisville 4-1, SMU 4-1, Duke 4-1. It's going to be fascinating to see who's in that ACC championship game. And there's only one ACC team that makes the college football playoff, where last year you had 2. And on the season total, Virginia's 8-1, Georgia Tech's 8-1. Haynes King and Georgia Tech. Haynes King's a heck of a football player, but Georgia Tech, they've been begging the last few weeks to lose, and they finally did lose yesterday. Pitt 7-2, Louisville 7-1. One of those, SMU, maybe they find a way to get in if they win out and win the conference. Duke, you can't count them out, because I know the total records, people would be like, oh, Zach, you just had 3 losses, you don't get in. But if you win your conference, that's a different story. So you're looking still at Virginia, Georgia Tech, Pitt, Louisville, SMU, Duke. I guess you could even say Miami, but it's probably unlikely. One of those teams will be good. Just one will be going to the college football playoff. Here's the interesting note, though, on Virginia. And Tony Elliott, former Clemson guy, right? He's had an unbelievable season. They're sitting there right now at 8-1. They got 3 games left: Wake Forest, Duke, and Virginia Tech. So only one real challenging game up against Duke. Their one loss on the season is going to say is NC State. Now you're going to say to me, hey, Zach, you just said they're undefeated in conference play, you dummy. NC State plays in the ACC. It's one of those weird things where, since now the conference games, you still have the same total, but there's more teams in all these conferences, so you don't play as many teams as regularly as you do. NC State and Virginia, they have a 2-year agreement where it's considered a non-conference game, even though they're both ACC teams. So NC State beat Virginia back in like week 2 or week 3, but since it's not identified as a conference game because they scheduled it in 2025 and 2026, it actually allows Virginia to be undefeated now this late in the season, even though they lost to NC State. That's college football, though, in a nutshell. Getting back to Carson Beck, though, of Miami. Here's Carson Beck on trying to bounce back after some tough performances.
Just stay together. We can't separate. We have to, do what we've said that we are the entire year, right? And that's having connection. That's playing as a team. That's staying in unity regardless of what happens. So that's all we can do. We learn from the mistakes of what happened in this game, and then just continue forward and finish each week, as hard as we can.
And then finally, let's get to Manny Diaz and Duke. Duke gets a 46-45 victory over Clemson. This was the Nate Shepard 3-yard touchdown run. This made it 45-44. That did put Duke within 1. We will then play the 2-point conversion after it, but let's hear the Nate Shepard touchdown run first and how it sounded on the Blue Devils radio network.
Minutes on this could be perhaps for Darian Mintz's first rushing score of the season. We'll see from the shotgun. Here's the snap. They will run it. It's Shepard! Touchdown! He runs to the right, and they're an extra point away from tying it, or will they go for two?
And they did go for two once again. Here's the Blue Devils Radio Network.
Man, they looked disorganized right now. It's down to 5, down to 4. They look like they're ready, though. Here's Mintz to the snap. Rolls to the right. Fires. Higgins. He'll take it in. And Duke has the lead. 46-45 with 40 seconds to go. Samir Higgins having an afternoon in Death Valley.
And you hear those boo birds. That was what's really, really, really noticeable. Obviously, this is a terrible season for Clemson. The last few years, Dabo Swinney is just no longer someone that you think can win a national championship. But those boo birds, you could really, really, really hear them late. Duke walking into Death Valley and just looking at that Clemson team, and they weren't intimidated. And finally, we did talk about how Georgia Tech finally did go down to NC State. This on Wolfpack Radio Network. Here was a Duke Scott 31-yard touchdown run. This put NC State up big, 48-30.
Snap at the Georgia Tech 31. Bailey, handoff. Scott sees Park, sprints 20. Duke Scott 10, touchdown. Deal sealer, Duke Scott. 31 yards down the near sideline. NC State's going to upset 8th-ranked Georgia Tech, and Carter Finley loses its mind.
And Georgia Tech's remaining schedule, 2 more ACC games, Boston College and Pitt, and they wrap up the season with Georgia. You remember the 7 overtime thriller last year where Georgia Tech just lost to Georgia. We'll take a break. We'll come on back when we do return here on Sunday Morning Football on the Infinity Sports Network. The future of Hugh Freeze. We will get into that. Update time first. Here's AP Tony Pierno.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
All right, Zach, Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Last night in Toronto, the Dodgers were trying to accomplish something that hadn't been done in a quarter century, and that's win consecutive World Series titles.
Yamamoto's 0-2. Coming to Kerr. Broken back, ground ball. Betts has it, steps on the bag. The throw to first. Double play! From backs against the wall to back, the Dodgers cement their dynasty.
Dodgers hang on to beat the Blue Jays in 11 innings, 5-4 to capture the Fall Classic. Audio courtesy of Dodgers Radio. LA is the first team to win back-to-back titles since the Yankees won 3 straight championships in 1998, 1999, and 2000. Will Smith hit the go-ahead home run in the top of the 11th, and Yamamoto pitched the final 2 2/3 scoreless innings to secure MVP. Dave Roberts couldn't be more proud of the right-hander.
He just does it. No moment's too big, and, I just can't say no. I mean, this is stuff that Sandy Koufax did. I mean, this is crazy stuff, so I'm just grateful to be a part of this great organization.
College football now in Dallas. SMU did damage to Miami's playoff aspirations.
Handoff, TJ Horton! Touchdown! Who's the U today? It's SMU! For the win, 26-20.
Mustangs radio on the call. SMU upsets Miami in OT 26-20. Elsewhere, top-ranked Ohio State. They handled Penn State 38-14. Indiana blew out Maryland 55-10. Georgia survives against Florida 24-20. Ole Miss defeated South Carolina 30-14, while NC State handed Georgia Tech its first loss of the season 48-36. Texas held off Vanderbilt 34-31. Texas Tech erased Kansas State 43-20, and Oklahoma down Tennessee 33-27. NBA, the Kings outscored the Bucks 135-133. Zach LaVine led the way for Sacramento with 31 points. On the ice, the Sharks topped the Avalanche in overtime 3-2. I'm Tony Pierno.
The Infinity Sports Network is on your smart speaker. All you have to say is play Infinity Sports Network. That's it. Play Infinity Sports Network.
Hey, I'm JR, and the JR Sport Brief is on the Infinity Sports Network. Weekday evenings, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself, they pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
You want Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's gets it. We check the calendar, and Christmas is coming early. $99 is all you need to grab your favorite select 7-foot pre-lit artificial Christmas tree for the holiday season. And don't sweat what gifts to get Dad, because we've got up to 40% off select tools and accessories. That's how Lowe's celebrates Black Friday early. Selection varies by location, while supplies last.
Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola. Tailgating and watching the birds. It doesn't get any better. So stop by your local fine wine and good spirits and grab yourself a 4-pack of Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. You can also sample some new flavors in a variety 6-pack as well. All available at your local fine wine and good spirits. And all ready to drink in a can. Jack and Coke. Born for the tailgate. Please drink responsibly. Whiskey Specialty. Somerset ABV. Jack Daniels Distillery. Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Bingo! Get a lot for your money with the Rhode Island Lottery $2 Classic Bingo Instant Game. With 6 bingo boards to scratch, you've got multiple games to play and chances to win big. Bingo! There are 2 top prizes of $25,000 plus over $1.8 million in prizes still up for grabs. It's a hot pick. So get your ticket today at your favorite Rhode Island Lottery retailer. And remember to have fun and play responsibly. You could be the next big bingo winner.
Bingo!
At Maurice's, we're all about great jeans. You know, the ones that fit you just right. The ones that go from work days to weekends and everywhere in between. The ones that simply make you feel good. Because you don't just wear jeans, you live in them. With 25 sizes, 5 lengths, and 6 denim brands, you've got options. And fit experts in every store to make jean shopping easier. Find great jeans starting at $29.90 in stores and at Maurice's.com.
Did you know there's a spot in Metro Detroit where pro athletes, musicians, and local legends all come to satisfy their cravings? It's Captain Jay's Fish and Chicken, where the flavor's unforgettable.
For decades, we've been serving up world-famous lemon pepper chicken, hot, crispy, and packed with that bold Detroit flavor. One bite and you'll know why everybody's talking about it.
Craving that crispy crunch and juicy perfection?
With 32 locations across Michigan, hot, fresh chicken is never far away. Skip the line and order online at CaptainJays.net.
Hey, it's Captain Jay's.
This is Bill Ryder, and I'm Ryder than you. At least for 2 hours, starting weekday mornings, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, on the Infinity Sports Network.
From the biggest plays the day before in college football to getting you ready for all the mayhem that comes your way every NFL Sunday. You're listening to Sunday Morning Football with Zach Gelb.
I'll get you my thoughts on Hugh Freeze in just a second, but let me just play you some more audio before we do wrap up the college football portion of this show in about 10 minutes from now, and we go all things NFL. This is Sunday Morning Football. West Virginia with the upset victory up against top 25 Houston yesterday at Houston. Houston, the Cougars did enter the game, the 22nd team in the country, and the Mountaineers did defeat Houston by a score of 45-35. West Virginia, Rich Rod now back with the Mountaineers, are 3-6 on the season. And this was Jordan Scruggs, who had an 82-yard pick six. This is the Mountaineers Radio Network.
Out of that shotgun formation, Thomas goes through the formation, and the snap back to Wigman. He throws over to the right side. Ball intercepted on the run for West Virginia. Moving, scoring. West Virginia will take it all the way to the house, and that is Jordan Scruggs, an 82-yard pick six.
And then we get to Utah and Cincinnati. Cincinnati entered the game as the 17th team in the country. Utah was 24th. You would have thought that this would have been a really close, high-scoring game. Utah, though, just absolutely dominated Cincinnati, 45-14. Brendan Sorsby, the Cincinnati quarterback, who's been a great story this year, was 11 of 33 for 221 yards, a touchdown and an interception. Also had 4 carries on the ground for 28 yards and a touchdown. But Utah just dominated Cincinnati by a final score of 45-14, 267 total rushing yards on the ground for the Utes with 3 rushing touchdowns. But it was a punt return that really did blow this one open at 38-14. This was on ESPN.
Carvalho, the deep man, just had a 23-yard punt return earlier. And here he goes again. Carvalho, past midfield, kicker to beat. He beat him. Inside the 10, dives for the end zone, touchdown.
And then one final audio clip. Just let's get to Ohio State and Penn State. Clearly, this was to be a huge matchup entering the season, but Penn State entering this one already had 3 losses on the season. James Franklin fired. We thought these were going to be 2 powerhouses. Ohio State, they're holding up that end of the bargain. Penn State, clearly not. For the Heisman Trophy, I do believe that it's either going to be Ty Simpson or Fernando Mendoza. That would be my guess. If you do have A&M win the SEC, clearly there's going to be a ton of votes to Marcel Reed. But Jeremiah Smith should be right in that Heisman conversation as well. That was my preseason pick, the Ohio State wide receiver on the season, 55 receptions, 725 yards, and 9 touchdowns. And he did add in 2 touchdowns yesterday, 6 receptions, 123 yards, and 2 receiving touchdowns. But this catch was unbelievable. This is an 11-yard reception. This was on the Buckeyes Radio Network.
Sand with a snap, fakes a handoff, lofts that one in the end zone. It's deflected, but down with it is Smith to catch it and step into the end zone. Jeremiah Smith catches a deflected pass and takes it in the end zone for a touchdown on an 11-yard pass play. One of the Nittany Lions tipped that ball into the air, but there was Jeremiah Smith to grab it like an apple off the tree and step into the end zone.
So there you go. Ohio State just dominates Penn State yesterday. And then finally, how about Kentucky? Good for Mark Stoops and company. I know it's not been a really successful season for them. They're sitting there at 3-5, and people are saying maybe Kentucky should move off of Mark Stoops, who's done an incredible job at Kentucky. It is probably time for them to get some younger blood in there. Could you get a John Sumrall who played for your program all those years ago? We'll have to wait and see, even though Sumrall lost earlier in the week, just got absolutely dominated with his Tulane program. But you look at Auburn, they're 4-5. You only score 3 points. And it'd be one thing if your team wasn't winning and the offense was at least looking good. You look at their losses this year, they only scored 17 up against Oklahoma, 10 against A&M, 10 against Georgia. In overtime, only score 17 up against Missouri in double overtime. And then 3 points yesterday up against Kentucky. It doesn't matter who the quarterback is. The head coach is just simply not good enough. They play Vanderbilt next week. All right, you'll beat Mercer, and then you play Alabama. So you're probably going to be sitting there with five wins at the end of the season. I don't see how they beat Vanderbilt. I don't see how they beat Alabama. I don't understand why you would continue with Hugh Freeze. And we've seen this year in college football, coaches just get fired left and right. And it's not as if the buyout's crazy, consider what some of these other buyouts are. Ever since Auburn got rid of Gus Malzahn, this football program has just not been able to recover. And so far in the tenure for Hugh Freeze, 6-7, 5-7, and they're 4-5. And you expect them to get better. right? You would think in a coach's third year, and they're just nowhere close. And I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. Before the start of the season, I did a Sports Minute where we're having fun with Hugh Freeze and how much he golfs. And I'm sitting there and I'm saying, this team, I don't see how they get to 6 wins this year. And they need to probably be getting to 8 for Hugh Freeze to keep his job. But if you bring him back, you're just wasting everybody's time. Brian Harsin didn't work. Hugh Freeze didn't work. They got to go get a younger coach that knows how to navigate the transfer portal and NIL and that could, inject some life back into this program. Because this program right now of Auburn is just lifeless. They are lifeless right now. And you had consistency, or at least you had a stabilized program under Gus Malzahn, and then you blew it all up because Gus Malzahn didn't have a good COVID year? Like, that's what you blew it up? And Harsin coming over from Boise State just wasn't a fit. And then Hugh Freeze has been an unmitigated disaster. But if LSU could fire Brian Kelly and pay him all that money, if James Franklin could fire Penn State and pay him all that money, why is, as we sit here today, maybe it's going to change by the end of the day. Because last week, right, we sat here and Brian Kelly still had a job, and then later that evening he didn't. Why is Hugh Freeze still the head football coach? I have no reason why Hugh Freeze should get another year with War Eagle. Zach Gelb here with you, Sunday Morning Football. That's the college football portion of the program. 1 more hour left to play. We will get into all things NFL. Next, we started off with Chiefs visiting the Bills.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself, they pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
When life happens and you need care fast, you can Teladoc that. Need help navigating big changes? You can Teladoc that too. From checkups to check-ins and everything in between. For your physical health or for your mental health, you can Teladoc all that. We've got doctors, therapists, specialists, and coaches all available by web or app. Get started today at teladochealth.com. That's TELADOC health.com.
If your vibe is the earlier the better, Lowe's early Black Friday deals are a no-brainer. Get up to 35% off select major appliances, and rewards members get free delivery, haul-away, basic installation, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select LG major appliances. Valid through 11/4. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. LG member offer excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, and Florida. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola, tailgating and watching the birds. It doesn't get any better. So stop by your local fine wine and good spirits and grab yourself a 4-pack of Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. You can also sample some new flavors in a variety 6-pack as well. All available at your local fine wine and good spirits. And all ready to drink in a can. Jack and Coke, born for the tailgate. Please drink responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, Somerset ABV, Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
Get a lot for your money with the Rhode Island Lottery $2 Classic Bingo Instant Game. With 6 bingo boards to scratch, you've got multiple games to play and chances to win big. Bingo! There are 2 top prizes of $25,000 plus over $1.8 million in prizes still up for grabs. It's a hot pick. So get your ticket today at your favorite Rhode Island Lottery retailer. And remember to have fun and play responsibly. You could be the next big bingo winner.
Bingo!
Did you know there's a spot in Metro Detroit where pro athletes, musicians, and local legends all come to satisfy their cravings? It's Captain Jay's Fish and Chicken, where the flavor's unforgettable.
For decades, we've been serving up world-famous lemon pepper chicken, hot, crispy, and packed with that bold Detroit flavor. One bite and you'll know why everybody's talking about it.
Craving that crispy crunch and juicy perfection?
With 32 locations across Michigan, hot, fresh chicken is never far away. Skip the line and order online at CaptainJays.net.
Hey, it's Captain Jay's.
From communication and motor skills to overall development, at Kidology Inc., we empower kids to thrive. I'm Luba, and I'm the proud owner and lead speech-language pathologist at Kidology Inc. Locally owned and operated, our expert team offers comprehensive speech, occupational, physical therapy, and behavior support tailored to your child's unique needs. Join us in helping your child reach their developmental milestones with the proper support. Discover the difference at Kidology Inc., where every child can shine. Visit kidologyinc.com.
Your favorite sports lineup is here on the Infinity Sports Network on Sirius XM 375. From Maggie and Perloff to Rich Eisen, Infinity Sports Network, 1019 FM HD2, New York.
An Odyssey station.
From the biggest plays the day before in college football.
Genty, his first touch. And typical Ashton Genty. Look at him go! You can't bring him down!
To getting you ready for all the mayhem that comes your way every NFL Sunday.
It's intercepted at the 40. And picked off by DeGene, who comes to the near side, the 30. Got a block at the 20, breaks the tackle, the 10, the 5, to the pylon. Touchdown!
This is Sunday Morning Football. And here is your host, Zach Gelb.
All right, hour number 2 of our radio program. Zach Gelb here with you on the Infinity Sports Network. This is Sunday Morning Football. If you are a new customer, we welcome you. If you're a returning customer, thanks so much. You know the dealio by now. The first hour of the extravaganza is all things college football. And then once we do get to this 11 a.m. Eastern time hour, we are all things NFL. Whole lot more to do before we say goodbye right at 12 p.m. Eastern time. And we really do start things off and we take a glance in this 11 a.m. Eastern time window where we go all things NFL. Is we got to take a look at this game that we're going to have coming up later today between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills. We'll get back to that in just a second. But when you look around the schedule at the NFL, as that is the marquee headliner today with the Chiefs and the Bills at 4:25 p.m. Eastern time. You got the Bears and the Cincinnati Bengals. You have the Vikings and the Lions. A lot of pressure on J.J. McCarthy. Panthers and Packers, Chargers and Titans, Falcons and Patriots. No Ramondre Stevenson. He's going to be out, so a lot of pressure on Travion Henderson. We'll see what the 49ers have in store up against the New York Giants. Mac Jones going to start once again for the San Francisco 49ers. You got the Colts and the Steelers, the Broncos and the Texans. You know, the Broncos and the Texans is one that I'm sitting there and I'm looking at the Broncos and the Texans, and I think that's a game that I'm really curious that we're talking about both those teams at the end of the day. The Broncos are 6-2. They're looking like they should make the playoffs once again. But if they get a victory today, they position themselves very nicely as you start to inch closer and closer to Thanksgiving at the end of the month. And then you know how this works. The football really starts to pick up in the NFL after Thanksgiving. That's when we usually separate the contenders and the pretenders. That's usually how we separate them. But if the Texans win today in an AFC South race where you're looking up and you see two teams that are in front of you, And one of those teams are the Indianapolis Colts, who have just been tremendous this year at 7-1. And you got the Jaguars, who are 4-3. But I think Jacksonville is trending in the wrong direction. After losing the Seahawks and the Rams, and I'm bizarrely confident today in the Raiders for some reason beating the Jaguars. But the Texans, with how ugly this has been, if they get a victory today, that could be the one where you look back and you go, that's what ended up turning their season around. Because if they get through to 4-4 today, and then their next two games are the Jaguars and the Titans, that sets themselves up to have a second half that could go in their favor. But getting back to the games today as well, Jaguars and Raiders, Saints and Rams, and then you do have on Sunday Night Football the Seahawks and the Commanders. And you look at that matchup with the health of Jaden Daniels and the quarterback play up against Sam Darnold. And Sam Darnold's actually been good, even though he's been out of Minnesota, now is with Seattle. That's a football team that's 5-2. And then on Monday night, Jacoby Brissett's going to start for the Arizona Cardinals. And then you do have the Dallas Cowboys sitting there at 3-4. The spread has gone up from 2.5 to 3.5 for the Dallas Cowboys. But today, Chiefs and Bills, I wonder how we're going to be feeling about this one after the game. And in a weird way, I actually think there's more pressure on the Chiefs than the Bills. And I know you could sit there and say, but Zach, the Patriots already have beat the Bills. You look at Buffalo, if they lose, they would be 5-3. They lost to Atlanta a few weeks ago. You were in their locker room afterwards. You sense the frustration. I know they smothered the Panthers last week, but it's the Carolina Panthers. So I understand that you won't feel as if Buffalo, this is going to be their year if they lose the game. But even if the Bills win, like let's say the Buffalo Bills beat the Kansas City Chiefs today. What's your overall takeaway from it? Do you sit there and you go, oh my goodness gracious, this is going to be the year for the Buffalo Bills? I wouldn't say that. And the reason why I'm not going to say that is because here's the big misnomer in the whole thing. The Buffalo Bills have a Kansas City Chiefs problem in the postseason. It's not in the regular season. They have played every year in the regular season since 2021, and the Buffalo Bills have won all those games. The Bills back in 2021 beat the Chiefs 38-20. Then in 2022, the Bills played the Chiefs again. The Bills beat the Chiefs 24-20. Then in 2023, the Bills played the Chiefs, and the Bills beat the Chiefs 20-17. And then last year, the Bills beat them in the regular season once again, 30-21, and then they lost in the postseason. So if Buffalo wins today, when you know this is a Super Bowl or bust year in an AFC that is wide open, like the NFC is open, but there's a lot of really damn good teams in the NFC. Whether you look at the Eagles, whether you look at the Lions, whether you look at the Packers, whether you look at the Buccaneers, whether you look at the Rams, the 49ers, and the Seahawks. You look at the NFC, the quest to get to the Super Bowl, to me, is a lot more challenging. Even though I can't sit here and emphatically say, hey, this team's going to the Super Bowl in the NFC. It speaks to, not because there's not a worthy candidate, it's because of how loaded the NFC is. In the AFC, who do you feel great about? The Bills never get the job done in the postseason. The Patriots, they're ahead of the plan right now. Let's see them beat Atlanta today first. They play Atlanta and Tampa Bay the next 2 weeks. They got to split. I'm a Patriot fan. I want to see them split those next two games. They split, I'll be thrilled. You know, you look at the AFC North, the Ravens, they went on Thursday night. They get their third win of the season. The Ravens have been dog bleep for most of the season, and they could end up winning the AFC North this year. And why? Because the Bengals are injured, the Browns stink, and the Pittsburgh Steelers defense, you know, Nico could be playing quarterback with Ray at wide receiver. No offense to Nico and Ray. And I think they could find a way to get into the end zone up against the Steelers defense. What has happened to the Pittsburgh Steelers defense, for crying out loud? And it's been miserable for years. In big spots, they don't show up. So even if the Steelers do win the AFC North, do you tell me they're going to the Super Bowl? They haven't won a playoff game since the 2016 season. Even if the Ravens end up winning the AFC North, you're telling me they're going to the Super Bowl? The Ravens, they have a Chiefs problem and a Bills problem in the postseason. They're 0-2 in the Lamar Jackson era up against the Bills, and we saw a few years ago, Ravens had the number 1 overall seed. The Kansas City Chiefs were limping offensively, and they still beat the Ravens. You look at the South. The Colts right now, to me, are the best team in football. Am I going to sit here when the Colts have been a surprise team and they've been a great team and tell you, oh, when the playoffs come, that Daniel Jones is going to be the reason why they win 3 to 4 playoff games this year? I can't sit here and tell you that. And then you look at the AFC West. Chargers got off to a good start. Now they got to get back on the saddle. The Broncos, I'm still trying to figure how great they could be. I love their defense. Is Bo Nix a guy that go in 3 or 4 playoff games, 3 playoff games, get to the Super Bowl? I don't think so right now. And then you still have the Kansas City Chiefs, who are just sitting there and lurking. And even though the Chiefs don't need a statement victory, right? They're the Kansas City Chiefs. We've sat here for the last 3 years, and you've heard national talk show hosts bloviate and embarrass themselves so the Chiefs are vulnerable, right? And at times, even, I'll raise my hand. I've questioned the Chiefs. But ever since getting Rashee Rice back from the suspension after his horrific acts, this Kansas City Chiefs team, they're looking damn explosive on offense. And we know Steve Spagnuolo is one of the best defensive coordinators that we've seen in the history of the NFL. So I look at this game today in a weird twist. I actually think there's more pressure on the Chiefs than the Bills. Because if the Bills win today, my take's going to be this. Yeah, obviously, no bleep, Sherlock. You'd rather win the game than lose the game. I'm cognizant of that fact. But if they win the game today, I'm going to sit there and say, nice step, nice storyline, nice footnote in the season, but can you get the job done in the postseason? Because the Bills are now in this era of Super Bowl or bust. And Josh Allen's great. James Cook is very good. They need somebody else outside of Allen and Cook to step up on offense at the tight end position or at the wide receiver position. Because they're not good enough in those areas right now where I feel great about the Bills' chances. And the Bills' defense also is nothing special either. And McDermott always makes questionable decisions. So if the Bills win today, don't throw a parade. Don't do a special dance. Don't jump through a table. Feel free to go marinate yourself in some of those delicious barbell wings. That honey Cajun butter BBQ sauce is phenomenal. Phenomenal, sensational. Like, go eat those. Go enjoy those. But don't be celebrating like you actually accomplished something. Because I've seen since 2021, the Buffalo Bills beat the Chiefs every year in the regular season. Then what happens come playoff time? It's not good enough. Whether it's 13 seconds or whether it's Tyler Bass missing a kick or last year the Chiefs finding a way to beat the Bills. Like, that's just what happens. But for Kansas City, even though they've made the last 3 straight Super Bowls and Kansas City has won 2 out of the last 3 Super Bowls, they really, this year, haven't had a win up against an AFC team that you make yourself say, wow. Yeah, they beat the Lions a few weeks ago. That's when you started to see the tide turn and the wind, the wheels start to spin back in the direction of the Kansas City Chiefs. But this year up against the AFC, they lost to the Chargers. They beat the Ravens, but there's flaws with the Ravens. And then they beat the Raiders. You get Bills, Chiefs. You could argue that's the best rivalry going right now in the NFL. And it's not a traditional rivalry. But the regular season games, even though they always haven't been close, the postseason games have always been classics. Bills, Chiefs, and I don't really use this now. It reminds me a lot, not comparing it directly there, because to me, nothing will top Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Patriots, Colts. That's some of the best football I've ever seen. But Bills and Chiefs reminds me a lot in the storylines of Brady and Manning. And early on, Tom Brady and the Patriots kicked the crap out of the Indianapolis Colts. And then the Colts would win some regular season games. But eventually, the Indianapolis Colts had 2006, where they were down big at halftime in that AFC Championship game. Patriots pretty much already booking their trip to South Florida for the Super Bowl to go up against the Chicago Bears. And then the Colts had their moment. The Colts won that game. That really was a Super Bowl that year. And then they ended up beating the Chicago Bears 2 weeks later. Josh Allen's got to have that Peyton Manning moment this year. And if you win in the regular season, you've done that before. I've seen that. But if you get the job done in the postseason, obviously that changes that entire conversation and narrative about you. But this win today for the Chiefs, I actually think would be more important than the Buffalo Bills, because even through all the questioning and the chaos and the doubting that we've done of the Chiefs this year, and deservedly so, at one point they were a 2-3 football team. Right? They lost to Jacksonville, and they were 2-3 on that Monday night game. But if they win today, entering their bye week, they'd be sitting there at 6-3. And listen to their schedule the rest of the way. At Denver, Indianapolis, like 2 good games. Colts the best team in football. Then you're at Dallas. You play the Texans. You play the Chargers. You play Tennessee. You play Denver again. You play the Raiders. You really look at that schedule. There's 3 tough games the rest of the season, because they'll probably avenge that loss to the Chargers that they had earlier in the season. It's 2 games up against Denver, just split, and you play Indianapolis. So we could go from real quickly this looking like a season where maybe the Chiefs aren't going to have that much success to maybe at most 5 losses on the season. But that's assuming they win today. If they don't win today, they'll probably be at like 6 losses on the season, at the end of it. But the Chiefs are probably going to make the playoffs. But they, a win like this today up against the Bills in the regular season would actually be a big one. And there's not many times you could say big regular season victories for the Kansas City Chiefs. Because if you're a Chiefs fan and you walk out of there tonight about like 8 o'clock with the victory, you're saying, okay, in a year where the AFC is wide open, we were vulnerable. We could have been got, but no one really took that baton and inserted some fear into us. And if you're 6-3 going into a bye week and you're off week 10, you're feeling wonderful if you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan. And you're probably thinking to yourself, San Francisco, Santa Clara for the Super Bowl. I could see us there for a 4th straight year. I could see us there. Ryan Horvath going to join us next, do a little betting insight with Tim from BetMGM tonight. This portion of Sunday Morning Football with Zach Gelb is brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes, up to $2 million in coverage, no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Manubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
If your vibe is the earlier the better, Lowe's early Black Friday deals are a no-brainer. Get up to 35% off select major appliances, and rewards members get free delivery, haul-away, basic installation, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select LG major appliances. Valid through 11/4. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. LG member offer excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, and Florida. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself. They pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Get a lot for your money with the Rhode Island Lottery $2 Classic Bingo Instant Game. With 6 bingo boards to scratch, you've got multiple games to play and chances to win big. Bingo! There are 2 top prizes of $25,000 plus over $1.8 million in prizes still up for grabs. It's a hot pick. So get your ticket today at your favorite Rhode Island Lottery retailer. And remember to have fun and play responsibly. You could be the next big bingo winner.
Bingo!
Throwing a party or watching the big game? Why cook when Captain J's can bring the flavor to you?
From sizzling wings to that crispy golden crunch, Captain J's makes every game day better. For decades, we've served up Detroit's favorite, world-famous lemon pepper chicken. Hot, fresh, and full of flavor.
Feeding a crowd or keeping it simple, we've got you covered with wings, fish, shrimp, and mouth-watering sides that everyone will love.
Bring home the flavor Detroit loves. Visit CaptainJ's.net to find your nearest spot or skip the line and order online.
Hey, it's Captain J's.
From communication and motor skills to overall development, at Kidology Inc., we empower kids to thrive. I'm Luba, and I'm the proud owner and lead speech-language pathologist at Kidology Inc. Locally owned and operated, our expert team offers comprehensive speech, occupational, physical therapy, and behavior support tailored to your child's unique needs. Join us in helping your child reach their developmental milestones with the proper support. Discover the difference at Kidology Inc., where every child can shine. Visit kidologyinc.com.
If you've ever told your wife to relax, you know it usually doesn't go well. This fall, create the ultimate backyard oasis she's always wanted with a brand new hot tub or swim spa from the Pool Source, and soothe her stress away. For a limited time, save up to $3,000 with special rebates on select hot tubs and swim spas during the Pool Source's Fall into Relaxation event. Save big with the Pool Source, the area's trusted source for in-ground and above-ground pools, swim spas, hot tubs, saunas, and cold plunges. Fall into relaxation, rise into savings. Visit our store in Cranston, Rhode Island.
Finally, a flight that's actually nice. Book Breeze Airways for nonstop service from Rhode Island TF Green International Airport to Savannah, Myrtle Beach, Greenville, Spartanburg, and more. Breeze makes travel easy with nonstop flights to desirable destinations and flexible, friendly change policies. Relax on board with high-speed Wi-Fi, delicious snacks, and a premium first-class seat in Breeze Ascent. Plan your trip today at flybreeze.com. Breeze Airways, seriously nice, in partnership with Rhode Island TF Green International Airport.
Hey, what's going on? This is Zach Gelb. Join me for the Zach Gelb Show, weekday afternoon starting at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific, on the Infinity Sports Network.
With Zach Gelb.
We'll do our best to try to win you some money. Right now, we do so with Ryan Horvat, who's kind enough to join us. Zach Gelb here with you on Sunday morning football. Ryan, a happy November football season to you. How are you?
Zach, happy football Sunday, buddy. I'm excited for the games today, especially Chiefs-Bills. We get a good one today, maybe. We'll see. Last week, I was almost falling asleep on the couch, so hopefully we get a better slate of games today.
So it's been 4 straight since 2021 where the Bills have beat the Chiefs in the regular season. Clearly, the Bills can't beat the Chiefs in the postseason. I was talking about this before we had you on. I actually thought this game is more important to the Chiefs than the Bills today. But the Chiefs are on the road. They're a 2.5-point favorite going to Orchard Park. And the over-under is 52.5. I love Rashee Rice anytime touchdown. I know it's minus money now, but he's just been such a positive for the Chiefs since coming back from the horrific acts that he committed in that 6-game suspension. But you look at Chiefs and Bills. Give me all your betting intel on this one today.
Yeah, man, I'm with you. I think this game's more important to Kansas City, whereas the last 3 seasons, I've thought it was more important for Buffalo because they couldn't get over the hump in the postseason. But now, for Buffalo, they just got to beat Kansas City in the playoffs. Who cares about the regular season? They're going to be in the postseason, although, man, they might not end up winning that division because the Patriots have the easiest remaining schedule. So an important game for both teams. I like Kansas City right now because of what you just said. Rashee Rice is back, and he looks better than ever. And now everybody else gets to go back to playing their regular role, right? Like Hollywood Brown gets to be Hollywood Brown, and Xavier Worthy gets to go back to being the gadget guy, although still a really good receiver. And Travis Kelce, he's still going to get targets, especially in the red zone. But now they don't need to rely on him to go out there and catch 7-8 balls every single week. And then Kansas City on the defensive side of the ball didn't look very good the first couple weeks of the season. I think there was a little bit of a Super Bowl hangover. They had some new pieces come in. Chris Jones didn't look good the first couple weeks of the year. They couldn't stop the run, but now they're about to go on a run. This is just what Kansas City does. It's kind of like a couple of years ago. Remember the Patriots would get off to a slow start and we'd be like, oh no, it's over for Bill. It's over for Brady. Until Andy Reid, Pat Mahomes, and Steve Spagnuolo are no longer in Kansas City, I'm going to continue to bet the Chiefs. So I actually like this spot. I really like that Rashee Rice anytime touchdown look. And then I continue to play Brashard Smith props. I like his receptions, his receiving yards. And I'm hoping that one of these years he finally gets in the end zone because I keep playing these anytime touchdowns at like 4-1, 5-1. But I really do like him.
All right, let's get to the Bears at the Bengals. Joe Flacco's going to try to give it a go today. He's banged up. The Bears, right, Caleb Williams looked great up against the Cowboys. The Cowboys defense stinks. Just as easily as they beat the Raiders, 25-24, they probably could have lost if that kick didn't get blocked. They also then beat the Commanders 25-24. Daniels put the ball on the turf late. You beat the Saints, who are one of the worst teams in football. And then last week, you're going up against a Ravens defense that is terrible, and Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson look lost. This Bengals defense is also terrible. Flacco not at a full percentage of health. Bears and Bengals today. The Bears are a 2.5-point favorite. It seems like, right, this is the perfect bounce-back spot for the Bears. But then once again, I can't really trust Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams.
I completely agree, man. I don't know what to do with the Bears right now because coming into the season, I know they were popular, but I kind of like the win total over. And I was a believer in Caleb Williams. What's weird with Caleb is the accuracy issues. You know, like Josh Allen in college had the accuracy issues, and then he improved as a passer. But Caleb Williams in Oklahoma and then that first year at USC could make every single throw. This is new, and I think it's because at USC that last year he picked up some bad habits playing behind a shaky offensive line, and then the same thing his rookie season. But that's the thing. He has to go and just operate the offense because I do like Ben Johnson as a play caller. We'll see if he's a head coach. I like the Dennis Allen hire. You know, I don't like him as a head coach, but I like him as a defensive coordinator. So if I had to bet the game, it would be Bears or pass. Instead, I played a couple props, man. I really like Kyle Monangai props, even though they've been bet all the way up to like 70 yards. I think he goes off for at least 80 against this Bengals defense, and I think he scores a touchdown. And then I'm going to play, it's gotten so low for Colston Loveland compared to what Tyler Warren's doing, man. His receptions today, over 2.5 plus 115. I think they're going to get him involved. Cincinnati really struggles defending opposing tight ends. So I like Loveland props. I like Monangai props. And if I had to bet the game, it would be Bears or pass. But, man, these are two teams. I just don't trust their defenses.
Vikings and Lions. J.J. McCarthy now back in the mix for the Minnesota Vikings. Carson Wentz done for the season. McCarthy, a very long absence with the ankle injury. Lions are a 9.5-point favorite today at Ford Field at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Is that too many points today when you look at the Vikings and the Lions, 9.5 for Detroit?
I know all the pros, you know, the sharp money's coming in on Minnesota. I just can't do it because Detroit at home is just a different team. I think they're the team to beat in the NFC, man. I really do. Them and the Rams. And I wanted to fade them coming into the year because they lose Ben Johnson and they lose Aaron Glenn, although I wasn't worried about Aaron Glenn, and they're probably better off without him. The defense has been much better, especially that pass rush. Aiden Hutchinson, I didn't know, man, coming back from a broken leg, was he going to be the same player? He looks great right now. And then on the offensive side of the ball, they just have so many weapons. I think Gibbs is going to have a big game. I guess if I had to bet the game, I'd be with everybody else and take the points with Minnesota. But I just don't like betting against Detroit at home. On the road, it's a different story. When Goff has to go outdoors, when he's not in a dome. But Detroit just looks like the team to beat. And they're almost on a mission, I feel, because Dan Campbell heard us all talk all offseason. You know, Dan Campbell, is he really a head coach? They lose Ben Johnson. He was the brains of the operation. I don't know, man. This Lions team looks good. So I'm not on this one, but if I were, it would probably be Minnesota. Instead, I threw Gibbs in my anytime touchdown parlay.
Here's one team that I really don't get. And they're sitting there, it's 4-4. And if you told me they'd be 4-4 before the start of the season, I would take it. It's the Carolina Panthers. Didn't really show a pulse the first 2 weeks against the Jaguars and Cardinals. Then they blanked the Falcons 30-0. They go up 6-0 against the Patriots, and they allowed 42 unanswered. They beat the Dolphins and the Cowboys and the Jets, and then they don't even show up against the Buffalo Bills. The Carolina Panthers today play the Green Bay Packers. The Packers, they're 5-1-1, but they had that crappy fourth quarter up against the Browns. They tied the Cowboys. So I'm still trying to figure out how legit they are. Green Bay's a 13.5-point favorite today. Is this a blowout victory for the Packers, or is it a closer victory than one would think?
I think it's going to be closer. I would take the points here with the dog and just hold my nose, maybe cover my eyes in this game. What you said, man, I don't trust Green Bay to win this game by 14-plus points, to win this game by margin. Packers fans, I'm a Packer fan, and they get mad when I say this. I don't know. I still think the Rams are the team to beat in the NFC. Or, like I just said, I don't trust right now the secondary. As good as the pass rush has been, Micah Parsons looks excellent. He's the favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year. But Nate Hobbs is really struggling, man, playing on the outside. He's more of a slot corner, and they're trying to replace Jair with him, and he's getting roughed up every single week. I think Carolina's going to keep this game close. I don't think they win it outright, but I would fade the Packers right now. Jordan Love looked great last week. We'll see. Maybe that carries over, but it's like 1 week he looks shaky, the next week LaFleur looks shaky, but they keep finding ways to win these games, so they're definitely going to be there come playoff time. I just don't like them as much as the other teams, the Rams, the Eagles even still. I don't trust Green Bay.
You look at the Chargers and the Titans. I think the Chargers are going to win this game by 10 points, but I don't think it's going to be pretty. Ever since starting the year off 3-0, I have not liked the way that the Chargers have looked. This feels like it's a 20-10 kind of victory today. I would say maybe 23-13, something in that realm of possibilities. Chargers are a 9.5-point favorite. I would lay the points, but I think it's going to be one that you sweat it on out, even though it's a 5-3 football team going up against a 1-7 squad.
I was just joking with this about this with Mark Malusis, with Moose. I was like, man, I can't take the points with Tennessee because my wife was like, no more Titans. Last season, man, I don't know if you remember, I bet them every week, and every week they would win the box score, and Will Levis would invent a new way to lose a football game and then be meme-worthy. He'd have his head between his legs or something on the field. This year, I bet him a couple times. They're terrible. And then the one time that I don't bet him, I use Arizona in my Survivor, and they win their first game of the year. So I'm done with Tennessee, but there is a prop that I really like in this game. I'm with you. I would lay the points or pass. The only thing that scares me, everybody likes the Chargers today, man. Everybody does. What I like is Kamani Vidal scoring anytime touchdown. He's going against this Titans defense. They've given up the second most rushing yards per game and the most touchdowns to opposing running backs. So I think he gets in the end zone once. I might even take him to score 2 today.
All righty, let's keep the train moving. Ryan Horvath with us. Falcons and Patriots. Patriots are 6-2. They're on this big 5-game win streak. They play the Falcons and Buccaneers. As a Pats fan, I'm just looking for a split the next two. I think this one's easier to get than Tampa, but I am nervous today. Ramondre Stevenson out. Could be a big spot for Travion Henderson. Maybe he could start to get going. Pats are home, 4.5-point favorite. Atlanta's another one of those teams. It's Jekyll and Hyde trying to figure out which Atlanta team's going to show up each and every week.
I really like Henderson over 13.5 rush attempts. You could still get this if you shop around. Plus 116. I think I saw this at FanDuel. He just needs more of an opportunity, man. But now he's going against Atlanta. They've dealt with the 5th highest run play rate against, 45% this season. We know the Patriots are going to look to run the rock. And he's the home run hitter, man. Of his 53 carries, more than 11% of those have gone for 10 or more yards. So I think he gets at least 14 touches without Stevenson this week. You could get that plus 116. I am going to take the points here with Atlanta. I think that they show better than they did last week. With Atlanta, I've kind of figured them out. 1 week, they look great. They look like a contender. The next week, they look awful. So this week, I think that they'll show up. I think the Patriots win this game, but I think they win this game by a field goal. So I'll take the 5.5 to 5 with Atlanta. But I like New England to continue to roll. A real quick side bet I made, man. I think you could still get this 7-1, 8-1. New England to be the number 1 seed in the AFC. I don't know that they win a playoff game because they are so young and Drake May's only in year 2, but they play the easiest remaining schedule.
Let's go to 49ers and Giants. Explain this spread to me. The San Francisco Giants, San Francisco 49ers, excuse me. I almost had a Mike Francesa moment right there. The Giants and the Giants, and then New York, they meet up with one another. The San Francisco Giants and New York Giants. Okay. But the San Francisco 49ers and New York Giants. No Cam Scatterbo done for the season. No Malik Neighbors done for the season. The Giants are 2-6. The Niners, I know they've been the walking wounded. Mac Jones going to be, playing quarterback today for them. San Francisco only a 2.5-point favorite. Doesn't that seem too good to be true?
It does. I love the Giants. This is my favorite bet of the day. I love the New York Football Giants today, man. So San Francisco, I bet them to win the NFC. And like you said, they've been the walking wounded. And now the issue is the offense. It's funny. We were all worried about McCaffrey. Is McCaffrey going to be able to stay healthy? That's the one piece that they've had that stayed healthy all season long, man. I'm not so much worried, when it's Brock Purdy to Mac Jones, because I don't think that that's a huge downgrade. I think Mac Jones has looked really good running that offense, obviously. I'm more worried right now for San Fran on the defensive side of the ball. These injuries continue to pile up. They already had issues covering and tackling, and now they're done with Nick Bosa, or he's done for the season, I should say. So since he's left, they're outside the top 28. They're 28th right now, getting after the quarterback. So they're getting no pass rush. And without Fred Warner, they're really struggling to stop the run. I know no Scatterboo, but I think that Tyrone Tracy will get going. I think Jackson Dart's going to use his legs a little bit. I think the Giants are going to win this game by a field goal, pull off the slight upset just because of these injuries on San Francisco's defense.
Colts and Steelers, the hook does concern me, but I would lay the number. Indianapolis laying 3.5. This just seems, even though it's on the road and you're at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Daniel Jones and Jonathan Taylor, I just trust them a whole lot up against what is a bad Steelers defense, and the Steelers offense, they've been inconsistent throughout this season. What's your play on this one?
Yeah, I don't want to fade the Colts right now. I know people that are taking alternate numbers today. The Colts will win this game by 10-plus points, and it makes sense because the Steelers' defense looks terrible right now, man. Like, Jalen Ramsey will make a play or two, but he's not great right now in coverage. Rodgers has actually played really good football. The issue is he's got nobody to throw the ball to. So it would be Indianapolis or pass. I do like Josh Downs to score a touchdown, though. The Steelers have played one of the highest rates of man coverage. Downs, really good in those situations. Top 10 rate getting open, has a 20% red zone target share. So I think Josh Downs gets in the end zone today. I like that player prop. And if I had to bet the game, it'd be Colts.
Ryan Horvat, BetMGM tonight, Broncos and Texans. Texans a 1.5-point favorite. I think this is sneakily a very, very good game today and one that people aren't talking enough about.
Totally agree. I like Bo Nix rushing yards. I played it at 17.5. It bounced up to 20.5. I still like it because I love the edge rushers for the Texans, obviously, and Anderson and then Hunter on the other end. So I think that Bo Nix is going to feel the pressure. I think he's going to use his legs. I also think there's going to be some quarterback design runs. So I think he runs for at least 30 yards. As far as the side, I bet the Texans. I think they're going to go on a little bit of a run here, man. They're finally starting to protect C.J. Stroud. He was running for his life on 65% of his dropbacks. People are like, man, C.J. Stroud has regressed. Well, anybody would. His offensive line is one of the worst in the league. Now they're starting to protect him. He's getting Nico Collins back, and that defense is really legit for Houston. I think they're going to go on a little bit of a run here, so I like them to win this game by a field goal today.
All righty. You talked about earlier how you love the Giants today. They're your favorite bet of the day. I'm not going to say they're my favorite bet of the day, but a game that I really do like. And sometimes to win money, you got to just feel uncomfortable and you got to do something that's really stinky. And maybe in the fourth quarter, I'm sitting there saying, Gelb, what an idiot you are. I like the Raiders today plus 2.5 points.
I love the Raiders plus 2.5. So what's funny, man, is
I've been waiting. Don't tempt me with the good time there, Horvat.
I've been waiting all week to bet this game, and I was actually going to bet it right when we got off. The only thing, I wanted the 3, but I don't think that we're going to get a 3. It's plus 2.5 right now, even money. The look ahead on this game was the Raiders as a 1.5-point favorite. I think this is a huge adjustment because the Raiders obviously right now don't look very good. They're 2-5, but the Jags are falling apart. I don't understand this team, man, because I like the Liam Cohen hire, but what a weird season. You had
especially Brian Thomas Jr. That's the one I don't get. Like, that guy was a stud last year. Looked like he's going to be a great 10-year pro, and now they're talking about maybe trading him if some team wants to give him a first-round pick at the deadline.
He can't catch the football. I don't understand it. Usually these guys struggle a little bit the rookie year. Like, remember when Jamar Chase had some drop issues in the preseason and people were like, the ball's too big or whatever it was? He looks terrible this year. And then here's what I don't understand. So a couple days ago, I see the report that Travis Hunter, because he's the best player on the field, is going to play every snap on the defensive side of the ball and on the offensive side of the ball. 2 days later, he's on the IR. He's not going to play for the next 4 weeks, man. So I love the Raiders. I think they win this game. So I don't think we're going to get plus 3. I think they actually win this game outright. So I'm going to take the money line. I think they win this game. I think Gino's going to have a solid day.
Maybe Brian Thomas Jr. should hit up Clifford Franklin from the replacements, then he can figure out how to catch the football. We got 2 more games here that I want to get to on the Sunday slate. Obviously, as we go through them all with Ryan Horvat. Saints and Rams. Rams a 13.5-point favorite at SoFi Stadium, over under 43.5.
You know, this is one, man, where I'll be with everybody else. How do the Saints cover here? Maybe Tyler Shuck, because there's no film, goes and balls out. I can't make the case for that, though, against this Rams defense. The Rams, I know they're popular, but if you could get 7-1, 8-1 on the Rams to win the NFC, like that bet, man. I really do. Matthew Stafford, we were all worried about him and his bad back. He looks like the best quarterback in the NFC. He's making every single throw. Even at 32 years old, Devontae Adams is one of the better route runners. Puka Nacua, when he's healthy, I think he's the best receiver in the league. And McVay, I think McVay's obviously a top 3 coach. He's a Super Bowl winning coach, but I feel like he's almost underrated. So Rams are past for me. I think they win this game by 21.
And then finally, Seahawks, Commanders, Landover, Maryland. You got Sam Darnold, and I think it's going to be Jaden Daniels tonight, I should say, Sunday Night Football, NBC and Westwood 1. Seahawks 2.5-point favorite.
Yeah, I kind of like Seattle. I like the favorite here. I like the Seahawks team, man. I think they're legit contenders in the NFC. The concern I had was, will Sam Darnold look as good as he did last year in Minnesota with not the best offensive line? I didn't love the skill position players as much, but it turns out they might be better. JSN looks so good right now. He's a top 3 receiver. He's creating separation. His numbers are video game-like. And that Seattle defense with Mike McDonald, I think they might be one of the better defenses in the league come season's end. So probably a chalky pick, but I'll be with the public here. I think they win this game by a field goal. I'm just kind of out on the Commanders. A lot of injuries. Jaden Daniels is beat up. Defense doesn't look very good. I like Seattle here.
And then finally, 3 picks, anytime touchdown parlay with Ryan Horvat. What is it?
All right, I got it. So I really like this one this week, too. I don't have the odds in front of me, but let's go with Kamani Vidal, like I said, going against the Titans, who have given up the second most rushing yards per game, most touchdowns to opposing running backs. So we're going with Vidal for the Chargers. We're going to go Jahmyr Gibbs against the Vikings. The Vikings are giving up the 7th most rushing yards EPA, and so we think Gibbs is going to score today. And then Josh Downs against that Steelers secondary, which right now is really struggling. So Josh Downs, Jahmyr Gibbs, Kamani Vidal, and then one more, a little bonus pick, man. Let's go with Kyle Monungai against the Bengals. The Bengals, one of the worst defenses against the run. No DeAndre Swift. He's out. I think Monungai is going to have a huge game against Cincy for Chicago today. So I like those 4 guys.
He's Ryan Horvat from BetMGM tonight. We appreciate it, Ryan. We'll do it again next week. Thank you.
Thanks, Zach.
All right, we'll take a timeout. When we come on back, we'll get into the dysfunction that are the Miami Dolphins. Could we be seeing Tua Tagovailoa potentially getting benched? Chris Greer out as general manager, as the Dolphins did kick off this week of the NFL season, week 9, with a loss to the Baltimore Ravens on Thursday Night Football. Update time first. Here's Tony Pierna.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
All right, Zach, Game 7 of the World Series last night. The Blue Jays were looking to go from worst to first, but L.A. had a different idea. Full count, Hoffman delivers. Rojas hits it in the air, left field. This ball's got some carry. It is gone! It's gone! And Game 7 is tied! Miguel Rojas off the bench in Game 6, on the board in Game 7. Dodgers radio on the call. Miguel Rojas coming through in the 9th inning with L.A. down to its final 2 outs. Will Smith then hit the go-ahead blast in the 11th, and the Dodgers beat the Blue Jays 5-4. Los Angeles is the first National League team to win back-to-back titles since the Cincinnati Reds did so in 1975 and 1976. Meantime, a brutal ending for the Blue Jays, but manager John Schneider is proud of what his team accomplished.
We've set a new expectation and a new standard here, and did it with a lot of hard work, did it with a lot of cohesiveness, and man, it's tough to say bye to this group.
Now to the college gridiron, where Georgia was trying to remain alive in the SEC title race as they battled Florida.
Gunner in the shotgun, asking for the ball. Snap it back, hand it to Bowens. Bowens, 35, 30, down the hash, 20, 10, 5, touchdown, Chauncey Bowens. He ripped him a new one.
Georgia holds off Florida 24-20. Scott Howard with the call from Learfield. Elsewhere, top-ranked Ohio State. They handled Penn State 38-14. Indiana blew out Maryland 55-10. NC State handed Georgia Tech its first loss of the season, 48-36.
SMU upset Miami in overtime 26-20. Texas Tech erased Kansas State 43-20, and Oklahoma down Tennessee 33-27. NFL, the Eagles have acquired veteran cornerback Jair Alexander from the Ravens, and according to reports, the Dolphins are highly unlikely to trade wide receiver Jalen Waddle. NBA, the Pacers recorded their first win of the season as they downed the Warriors last night 114-109. I'm Tony Pierno.
Join me, JR, weekdays starting at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific for the JR Sport Brief on the Infinity Sports Network.
Morning, Zoe.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Impressive. Let me try. At T-Mobile, you can save up to 20% versus the other big guys.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
Check them out. See how much you could save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself, they pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app. If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino.
Download it.
Throughout history, apples have changed the world. Newton's apple led to the discovery of gravity.
Gravity?
William Tell shot an apple off a guy's head for some reason. But now, the geniuses at Fireball are using apples to launch their delicious cinnamon whiskey into a new era. Introducing new Fireball Blazin' Apple. Taste history in the making with Fireball's new flavor, Blazin' Apple.
Please drink responsibly. Whiskey with natural cinnamon flavor, 33% alcohol volume, produced by Cesar, Louisville, Kentucky.
There's a time and a place for everything. Texting, eating, and watching videos while you're driving isn't it. In 1 year alone, more than 3,275 people died, and more than 324,000 were injured in crashes involving distracted drivers. So miss the text, not the kid on the bike. Miss the meal, not the person in the crosswalk. Miss the video, not the truck taking a left in front of you. Driving distracted? Not now. Share it with everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
You want Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's gets it. We check the calendar, and Christmas is coming early. $99 is all you need to grab your favorite select 7-foot pre-lit artificial Christmas tree for the holiday season. And don't sweat what gifts to get Dad, because we've got up to 40% off select tools and accessories. That's how Lowe's celebrates Black Friday early. Selection varies by location, while supplies last.
Get a lot for your money with the Rhode Island Lottery $2 Classic Bingo Instant Game. With 6 bingo boards to scratch, you've got multiple games to play and chances to win big. Bingo! There are 2 top prizes of $25,000 plus over $1.8 million in prizes still up for grabs. It's a hot pick. So get your ticket today at your favorite Rhode Island Lottery retailer. And remember to have fun and play responsibly. You could be the next big bingo winner.
Bingo! From communication and motor skills to overall development, at Kidology Inc., we empower kids to thrive. I'm Luba, and I'm the proud owner and lead speech-language pathologist at Kidology Inc. Locally owned and operated, our expert team offers comprehensive speech, occupational, physical therapy, and behavior support tailored to your child's unique needs. Join us in helping your child reach their developmental milestones with the proper support. Discover the difference at Kidology Inc., where every child can shine. Visit kidologyinc.com.
Do you want opinionated sports talk with the biggest guests on the radio? Of course you do. So check out the Zach Gelb Show, weekdays at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific on the Infinity Sports Network.
From the biggest plays the day before in college football to getting you ready for all the mayhem that comes your way every NFL Sunday. You're listening to Sunday Morning Football with Zach Gelb.
All right, it is Sunday Morning Football. We know that the week did start in the NFL with the Miami Dolphins just having another putrid, pathetic, lethargic performance, this time at the hands of the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens season has now been turned around. There is some life again with Baltimore, especially since the Pittsburgh Steelers look like they're moving in the wrong direction. That's why today is a big game for the Steelers up against the Indianapolis Colts. Or if they could win this one, I think there's a ton of pressure on them to do so. They get to 5-3. The Ravens would be sitting at 3-5, and you could say, okay, maybe we are the team that we thought we could be earlier on in the season. But the Steelers have lost their last 2 games to the Bengals and then the Packers. But you look at the Dolphins side of it, they got rid of their longtime general manager and their longtime front office executive in Chris Grier. I thought that he should have been fired along with Mike McDaniel before the season did start. But what the Dolphins are going to do now is they're going to keep Mike McDaniel until the end of the season. At the end of the season, if Stephen Ross actually knows how to run a football team, you would get rid of Mike McDaniel. I think you got a clean house. Now, here's the problem. When I say clean house, who are the 3 biggest people that we usually talk about with the Miami Dolphins? Chris Grier, he's out. Mike McDaniel, I think he'll be out at the end of the season. And then Tua Tagovailoa. The Dolphins made a terrible mistake where they extended Tua Tagovailoa 2 years ago. And I remember sitting there when they gave him the extension, last offseason in 2024. And I sat there and I said, that's too early to give that extension. And I said, because of the fact with how many concussions and injuries that he suffered, even going back to Alabama, that he played 1 full season in the NFL. So why would you give him that extension then? And then people said, to get ahead of the curve, right? Jump ahead of the curve and you get that extension done because the price is only going up and up. But you're paying a guy that you thought could be a good quarterback, great QB money, which happens all the time. But I haven't seen enough sustained success of Tua being a good quarterback in the NFL to give him that. So I wanted to see him prove it again. And then if I had to pay him more, what would have been a year from now, then okay. But they rushed to give him that contract. I talked about Trevor Lawrence. I didn't think he was deserving when he got his extension either. But teams rush sometimes to get these deals done. And now you're sitting there with Tua at the quarterback position, and him and the head coach don't get along anymore. And they used to have a very good relationship. Tua sounds lost at the podium. His head coach sounds lost at the podium. The coach looks lost on the sideline. The quarterback looks lost on the field. So this is from Ian Rappaport. He tweeted this out. Could Tua Tagovailoa be replaced at some point in 2025? It's possible. Now, with the way the dead cap is structured, I think Tua is going to be on this roster next year. But can you imagine if they go to Quinn Ewers or if they go to Zach Wilson at some point this season? So this was a rap sheet earlier today. Zach Wilson has resumed his role as the number 2 QB, and he has experience at 33 starts while with the Jets. Wilson is one option. 7th-round rookie Quinn Ewers impressed enough to replace Wilson for one game recently as Tagovailoa's primary backup, and he's come on in practice as well. The possibility that Ewers could play meaningful snaps if Tagovailoa continues to struggle should not be discounted. Tagovailoa's play would have to really fall off for Miami to turn to either Wilson or Ewers, but a potential benching is not off the table at some point this season. Now, here's the thing. Tua's play has already fallen off. Now, I'm not running to bench Tua for Zach Wilson because I think I know what Zach Wilson is as a quarterback. Now, people could say, oh, well, Geno Smith redeemed himself down the road. Baker Mayfield, different circumstance, but he redeemed himself. Sam Darnold redeemed himself. But do I think Zach Wilson's going to eventually redeem himself and also in Miami right now? No. So if you are going to make a change, you would go to Ewers. But with the way that contract is structured, Tua's still probably bare minimum going to be on the roster next year. So does a benching even make sense? Would be my question. But that's just the disaster that are the Miami Dolphins. And yeah, the dead cap next year would be $99 million. It goes down to over $31 million in 2027. So Greer's out. McDaniel should follow at the end of the season. I would have already got rid of him now. But whoever the new GM or head coach is going to be, you're probably going to have Tua Tagovailoa on the roster next year. The question is, does Tua get benched from now until the end of the season? And according to Ian Rappaport, it's possible. All righty, that will do it for Sunday Morning Football. I'll be back tomorrow on the Zach Gelb Show, the Infinity Sports Network. You can always follow me, Twitter and Instagram. Make sure you go do that, at Zach Gelb. That's ZACHGELB. And we're growing our TikTok account. Make sure you join the fun there, at the Zach Gelb Show. Talk to you tomorrow, everybody. Enjoy the football. We out. Bye-bye. Thanks, Ray and Nico, and everybody else for listening. Peace.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself, they pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app. If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino. Download it.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association. Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
You want Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's gets it. We check the calendar, and Christmas is coming early. $99 is all you need to grab your favorite select 7-foot pre-lit artificial Christmas tree for the holiday season. And don't sweat what gifts to get Dad, because we've got up to 40% off select tools and accessories. That's how Lowe's celebrates Black Friday early. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Get a lot for your money with the Rhode Island Lottery $2 Classic Bingo Instant Game. With 6 bingo boards to scratch, you've got multiple games to play and chances to win big. Bingo! There are 2 top prizes of $25,000 plus over $1.8 million in prizes still up for grabs. It's a hot pick. So get your ticket today at your favorite Rhode Island Lottery retailer. And remember to have fun and play responsibly. You could be the next big bingo winner.
Bingo!
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
From communication and motor skills to overall development, at Kidology Inc., we empower kids to thrive. I'm Luba, and I'm the proud owner and lead speech-language pathologist at Kidology Inc. Locally owned and operated, our expert team offers comprehensive speech, occupational, physical therapy, and behavior support tailored to your child's unique needs. Join us in helping your child reach their developmental milestones with the proper support. Discover the difference at Kidology Inc., where every child can shine. Visit kidologyinc.com.
Your favorite sports lineup is here on the Infinity Sports Network on SiriusXM 375. From Maggie and Perloff to Rich Eisen, Infinity Sports Network, 1019 FM HD2, New York.
An Odyssey station.
Welcome to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We have reached the halfway mark. NFL Week 9, Gridiron Game Day. Where else would you be? I'm Anthony Gallo. This is Infinity Sportsnet, and we've got a jam-packed Sunday for you. 8 1 o'clock games, 3 4 o'clock games, some major matchups, and we've got the spreads, we've got the picks, we've got injury updates, fantasy, all the action, everything, touchdowns, turnovers, big plays, right here on Gridiron Game Day, and we've got a lot to get to. Like I said, 8 1 o'clock matchups. The great Jody Mack will join me at 6 o'clock. We will give you our mid-season awards, NFL MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year, all that, disappointing teams, surprising teams, impressive teams. And we start one of those impressive teams, our marquee matchup of the week, Lions, Vikings. Actually, our marquee matchup of the 1 o'clock window. Our marquee matchup of the week will come later in the 4 o'clock window. With that Chiefs-Bills game. But Lions, Vikings, J.J. McCarthy back. The Lions trying to continue to assert their dominance as they look to go 4-0 at home and to establish themselves as what many think are the best team in the NFC. We also have 4 teams on bye this week. Thankfully, not as many as last week. You know, we love our football, and you can't be deprived of the games. This week, Browns, Jets, Eagles, Bucks. So 2 of the bottom dwellers in the AFC, 2 of the top tier teams in the NFC. But like I said, we got Lions, Vikings, Panthers visit the Packers. Surprising start for the Panthers. They're looking to stay afloat above 500 because, you know, I guess with a tie, you know, with the Packers is always possible. And the Packers look to build on what has been a good start. But the way people have talked about this Packers team, you would think has been a slow start. So they look to go to 6-1-1, and the Panthers look to go to 5-4. What many think is the best team in the AFC visits Aaron Rodgers, Mike Tomlin, and the Steelers. The Colts 7-1, a surprising dominant start, not a surprising good start, because I think many, like myself, thought they would be a good team. Nobody, I think, in the NFL sphere thought this team could be what may be the best team in the AFC, if not the best team in all of football. led by two guys who will be getting MVP votes in Jonathan Taylor and Daniel Jones if the MVP voting had ended today. Colts 7-1, visiting the Steelers, who are 4-3. They are looking to build on what has been a hot and cold start. They've won some games they shouldn't. They've lost some games they shouldn't have also. So it has been a mix and a mixed bag of reaction with this Steelers team. You know, specifically that Jets and Pats game. Felt like they should have lost it. They won. And some of these other games that they've lost, it felt like they should have won. And we see if they could put together, outside of that London game, a complete four-quarter performance, both offensively and defensively. The continuously banged up 49ers at 5-3 head to MetLife in New Jersey to play the exciting but somehow yet disappointing Giants, who are 2-6. Brock Purdy is questionable as of, last reported, but Mac Jones is starting. So Mac Jones will be starting. They have a host of injuries, as they have all season, and we will give you the full injury report in a bit. I'll give you my picks as well, which have been putrid. So Niners visit the Giants. Falcons visit the Patriots. The Falcons trying to get back to 500 as they are 3-4, and the Pats continue to build on what has been an exciting season for them. They are a half game ahead of the Bills. They own the tiebreaker against the Bills. They are 6-2. The Mike Vrabel era has started off very nicely. So they look to build at home on that one. They are currently 2-2 at home. So ironically enough, 4-0 on the road, 2-2 on home. So we look to see if they continue what has been an awesome start for them. And it started off disappointing. We flash back to week 1. You lose to a lifeless Raiders team that is now lifeless. At the time, obviously not. Week 1, everyone's excited. And this Patriots team has completely taken a 180 and built off that moment. They probably should have won week 1. They probably should have beaten the Steelers, like I said earlier. So that is a big, implication on the season. And they are very close. Similar to the Colts. If Mitchell doesn't fumble at the goal line and have that horrendous holding call against the Rams, you're looking at two teams that should be undefeated. It's a narrative here where you look at a lot of these top teams in the AFC. We'll get to the Broncos in a bit as well, where they've had a lot of their losses have come down to mistakes they've made. So the Patriots look to go to 7-2 there. The Broncos visit the Texans. Broncos 6-2, Texans 3-4. A battle of two of at least the 3 best defenses in the league, because I would put the Browns in that conversation as well. But the Texans and Broncos face off in Houston at NRG Stadium. The Texans looking to get to 4-4. They've played very good football as of late, and they have been the most underrated defense for sure, because as much hype as the Broncos defense has got, no one's really talking about this Texans defense, who's given up the least amount of points in the league. And the Broncos look to build on what has been a fun 4-game winning streak for them. Actually, maybe 5. I have to double check that. But their 2 losses coming on last second field goals. And if you remember in the Colts game, the bad penalty that set up another field goal as they commit a bonehead penalty, which this Broncos team has done a lot. And the Texans look to build. C.J. Stroud playing better. They finally have a host of receivers at his helm where he could actually throw to some guys and they're not all injured. They look to get the 4-4, like I said. No Pat Surtain for the Broncos. And I've been telling the guys around the office, because I think it's hilarious, the Broncos have activated 41-year-old, the man who never dies, Mercedes Lewis, still kicking, 41 years old. He'll be active for the Broncos roster. I doubt he will be a major factor, but I thought that was a fun fact. And the Chargers go to Tennessee. They are 5-3. The Titans are 1-7. They look to give any form of life this week against a Chargers team, which, like the Niners, I would probably say is the most banged up team in the AFC. Niners probably the most banged up team in the NFC. And this Chargers team looks to go to 6-3. They try to keep pace with the Broncos. They try to keep pace with the Chiefs, who are red hot in a very scary AFC West. And the Titans just try to get anything going. No Calvin Ridley, no Simmons this week. So they look for any kind of life as we head into the NFL trade deadline. And today will have a lot of impact on what happens going forward with the NFL trade deadline. Bears at Bengals. Bears 4-3. Bengals 3-5. Joe Flacco was playing. We weren't sure if he would be. He was questionable leading it into today. So he will be playing. We'll see what that offense can build off of after a choke job against the Jets, after a rough Week 8 loss. And the Bears are trying to regain some stability. You know, they played well early. They've had some exciting wins. They've had some disappointing losses. You know, getting blown out by the Lions, getting, kind of blown out last week. So the Bears look to move forward there. They try to get to 5-3, and the Bengals try to get to 4-5. The Ravens showing some life this week. And if the Steelers lose, that AFC North is still up for the grabs for the Bengals and for the Ravens. So we'll see what happens there. A lot of injuries to note. And like I said, we will get to all of the injury report in a bit. In the 4 o'clock window, Jags at Raiders. Jags 2.5-point favorites on the road. And the only reason why I'm noting that right now before we get into the whole, lists of, spreads is you would think that would be a bigger spread for the Jaguars, even though they are on the road. But Jags at Raiders. Raiders trying to get to 3-5. They don't, they are in a weird window right now. They weren't going into the season rebuilding, and they are now, feels like if they lose today, they will be in full rebuild mode. Max Crosby, they've said they won't trade him. The Cowboys have been floated as a rumored place there. They have guys like Jacoby Myers. They just picked up Tyler Lockett. And the Jaguars, without Travis Hunter today, are trying to, again, like the Bears, like some other teams in the league who are in that teetering, middling, are they a pretender, are they a contender, window. They try to get the 5-3. They look to get any kind of consistency. And I think that's the key here for a lot of these teams in that area. They just try to get consistency. For the Saints, they visit the Rams. They're 1-7. A lot of injuries for them. We don't know if Kamara's playing today. They made a quarterback change, and we'll get more on that later as well. The Rams trying to get to 6-2. They're at home. This is the biggest spread of the day. By far, Chargers are the second biggest spread. Actually, I'm sorry, the Packers are the second biggest spread coming into the day, and we'll get you all those exact numbers in a bit. But Rams 5-2, Saints 1-7. And our game of the week, I told you the game of the 1 o'clock window, Vikings, Lions, J.J. McCarthy's return. The Lions looking to build on what has been an exciting early season to try and, reward the people who praise them and, the few doubters that are still out there, hold them off. But the Chiefs and the Bills, our game of the week. How can it not be the game of the week? Mahomes, Allen, AFC title games, 2 AFC monsters facing off in Buffalo at Highmark Stadium or Orchard Park, whichever, if you want to be exact. Chiefs are 5-3. Bills are 5-2. Coming off the bye, they're trying to build in what has, or not coming off the bye, coming off, a big week from James Cook. I'm sorry, mixing up my weeks here. But a big week from James Cook last week. That Bills team has been a more versatile offense than they have been in the past. And this Chiefs team, the NFL had a chance to kill them early. All these teams are going to, kick themselves in the butt come playoff time when the Chiefs are still around and probably still fighting, if not winning the AFC West. And they're at 5-3. We thought they were dead in the water. That game, I think it was week 4, where the Ravens and the Chiefs faced off. And we thought this was going to be the week that the Chiefs finally go away, and they are still around, and they still feel like the team to beat in the AFC. And this week will give us a clearer picture on that. When you get to this point in the season, week 9, midway through the season, you have a complete clear picture of who, some of the top teams are, who will be in the playoff picture. But also the matchups feel to mean more. Early on in the season, we always say it feels like the first few weeks feel like an extended preseason, and you can't really take a lot out of what happened in week 1, week 2, week 3. Like I said, the Raiders beat the Pats. And not that I don't think the Packers are one of the, top teams in the NFC, the way they handled the Lions week 1. And now look at where the Lions are. So this is a big week for Josh Allen, for Patrick Mahomes, as they face off again in what has been kind of a one-sided rivalry, in games that matter. I know we've had a few games where the Bills have gotten the best of them. The controversial game in week, I forgot what week it was last year. Allen had a great record against Mahomes in the regular season, but Mahomes owns him in the postseason, 4-0 in the postseason. I think Josh Allen's 3-1, 4-1 against the Chiefs in the regular season. So a lot to really break down in that one. But we have a bunch of games, like I said, 8 1 o'clock windows, Panthers, Packers, Vikings, Lions, Colts, Steelers, Niners, Giants, Falcons, Patriots, Bears, Bengals, Broncos, Texans, Chargers, Titans, all in the 1 o'clock window. And we kick off from Lambeau, Panthers at Packers. Bill Rabier's got us with a complete breakdown of that one.
Well, as you'd mentioned earlier, the second largest spread of the day today, the Packers big favorites over the Panthers today. And I know a lot of Packer fans are hoping that this is somewhat of a drama-free game. They've been big favorites a couple of times before, and it looked like they were going to run away with it, the game in Cleveland and then Dallas, and let things slip away in the fourth quarter, or certainly in the second half, and they're hoping to avoid that today. And fans are encouraged after last week's second-half performance against the Pittsburgh Steelers in Pittsburgh, and they're hoping that they can count on them to build on that today. Well, we'll see. It's a beautiful day for football. A little overcast. Temperatures in the upper 40s here at Lambeau today. And the Packers are looking to build on, like I said, what they did last week. And they're hoping they can do it with Josh Jacobs in the running game. They've been a little bit inconsistent on offense. They feel like they've left a lot of points out there. Jacobs has been dealing with a calf injury, although he downplayed it and told me yesterday in the locker room that, or Friday, I should say, that it's a non-issue, that it's behind him, and we'll see. He's been, I would say forcing his way in the lineup, but certainly making his own case to be in the lineup. He's never going to back down, and they're hoping that certainly he can get things going. I was looking at some numbers today that from this point last year, where he had over 1,300 yards rushing last year, to this year, he's about 100 yards under his pace from a year ago. But last year at this time, he'd only scored 1 touchdown. This year, he already has 9 touchdowns on the ground. So they've utilized him in the red zone very well. He just hasn't had that breakout game yet, hasn't gotten to 100 yards. And they'll see if they can do that today. And Jordan Love will try to continue his fine play, too. Look for his tight end Tucker Kraft, and maybe, to the fans' delight, get Matthew Golden involved, the Packers' first-round wide receiver choice, who has been off to somewhat of a slow start. He's been playing well. When they throw him the ball, he's caught it. Just haven't gone to him that much, and Packer fans are hoping that changes today. Packers and the Panthers get ready to kick off here at Lambeau.
Thank you so much, Bill, and we will check in on that one. That Packers defense has gotten a lot of flack, and I don't understand it. They are, I think, 6th in points allowed this year, and they look to build off of what was an impressive second half last week against the Steelers team. They got after Aaron Rodgers, so a lot for Packers fans to be excited about. And the Panthers, also a good defense, but they've been hot and cold at times, and they had a rough week last week, and they try to stabilize this week at 4-5 in a division that is still kind of up for grabs. I know the Bucs are off this week, but they sit right now. They are a game and a half, I guess, or 2 games back of the Bucs. So we look to see if they can gain a game as the Bucs are off, or I guess it would be a half game at this point. And we will monitor that. Obviously, I'll give you an updated standings a little later. And let's go out to our game of the 1 o'clock window. Vikings visited the Lions. J.J. McCarthy returning from injury this week. The Lions trying to continue to assert their dominance. And more on that. Our guy, Dustin Fiocco, has more for us.
Yeah, I'm outside of Ford Field right now, and we have got a capacity crowd on hand. Talking about the weather out at Lambeau, kind of opposite here in Detroit. It's Beautiful, sunshiny weather, and the crowd is pumped. Bringing up J.J. McCarthy. He's returned to the Vikings. Also a return here to Detroit. A lot of Michigan fans here at Ford Field. He did lead the Wolverines to a national title, some Big Ten titles. Probably not going to be receiving the most warmest of welcomes here today, though, as Lions fans are hungry to gain ground in that NFC North. It's a very tight matchup, especially we just heard from Packers fans and the Packers update. Packers and Lions, very, very neck and neck. We're going to see if the Lions can gain a little more ground with another divisional win today. Under Dan Campbell, they've been great in divisional games. This year they're 1-2. They did have that loss to the Packers, a win against the Bears to follow, and now they got a meeting with the Vikings, the first time they're matching up with them in this season. Lions have had the Vikings number. They had that big win to close out the season last year, Week 17. It was for the 1 seed. It was for the division. Lions coming out on top in that situation. This time they're facing J.J. McCarthy at quarterback for the Vikings, so it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out in downtown Detroit.
Thank you so much, Dustin, and we will check in as soon as that one kicks off as well. The Colts, and we mentioned defenses, we mentioned offense, and the Colts near the top in defense. I think they are top 10 in points allowed, and they are number 1 by almost 30 points in points scored. They have the highest point differential, and the Steelers, looking to what has been an inconsistent defense and an inconsistent offense at times, look to stabilize a bit, stay above 500, and more on that from Acrisure Stadium. Brian Bacco's got us covered.
Hey, gentlemen. Yeah, I mean, Steelers still lead the AFC North, but it doesn't feel like that right now after giving up 68 points the last 2 weeks between the Bengals and Packers combined, just picking them apart on defense. And the Colts have to be licking their chops coming in here or stomping their feet or neighing or whatever baby horses do, because the Steelers are even more banged up now in the secondary than they were the past couple weeks. I have a feeling that Kyle Duggar, who they just traded for, safety from the Patriots on Tuesday, might be playing strong safety for basically this entire game. And Jalen Ramsey, who is best known as a shadow corner for most of his career, is going to be exclusively at free safety, according to Mike Tomlin. So this Steelers defensive backfield might get worse before it gets better. And now it's a date with not only Daniel Jones, but Jonathan Taylor, who's probably going to require 7 and 8 in the box at times to stop him.
Thank you so much, Brian, and we will check in there. And that's an interesting note there. Brian saying that it looks like Duggar and Ramsey are going to be the safety pairing for the majority of that one. So that is going to be a tough matchup for that Steelers defense against the NFL's best offense. They do it in the air. They do it on the ground. Both the quarterback and running back can do it on the ground. So a lot to see there. We got a lot more to get to. Like I said, 8 1 o'clock games, 3 4 o'clock games. We'll get you the injury report. I'll get you my picks. We got a lot more to get to. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day. Back after this.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's premium wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. It is an introvert's dream. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Lowe's, this Veterans Day and every day, verified military members, veterans, and their spouses get automatic silver status in My Lowe's Rewards with free standard shipping, plus 10% off eligible purchases with no annual limit. It's one way we honor and give back to those who have served and still do. Learn more now at lowes.com/military. 10% discount can't be combined with another offer. Exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app. If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino.
Download it.
Morning, Zoe.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Impressive. Let me try. At T-Mobile, you can save up to 20% versus the other big guys.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
Check them out. See how much you could save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself, they pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more. The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
This is Bill Ryder, and I'm Ryder Than You, at least for 2 hours, starting weekday mornings, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, on the Infinity Sports Network.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back. NFL Week 9, the midway mark. It is not the midway mark for wings, burgers, dogs, whatever you got on the menu. And we will have some food on the menu here at some point. But we got a lot to get to. Like I said, we got Niners at the Giants. Niners going to MetLife. They're dealing with a lot of injuries. The Giants are dealing with a lot of injuries. There's also a lot of excitement surrounding this Giants team, even at 2-6. And from MetLife, our guy, Mike Mancuso, sets the scene.
All right, Anthony, and if we do have wings at halftime, I'll see if I can get you some.
And some Twix, ice cream bars, too.
Yes, exactly right. But you are right. There is still excitement about this Giants team, despite the loss to Philly last week and then the really brutal loss against the Denver a couple of weeks ago. Dart continues to lose weapons, but he continues to still impress. Obviously, no Cam Scatterboo this week. He's already lost Malik Neighbors. I do think that you'll see some good efforts out of Tyrone Tracy and Devin Singletary in the backfield today. But, he continues to lose plays. Daniel Bellinger, a tight end, not a game-breaking type player or receiver for Jackson Dart. He's been more of a safety valve. He's also not playing tonight. So, Dart has been working with the receivers that he does have, especially after practice. Darius Slayton, Wandell Robinson, tight end Dale Johnson, Ray McLeod, somebody they elevated from the practice squad, so we'll see what they can get going out of them. San Francisco has struggled with a pass rush this season, so maybe the Giants can get something going there. San Francisco, however, and there are plenty of 49er fans in the building today, they want to run the ball. At least that's what they said all week. Kyle Shanahan said that they are challenging the team to run. Christian McCaffrey, an excellent running back, as you know. He does have a lot of catches out of the backfield, but 49ers banged up at wide receiver. They're going to try to run the ball, and the Giants haven't stopped anyone, which leads me to my final preview point. It'll be interesting to see how Dexter Lawrence on the Giants' defensive line reacts this week. He was nudged a lot by Carl Banks on a podcast, the two-time Super Bowl champion. I'm sure you heard it this week. He said, Dexter, no one respects you. They're running on you. They're blocking you with second-string players, to which Dexter said, they're still double-teaming me 60% of the time, but, maybe Carl Banks trying to light a little fire under Dexter Lawrence today on the defensive line, so we'll see. But really nice day for football. Anthony, temperatures are going to be in the mid-50s. No wind to speak of. Of course, you always have to worry about the Giants' kicking game with Graham Gano's injuries. So we'll see how this plays out. But, this is another excellent chance for the Giants to make a statement today.
Thank you so much, Mike. And we will check back in there from MetLife. It is gorgeous out today in the New York area. So we'll see if that holds up. We're almost on the precipice of, the cold weather creeping in, but somewhere not unfamiliar to cold weather. Falcons versus the Patriots from Gillette Stadium. The Patriots continue to try and build on what has been an epic, very exciting start to the Mike Vrabel era, and Alan Siegel's got more for us.
Anthony, we have clam chowder here if you want some.
I'm always down for some food. You said it this way, and I will chop down on it.
You got it, buddy. Hey, the Patriots defense is the only unit in the NFL that is yet to allow an opposing runner 50 yards in a game. But this afternoon against Atlanta, they're going to face a severe test with Bijan Robinson lining up against them. He is ninth in the league with 549 yards, sixth in the NFL in all-purpose yards at 962. He's also the Falcons' second leading receiver with 413, and he has 2 touchdowns rushing, 2 receiving. Patriots coach Mike Vrabel said this week that he will severely test their edge. The Patriots defensive tackle Milt Williams told me that Robinson has speed, quickness, power, and they must know where he is on every offensive play. Now, after missing last week with a knee injury, Michael Penix, he's back at quarterback for the Falcons this afternoon, and he'll have his receiver, Drake London, back after he, too, missed last week with a hip injury. Now, Atlanta's defense, they're rated second in the NFL, allowing only 275 yards a game, and they are number 1 in pass defense, allowing only 149 yards per game. They also blitz more than any team in the NFL, 45% of the time to be exact. And testing the Falcons today will, of course, be Drake May. He leads the NFL in completion percentage of 75, quarterback rating at 118.7. He has thrown for 2,026 yards with 15 TDs, just 3 interceptions. And in terms of plays over 20 yards, this is amazing, really. May is 13 of 17 with 5 touchdowns. Now, the Patriots will not have lead running back Ramondre Stevenson today. He sits with a toe injury, so that means that rookie Trayvon Henderson will be in that spot. Now, last week, the Ohio State rookie ran for a career-high 75 yards and 10 carries. It included a career-long run of 27 yards. Earlier this week, the Patriots traded safety Kyle Duggar to the Steelers and defensive end Keon White to the 49ers. Now, the Patriots lead this series, including the postseason, 10-6 with 7 straight wins over Atlanta. And that includes a particular post.
Oh, I think we lost Alan there. Oh, we got it back.
Okay. I was going to say that the postseason record with the Patriots with Atlanta, it is 10-6 with 7 straight wins. And that includes a particular postseason game in February of 2017 with Roman numerals. In that game, you might remember, the Patriots trailed 28-3 late in the third quarter. That game and series don't mean much anything today, but it's always nice to bring up. Anthony, no problems with the weather. It's a perfect November football day here in the Boston area also. Very little wind, sunny skies, and temperatures in the low 50s.
Thank you so much, Alan. And I'm sure if he sends that New England clam chowder, it'll get here right by halftime of the 4 o'clock games. So we're all set. We got a lot of food to get to. And he did mention that that's 28, the 28-3, that Super Bowl. It has nothing to do with the players on the field today, but I am sure it is stuck in both fan bases' minds. But we got a lot more to get to. We'll get to the Bears and Bengals, Broncos, Texans, Chargers, Titans. A lot of excitement there. Like we said, Mancuso's bringing, maybe some wings, maybe some, Twix ice cream bars. Siegel said he's going to get the clam chowder. We got a lot of food on the menu. As always, NFL Week 9, and it's the midseason point. For a lot of these teams, they are going to be making decisions about their players going forward. And for a lot of these teams, they're going to be making, decisions about if they are going to bring in pieces. We've talked about wide receiver as a piece that is being sought after around the league, whether, it's Jalen Waddle's name, who the Dolphins supposedly want a first-round pick for. So that seems highly unlikely, but their pass rushers, it seems a bit more likely they could go after. And when it comes to, other teams looking for pieces, whether it is, offensive line, defensive line, that is going to be the key word after today. And after tomorrow's Monday night game, when Tuesday comes along and that trade deadline hits, we can expect some, I'm not going to say monumental moves, but some names to be moved that matter, some teams to get better. A lot of teams we've heard, the Broncos, we've heard the Pats both looking for wide receiver help. We've heard teams looking for pass rush help, whether it's the Commanders. We've heard huge names like Trey Hendrickson and Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, all floated around. So a lot to look out for. Many of these names will not be traded because of the package that they want in return. But the trade deadline is upon us, and today is going to set apart teams that are going to be buyers and sellers. We'll get to all the rest of the game preview. We'll get you my picks, the injury report, all that right here on Gridiron Game Day. But first, an update from our guy, Tony Pierno.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
All right, and the surprising Colts headed to Pittsburgh this afternoon to take on the Steelers. Daniel Jones has shocked the football world by leading Indianapolis to a 7-1 record and an NFL-leading 33.8 points per game. Jones says communication will be key in a tough environment on the road.
Anytime you're going on the road and playing in a big game like this, you prepare for it, prepare for the communication aspect of it, making sure we're all on the same page.
Kickoff is coming up at the top of the hour. In the late afternoon window, the 5-2 Rams will battle the 1-7 Saints in Los Angeles. Matthew Stafford will have his top playmaker on the field as Puka Nacua returns from an ankle injury.
Feels good. Rehab process was good. I'm Mark that I get to work with, and Reggie, our training room staff does a great job. The time being able to spend back out here and get some work in, and feel like I can hit the ground running and come back this week.
Nacua was leading the NFL in receptions and yards receiving before getting injured in Baltimore 3 weeks ago. Kickoff is at 4:05 Eastern. The Sunday night game features the Commanders hosting the Seahawks. Washington, which is seeking to end a 3-game losing streak, will receive a boost with the return of quarterback Jaden Daniels. Daniels missed last week due to a hamstring injury. Washington will still be without star wideout Terry McLaurin, who will miss his 5th game with a quad injury. Kickoff tonight is at 8:20 Eastern. Game 7 of the World Series was one for the ages. The Dodgers beat the Blue Jays last night in 11 innings 5-4 to secure its 2nd straight World Championship. Will Smith delivered the tie-breaking homer in the 11th.
Taking great at bats, finally punched through there. Man, that was a fight, for 7 games. That's a really good Toronto Blue Jays team. Man, I'm just excited. There's nothing better than this.
NBA today, the defending champion Thunder seek to remain perfect as they host the Pelicans. Tip-off is at 3:30 Eastern. Meantime, the Spurs are off to a franchise-best 5-0 start. They will look to keep the good times rolling this evening when they visit the Phoenix Suns. Tip-off is at 8 Eastern. And the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Phoenix Raceway for the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series Championship. The green flag will wave a little after 3 Eastern. I'm Tony Pierno.
Hey, this is Zach Gelb.
I'm hanging with you. Weekday afternoon starting at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific. Right here on the Infinity Sports Network.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's premium wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. It is an introvert's dream. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan. $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Lowe's, this Veterans Day and every day, verified military members, veterans, and their spouses get automatic silver status in My Lowe's Rewards with free standard shipping, plus 10% off eligible purchases with no annual limit. It's one way we honor and give back to those who have served and still do. Learn more now at lowes.com/military. 10% discount can't be combined with another offer. Exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself. They pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app. If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino. Download it.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
If your vibe is the earlier the better, Lowe's early Black Friday deals are a no-brainer. Get up to 35% off select major appliances, and rewards members get free delivery, haul-away, basic installation, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select LG major appliances. Valid through 11/4. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. LG member offer excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, and Florida. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Hey, I'm JR, and the JR Sport Brief is on the Infinity Sports Network. Weekday evenings, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. NFL Week 9 is upon us. So much to get to. We don't have that much time. We got a lot of games to preview, so I do want to get you my picks and the injury report. But first, the most important, the injury report. Niners, like we said, ton of injuries all year, and this week is no different. Mac Jones is starting. Brock Purdy questionable. I'm not sure. I'm going to get an update on that as soon as we get ready. But Mac Jones is starting no matter what Brock Purdy's status is. They'll be without Ricky Pearsall again. No Bryce Huff. No Gross Matos, no Jarek Brendel. On the Giants side, Paulson Adebo and Cordell Flott both out. Illuminor and Daniel Bellinger were doubtful. For Detroit, Kirby Joseph, Malcolm Rodriguez, Daniel Thomas all out. Minnesota will be without C.J. Ham, Jeff Okudah, and Josh Oliver. For the Falcons, Michael Penix, Drake London are back. No Storm Norton, no Billy Bowman Jr. For the Patriots, Ramondre Stevenson is out. So look for a lot of Travion Henderson in that one. For the Packers, no Dante Wicks, no Lucas Van Ness. For the Panthers, no Cade Mays. For the Bears, DeAndre Swift. This is a big one for, the Swift owners out there, the Swifties. DeAndre Swift. That was such a dumb joke. I'm sorry. DeAndre Swift and Luther Burden III, they're both out. Trey Hendrickson, Marco Wilson, and Logan Wilson also out. I believe that we got a ruling on Trey Hendrickson. He is inactive for this one. Joe Flacco will play. So we do have a update on Trey Hendrickson. For the Broncos, the big one, no Pat Surtain Jr., no Marvin Mims, P.J. Locke, and Nate Atkins also out. Mercedes Lewis activated. Elijah Huzzy, he's out. For the Steelers, Jabril Peppers, Corey Trice Jr., Cole Holcomb, they're out. For the Colts, the big notable name is Samson Ebukam. For the Chargers, again, another running back, Hassan Haskins put on IR. Tony Jefferson, the safety, he's also out. For the Titans, Arden Key, Xavier Woods, Jeffrey Simmons, and Calvin Ridley out. We will get an update later in the day on this one, but Darius Williams doubtful for the Rams. Alvin Kamara questionable for the Saints. For Buffalo, no Shaq Thompson, no Josh Palmer, and Daquan Jones as well. For the Chiefs, still without offensive lineman Josh Simmons. Isaiah Pacheco also out. For the Jags, Travis Hunter, Tim Patrick, and Eric Murray out. And Lonnie Johnson and Aiden O'Connell out for Vegas. The Seahawks, look out for them. Cooper Kupp is on the injury report. They're already down 2 receivers. They've had to elevate 2 receivers. So if he is also out, that is something to note in the primetime window as well. As far as my picks go, it's been an awful season. I am 15-20, so I hope to God most of you have not played these. We have yet to hit one of these parlays. This week, we went a little safer. Amon-Ra, St. Brown, over 6.5 receiving yards. Cincinnati, plus 2.5. The Colts to cover at 3. CMC, anytime touchdown. Christian McCaffrey, anytime touchdown. And Travis Etienne Jr., 75-plus rushing and receiving combined yards. Before we get to the rest of the updates, I'll give you the whole spread lineup. Packers are 13-point favorites over the Panthers. Lions are 9.5-point favorites over the Vikings. On the road, the Colts are 3-point favorites. On the road, the Niners are 2.5-point favorites over the Giants. The Patriots are 5-point favorites over the Falcons at home. On the road, the Bears are 2.5-point favorites over the Bengals. The Texans are 2-point favorites at home. That line has shifted a bit. All of these were taken right before we went on air. The Chargers, 9.5-point favorites on the road against the Titans in the 4 o'clock window. Jaguars, 2.5-point favorites over the Raiders on the road. The Rams at home, 14-point favorites. That's the biggest spread of the day. And the Chiefs are -2 on the road, against the Bills. Bills at home, underdogs. All these lines brought to you by BetMGM. Let's go out, though. Bears, Bengals. Bears trying to stay above 500. The Bengals trying to gain some ground in a very open AFC North. And Jason Earhart has more for us.
Yeah, both teams could really use a W here today. Subpar performances last week. The Bengals blowing a 15-point lead in the fourth quarter and losing at home to the Jets, while the Bears still their 4-game win streak come to an end against the Ravens and a backup quarterback. They will face a backup quarterback again this week. It, of course, will be Joe Flacco. He did injure the AC joint in his throwing shoulder last week. He's been questionable all week. He's going to give it a go, but if that flares up for some reason, Jake Browning will be ready to go. The Bengals will also be without defensive end Trey Hendrickson, suffering from that hip injury. The Bengals defense, or should I say lack thereof, has struggled even with Hendrickson in, but without him, absolutely no semblance of any pass rush at all. Defense held a players-only meeting this week. We'll see if that helps correct some could only be described as abysmal tackling and some poor angles to ball carriers. Bengals allowing 408 yards a game and giving up 253 points. They're dead last against the run and third to last against the pass. Against the Jets last week, they gave up 500-plus yards against a Jets team that hadn't scored a touchdown in 2 weeks. So I'm sure Caleb Williams and company are licking their chops here today. DeAndre Swift out. Kyle Monangai will start at running back. Bengals also without linebacker Logan Wilson and backup corner Mark Wilson as well. Could be a high-scoring affair today. The Bengals did find a little something in the run game last 2 weeks, on 323 yards combined. We'll see if they can continue that. And one bit of history today, potentially with 10 receptions, Jamar Chase would join Megatron Calvin Johnson as the only players in NFL history to record 10 or more catches in 4 consecutive games. Weather should be decent. Looks like low 50s, a little bit of rain coming in, but this should be a good afternoon for football.
Thank you so much, Jason. That's an awesome stat there. I didn't even know that. Jamar Chase has been on a tear, and a lot of it's had to do with Joe Flacco. We'll see how much that injury to Joe Flacco hinders him from passing the ball today. But this is also a Bears defense who's been very up and down, a Bears offense which has been good. No Swift today, so Kyle Monangai is a guy to watch. Could be a big piece in that Bears offense, but it has been a lot of inconsistency in that pass game, inconsistency in that run game. Also, I love a good uniform. Packers running with this old school. It's supposed to look like the old leather helmet on the print on their helmet. Pretty cool. I like it. It's a lot better than some of the throwbacks that we've seen. That Steelers one last week was rough. But 2 teams that last week, I love those Texan alternates last week, and the Broncos throwbacks had a great 2 great uniforms, but a big game for both. The Texans trying to gain a step in the AFC. They've been playing great football the last 3-4 weeks, and that defense is the most underrated in the league. Least amount of points given up. And the Broncos, a very hyped up defense. No Pat Surtain today. They look to continue their hot streak. All of this from Houston. Our guy, Adam Spillane, has more for us.
Hi, Anthony, and I'm with you on those Broncos throwbacks. I wish they'd be wearing. I was there wearing them today.
I agree.
But you have the 6-2 Broncos against the 3-4 Texans. Both teams coming off of impressive wins. Texans getting the blowout win over San Francisco. The Broncos getting the blowout win over the Cowboys last week. And for Denver, you mentioned no Pat Surtain. He is out today. He suffered a pec injury against the Cowboys last week. So that's bad news for Denver. Houston, on the other hand, is getting healthier. They will get back top receiver Nico Collins, who missed last week's game with a concussion, and also Christian Kirk, who missed the last 2 games with a hamstring injury. He is back. And then one other injury note for the Texans, Dalton Schultz was on the injury report throughout the week with a couple of shoulder and a knee injury. He did not practice Wednesday or Thursday. He returned to practice on Friday, and he is active today. One big matchup to watch in this game Obviously, we mentioned no Surtain, but that Broncos pass rush has been the league's best. They have 36 sacks through 8 games this season, most of the league. The next best team has 26 sacks. And while this Texans offensive line has not allowed a ton of sacks this season, there have been a lot of instances where they have struggled to protect C.J. Stroud. So that will probably that might be the matchup that decides this game, the Broncos pass rush against the Texans pass block. So the Texans and Broncos, big one in the AFC as the Texans try to get back on track, try to get back to 500, and then the Broncos try and keep their lead in the AFC West.
Thank you so much, Adam, and we will monitor that. Both teams, great pass rushes. The Broncos dealing with injuries on that offensive line. They are, I believe, I have to get a double check, but the guard is their backup guard. At one point, they were playing with their third string guard this season, so we'll see what happens there. And for the Texans, a very, below average pass protection for C.J. Stroud. It's been their issue the last 2 seasons. It's probably their biggest issue outside of health the last 2 seasons. So we will see how they continue to build off of that one. And it's going to be a defensive, a battle today. I believe the number right now is at 40.5. Honestly, you could probably bet the under on this one. If there was a way, I don't think there is possible. Obviously, our sports book here in New York is a little bit more limited. If you could bet total sacks, I'm sure the number is high, but I would probably still hit the over on that, as Bo Nix will probably be running for his life against one of the premier pass rushes in the league in the Texans pass rush, and the best pass rush in the league in the Broncos pass rush. He's also going to be on the other side, C.J. Stroud, running for his life as well. Let's go out to Tennessee. Chargers, Titans. Brad Douglas sets the scene for us.
Hey, thanks a lot. The 5-3 Chargers come to Nashville to take on the 1-7 Titans. Both these teams coming off big blowout games. The Colts blowing out the Titans. The Chargers big over Minnesota, 37-10, and so the Chargers looking to increase their lead and increase their chances, while the Titans looking for their first victory under Coach Mike McCoy. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Brent, and we will bounce back between all of these games, including the Titans-Chargers. We've got a lot of football kickoffs coming up next. Stay tuned. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's premium wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. It is an introvert's dream. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is gone!
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
At Lowe's, this Veterans Day and every day, verified military members, veterans, and their spouses get automatic silver status in My Lowe's Rewards with free standard shipping, plus 10% off eligible purchases with no annual limit. It's one way we honor and give back to those who have served and still do. Learn more now at lowes.com/military. 10% discount can't be combined with another offer. Exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself, they pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app. If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino.
Download it.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare. At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
Catch all the action on the Infinity Sports Network. Live 24/7 on your local affiliate, SiriusXM 375, where sports fans tune in. 101.9 FM HD2, New York.
An Odyssey station.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. NFL Week 9 action. We are moments away from everything kicking off, and we've got a lot of football to get to in that 1 o'clock window. Vikings at Lions. That's our marquee matchup of the day, or of the 1 o'clock window. I keep saying day. But then you look at that 4 o'clock window and you see Chiefs, Bills. I don't know why I said Jets there. I am on a lot of cold medication, if you cannot hear it in my voice, so forgive me. But Chiefs, Bills, that's our matchup of the day in the 1 o'clock window. Vikings, Lions, divisional matchup. Lions trying to get to 4-0 at home, 6-2 on the season. Vikings trying to get to 500. J.J. McCarthy back, healthy, and see if that has any impact on this Vikings offense. And unfortunately, I do not think it will, not to upset our producer, Nico Scarlatus, Michigan alum, but I am not a big believer in J.J. McCarthy. Somebody I am a big believer in is Drake May and that Patriots offense, and that game's about to kick off. Falcons, Pats, Alan Siegel's got more from Gillette.
Well, Anthony, Drake May has 7 straight games over 100 pass rating. 8 would tie a club record set by Tom Brady, and also would tie the only other guys that have 8. Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning, and Lamar Jackson. The NFL record, by the way, is 12 by Rodgers. That was set in 2011. The Patriots can look for their 6th win in a row if they get it. It'll be the longest since 2021. The Falcons looking to play like they did a couple weeks ago when they beat the Bills. Perfect weather here. We're just about to kick off. We'll keep you posted all day long, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. A lot to monitor. And I really like what this Patriots offense has built. And we talked about it earlier. The deadline is a few days away. So expect that Patriots team to be active. I'm not saying they're going to take a big swing, but going to get another receiving target for Drake May on the run game, between Drake May, Stevenson, and Henderson. They have a lot of firepower. Obviously, no Ramondre Stevenson today, but they have a lot of, guys to play with. Some teams to watch as far as potential sellers. The Giants, in my opinion, potential sellers if they lose this week. If they win this week, it's wide open. The 7th seed right now is the Niners in that conference in the NFC. So a win today puts the Giants back in the playoff picture, in my opinion. A loss today, possibly they sell off some of these guys. I'm not saying a whole fire, sale, because they have the quarterback now that they believe is the guy. So why would they blow it all up right now? But it's some guys they could get, expiring contracts, teams like that. The Titans are definitely going to be sellers. To what extent? We've heard that Cam Ward and Jeffrey Simmons are absolute no-goes as far as trade talks go, but they do have some other guys, Calvin Ridley, some defensive players there. We've already seen them trade a corner as well to the Rams, and we will see what the Saints will do. Is Alvin Kamara going to be a part of, the trade discussions going forward? And for the Raiders, Max Crosby's been, as of right now, considered a no-go as well trade-wise, but that's a potentially one as well. We are kicked off, and the 1 o'clock window is underway. We've already heard from New England. Let's go out to Cincinnati. Bears, Bengals. Flacco's playing. Trey Hendrickson is not. Jason Earhart's got more for us.
Well, the Bengals get on the board. They don't even need Joe Flacco to go out. It was a 99-yard kickoff return by Charlie Jones on the opening kick, and Evan McPherson knocks through the extra point, and it's good. So we are 11 seconds into this game. The Bengals already have a 7-0 lead. The Bears won the toss and deferred to the second half. Maybe regretting that choice right now. So the Bengals with the early 7-0 lead, getting ready to kick it off to the Bears here in Cincinnati.
Wow, a big start there, Cincinnati. Off to the Charlie Jones, the kick return, gets us started. NFL Week 9, like every week, the NFL season is always full of excitement. Everything's kicked off. All our 8 games are underway right now, and we've had that's got to be our quickest score of the season to date. So a big start there, and also big start for my picks this week. So hopefully that Bengals, and that's a good thing. You give, that offense, Flacco, a little bit of a breather. And I'm not talking like on the day, but a breather as far as you've given them a chance to not come out and immediately start from behind, as we know that defense likes to struggle. Jackson Dart with a scramble up the middle for the first down. He gets them to midfield, and we got a first down here by the Lions. Laporta with a nice catch to the right, gets past the sticks, and they have a first down. So the Lions are in Minnesota's territory. The Giants are at midfield. The Falcons are getting ready to punt. It's 4th and 12 for them on their own 30. The Titans have the ball after a big run by Pollard. 3rd and 4 for the Steelers. Let's see if they're at about midfield as Aaron Rodgers drops back, and it looks like he's going to fall well short on the pass to Warren. So that's going to be a punt for the Steelers, and the Colts will take over after that. Giants now 2nd and 3 from San Francisco's 46 after another scramble from Jackson Dart. So that's going to give San Francisco fits all day. Let's go out to Houston for an update. Broncos, Texans, Adam Spillane has the update.
All right, Anthony, Texans are on the move. They are near midfield after Nico Collins just picked up a 3rd and 8 with a 9-yard catch. So far, we talked about this about 15 minutes ago. The Texans offensive line doing a pretty good job against this Broncos pass rush. Nico Collins back for the Texans after he missed last week's game with a concussion. Christian Kirk also back for Houston as well after he missed 2 games with a hamstring injury. No Patrick Surtain for the Broncos. He suffered a pec injury last week against the Cowboys, so he is out today. So Texans have the ball, 2nd down and 8 from their own 49. We are 2 minutes into this one as a 3rd down will be upcoming after Woody Marks ran for, looks like no gain or maybe even a loss. So 3rd and long coming up for Houston as they approach midfield.
Thank you so much, Adam. It's worth noting, Dre Greenlaw active this week, obviously served his 1-game suspension against the Cowboys. So we'll see how that Texans offense deals with a banged-up Broncos defense. And they, like he said, offensive line doing a good job to start. 3rd and 4 for the Lions as they are at the 40-yard line. We'll get an update in that one in a second. First, let's go out to MetLife as Mike Mancuso has more on the Niners and Giants.
All right, Anthony. The Giants on their first drive, they now have a 2nd and 10 on San Francisco's 28-yard line. Giants with 3 first downs on this drive. Jackson Dart scrambled for 1. Tyrone Tracy ran for a 2nd, and Devin Singletary ran for a 3rd. Giants now facing, as I mentioned, a 2nd down. They have the ball on the 28-yard line as Jackson Dart brings his guys out. We'll try to stretch out, see what happens on this play. And someone jumped offside, so we'll have a little bit of a delay. Giants say the 49ers jumped. So right now we are scoreless, 11:33 remaining in the first quarter, and the Giants are on the drive.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to Green Bay. Panthers, Packers. Bill Rabier's got more for us.
Just underway here in the first quarter. First possession of the game, the Carolina Panthers won the coin toss and accepted. They decided to take the ball, and then on their first play, they had to have a false start. So they started out 1st and 15. But after a couple plays, a 9-yard carry by Rico Dowdle put them into a 3rd and 4 situation. It appeared they got the first down, but replay assist determined they were short, and now they're going for it on 4th down at their own 37-yard line as Bryce Young steps to the line of scrimmage. Packers trying to get a stop. This would be a huge stop and put them in great field position. And they run a little snap and around the end and a first down. There was a fake snap to the quarterback and a direct snap to the wide receiver, but there's a flag on the play, so we'll have to sort this out. So don't know if they'll have it yet. Oh, it's on Carolina, so they will have to punt it away. So their first possession of the game looked promising to start with, but now it's going to end with a punt. So the Packers wearing their throwback 1923 uniforms today that are really pretty sharp. If you get a chance to check them out, you should. Yeah, that helmet looks awesome. And they're about to get the ball for the first time with 12:47 left. First quarter, no score at Lambeau.
Thank you so much, Bill, as we will monitor that one. We got a big play in the Giants game, but first, an even bigger play in the Lions game, and Dustin Fiocco has more for us.
Yeah, live from Ford Field. We heard no score at Lambeau. We do have a score here at Ford Field. The Lions driving down the field with ease. They do face a 4th and 4 at their Minnesota 40. Sam Laporta, some big catches during that drive early on. How about a 40-yard reception pushed into the end zone? Lions go up quick and early with very good efficiency. They lead the Vikings early in the first quarter, 7-0.
Thank you so much, Dustin. So a big play. Dan Campbell, very ballsy. He does not care at all. And you know what? Kudos to him. That's why that team is always dangerous. And we are going to get a confirmation in this one, but we might have a score in this Giants game as we speak. We'll see once that is confirmed. Talk about great uniforms. Packers, great uniforms. These Giant throwbacks are epic. And let's get more on that game as we've got confirmation on that play. Mike Mancuso's got the update.
Well, the Giants have drawn first blood, Anthony. They lead 7-0. They just drove 64 yards, 10 plays. We mentioned Singletary and Tracy running well out of the backfield. Jackson Dart running the offense very well, a number of first downs. And then finally the scoring drive. Theo Johnson on a catch and run on the right sideline for 15 yards, and the score, the extra point, was good. So very impressive first drive by Jackson Dart and the Giants, and with 10:50 remaining in the first quarter, they lead San Francisco 7-0.
Thank you so much, Mike. The Colts are in the red zone, 2nd and 10 from Pittsburgh 16. So we now got a couple of scores: Giants 7-0, Lions 7-0, and like we said, the Bengals kicked off with the touchdown. They are up 7-0. The Texans picking apart this Broncos defense early. It's 2nd and 5. They're at Denver's 23, so they're right outside the red zone. But the only team right now currently in the red zone is the Colts. It's now 3rd and 2 at Pittsburgh's 8 after a short pass to Josh Downs. So we'll see if the Colts can get it there. Obviously, with Jonathan Taylor, everything is as expected. And Darius Slay down on the ground for the Steelers, which can not afford another injury to that secondary. So we'll see what happens in that one. 2nd and 5 here. Texans have the ball from the 23 of the Broncos side of the field, and C.J. Stroud running for his life, and it is an incompletion there as It looked like he was going to Dalton Schultz there, but he could not complete the pass on that one. Like we heard, Dalton Schultz, injured, didn't practice most of the week, was finally a full participant, so he is out there. Travion Henderson is out there for the Patriots. He's already got 2 catches for 30 yards with no Ramondre Stevenson, and he takes another carry up the middle on that one. So we'll see what happens in that game. Actually, that was Jennings, so my apologies. But 2nd and 8 from Atlanta's 16. So now the Patriots will have 2nd and 8 from the 16. They are in the red zone. C.J. Stroud sacked on 3rd down, and it looks like the Broncos will, hold them to a field goal. That one was Zach Allen, as that Broncos pass rush continues to just make quarterbacks' life living hell. The Chargers with a big play here, and that is disastrous for them, and we will find out what happened exactly there. But first, let's go out to New England, as we've got an update in that one. Alan Siegel's got more for us.
So, Anthony, after the Patriots defense stopped Atlanta with their first 3 and out to start the game all year, the Patriots offense took over and they methodically went down the field. A march that included Travion Henderson pass for 11 yards, a Drake May run of 12 yards, a Travion Henderson pass for 19 yards, and finally a 16-yard touchdown pass to Pop Douglas. The Patriots have started fast. 7:44 to go here in the first. It's the Patriots 7, the Falcons nothing.
Thank you so much, Alan. As this one is we're off to a fast start. I think it was week 3 where we had every game had at least one 30-point scorer. We could be leading that way right now. A couple of, special team / defensive scores. And we'll get an update in that Chargers-Titans game in a bit. Some other games to note. Like we said, if you weren't listening earlier, Bengals kicked off the game. Jones with a 99-yard kick return touchdown. Broncos-Texans, they took over. Let's see what happened. I think that was a missed field goal by Fairbarn. It was a 51-yard no good. So the Broncos getting a little lucky there on that one. And the Texans, you cannot leave points on the board when you're facing this Broncos defense. You had a chance there. They were picking them apart. George Kittle with some acrobatics again. We've been seeing him do that a lot. Let's go. I told you there was a big play with this Chargers offense in the Titans-Chargers game. Brant Douglas has more for us.
And so it was the second play of scrimmage for the Chargers. They'd gotten the first 5-yard first down pass to Quentin Johnson, making it 2nd and 5. And Herbert stepped back looking to throw off on the right side. And linebacker David Barton just stepped in, and he had a clear run 25 yards to the end zone. So the Titans had a terrible start with the offense, but the defense comes up big with the pick 6. It's the Titans 7, Chargers nothing, 11:19 left in the first.
Thank you so much. It could be costly. I would assume that you still got to feel comfortable if you are looking at the Chargers as the team to win that one, but not a good start. And that Titans defense has been good at times this year for that team. It's just the offense has been non-existent. It looks like we're going to get a 4th down here from about the Niners 41-yard line after they look short of the yard to gain. 1st and goal at Cincinnati's 10. The Bears are in the red zone. The Vikings also in the red zone. 1st and goal from the Lions 10-yard line. The Broncos are at about midfield, like we said, after the missed field goal. The Packers 1st and 10 from Carolina's 34-yard line. The Patriots are about to kick off as to the Falcons. So are the Titans. Like we said, 4th and 1. We already got a timeout in this one. I don't know who called it. Oh, the Niners called it. So 4th and 1 from the Niners 41-yard line. 9 minutes to go in that one. We'll see if they get the gain there. 2nd and goal at Pittsburgh's 5. The Colts are in the red zone, like we said, and they have 2nd and goal at Pittsburgh's 5 after the incompletion to Ty Warren across the middle for Daniel Jones. And we've got a big play here in the Minnesota game. Let's go out there. A lot of scoring, as always, at Ford Field. And our guy, Dustin Fiocco, has us covered.
scoring already. Not even 5 minutes to play in the books at Ford Field, and we've got ourselves a 7-7 score. Lions scoring very quickly on 4th and 4 with a 40-yard touchdown from Laporta. Vikings answered back with a touchdown of their own. It helps that they return their kickoff to the 36-yard line of Detroit. J.J. McCarthy making his return to Michigan, the former Wolverine. He's the Vikings QB today. He connects with Justin Jefferson in the end zone. We're knotted up at 7-all in the first quarter.
Thank you so much, Dustin. And we've got a lot more to get to. The Colts have a 3rd and goal on that one. They may have to settle for a field goal. We've got a update in this Packers-Panthers game. A lot more to get to. So 7-7 Vikings-Lions, 7-0 Titans-Chargers, 7-0 Pats-Falcons, 7-0 Giants over the Niners. Everything else, 7-0 Bengals and Bears. Everything else scoreless. A lot more to get to. Gridiron Game Day, Anthony Gallo, Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM. Stay tuned.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
Getting on the network Warwick relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 399 Bald Hill Road. Come check out the latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between. It's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Warwick relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 399 Bald Hill Road to speak with Dion and save big today.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay, give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
If your eyes are the windows to your soul and your glasses are the windows to your eyes, then it's pretty important to find your perfect frames. That's why at Warby Parker, we've made shopping for eyewear as easy and fun as can be. Peruse endless styles in our stores or use our app to virtually try on frames and get personalized recommendations. To find your next favorite pair of glasses, sunglasses, or contact lenses, or to locate your nearest Warby Parker store, head over to warbyparker.com. That's warbyparker.com.
Amazon has everything for everyone on your list. Like your teenage son, who won't give up the peach fuzz currently posing as a mustache on his upper lip. Get him an electric razor. Amazon has early holiday deals on gifts everyone wants, like the latest kitchen gadgets and toys. And some they don't even know they need, like that razor. Grab him a mirror, too, so he can see how pretty he is without that dirt on his lip.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away. Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
At Lowe's, this Veterans Day and every day, verified military members, veterans, and their spouses get automatic silver status in My Lowe's Rewards with free standard shipping, plus 10% off eligible purchases with no annual limit. It's one way we honor and give back to those who have served and still do. Learn more now at lowes.com/military. 10% discount can't be combined with another offer. Exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Once upon an office so dreary, Wendy's HR presentation made everyone weary.
Was it a bore?
A snore. Could have used more charm, for sure.
That's it?
Wendy opened Canva, looking ecstatic. She began to work her magic.
Docs, prints, presentations galore. All in one design. Not dull anymore.
The next day, Wendy wowed the crowd. They clapped loud.
I feel so proud.
Now, imagine what your dreams can become when you put imagination to work at canva.com.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself. They pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
This is Bill Ryder, and I'm Ryder than you. At least for 2 hours, starting weekday mornings, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, on the Infinity Sports Network.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
What's up? I'm Anthony Gallo. This is Gridiron Game Day, the place to be. All the action, scores, turnovers, special teams plays, injuries, updates, fantasy, gambling, all of it. Right here, Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM. If you're on YouTube, what is going on? Let's check in. We got a lot to going around the league right now. We just had a big play in the Broncos-Texans games, and Adam Spillane has got us covered.
Yeah, Anthony, the Texans had to settle for a 51-yard field goal attempt on their first drive. Kaimi Fairbairn missed wide to the right. The Broncos were able to move the ball on their opening drive of the game, but they had to settle for a 51-yard field goal, and it was blocked by Danico Autry. So both teams have missed field goals. On the Will Lutz field goal attempt for Denver, it was a bad snap from Mitchell Fraboni, and that kind of ruined the whole entire operation there. Bo Nix, though, has started 0 for 3 for the Broncos. J.K. Dobbins, 3 carries, 24 yards. C.J. Stroud, 5 of 8 for 32 yards. He was able to convert a couple of third and longs on that opening drive for the Texans. As now he just hit Dalton Schultz over the middle, and Schultz might score. He's inside the 20 to the 15, and he'll be brought down inside the 15 to the 13-yard line. A long completion for Dalton Schultz. And remember, Schultz was questionable coming into this game with shoulder and knee injuries. And then he makes a big play right here. And that sets up the Texans 1st and 10 from the 12.5-yard line. So a big play as the Texans have an opportunity here to grab the lead. It's a 49-yard completion for Dalton Schultz. So the Texans in business, their second drive of the game, as they try and grab a lead. We have 3:40 to go in the first quarter. The Broncos and Texans are scoreless, but the Texans are threatened.
Thank you so much, Adam. Let's go out to New York as the Giants and Niners exchange scores. Mike Mancuso's got all of that for us.
Well, a 68-yard touchdown drive for San Francisco. It took them 12 plays. They have now tied this game at 7-7. San Francisco being very aggressive on a 4th down and 1 from the 41-yard line. They went for it, their own 41, and were able to convert on the drive. Mac Jones was 6 of 6 for 47 yards, including a 5-yard touchdown pass to Christian McCaffrey, who had 2 catches on the drive, and he also rushed for 19 yards. So the Giants now have the ball on offense. We are tied at 7, 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to Cincinnati. We're bouncing around quick here. There's a lot of action early as the Bengals and Bears. The Bengals right outside of the red zone, and Jason Earhart's got us covered.
Yeah, no shortage of highlights here in Cincinnati. The Bengals get the long kickoff return to start the game. The Bears go right back down the field in 12 plays. Caleb Williams actually flipped it to Rome Odunze, who flipped it to DJ Moore, who passed it to Caleb Williams for the receiving touchdown that tied it at 7. Bengals get another long kickoff return, this one from Samaje Perine to put him in good position, and they're lining up now for what looks to be about a 41, 42-yard field goal from Evan McPherson, getting ready to be attempted. 7-7 right now, 5:46 to go, opening quarter from Cincinnati.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's go out to New England. Falcons, Patriots. Alan Siegel updates us.
Well, Anthony, the Patriots defense has started this game big time. They had a 3-and-out to start the game. Their second series, they allowed 11-yard pass to Drake London. Bijan Robinson had a 5-yard run, but they also tackled for a 5-yard loss. So far he has 2 carries with 0 net yards. The Patriots, of course, had that 75-yard touchdown march to start the game that ended up with a 16-yard touchdown pass from Drake May to Pop Douglas. The second offensive series started at the 6-yard line. They had a 3-and-out, so that is where we are. 3:19 to go in the first quarter, and that's the Patriots leading the Falcons 7-0, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. And the Bengals kick is up. That one's good, so that'll be 10-7 in that one. The Broncos had stopped C.J. Stroud short of the first down marker, but a pass interference penalty. So now it is 1st and goal for the Texans at the 1. In the Steelers-Colts game, it was 4th and 3, I think, for the Colts, or for the Steelers, on the goal line, and they go for it, and they end up not being able to convert. So that one will be a turnover on down for the Colts. The Broncos get a stop on that first attempt by the Texans, so it's 2nd and goal for the Texans. Now the Colts will take over at their own 4-yard line as Aaron Rodgers wasn't able to convert. The Giants are now punting back to the Niners. The Falcons, it's 1st and 10, like we heard, from their own 47-yard line as they try to tie this up. 7-7 Titans-Chargers, as the Chargers scored to tie this game up on a pass to, it was a defensive player in Matlock, a 2-yard touchdown from Herbert to Matlock for 2 yards, and they tied that one up after the Herbert pick 6. So we'll get an update there. Let's go out to Green Bay. Panthers, Packers, as they are battling out. Bill Rabier has got more for us.
Well, the Panthers are knocking on the door here. They have it at the Packers' 25-yard line, 2nd down and 7. And this coming after the first turnover of the game. Savion Williams of the Packers fumbled at the Carolina 16. It looked like the Packers were going to march in and score after they got in the red zone, but then Williams turned it over on the fumble caused by or picked up by Nick Scott, I should say. It was the 7th fumble of the year by the Packers, but only the 2nd one lost. So they put it on the turf way too much, and this time they lost it. And Carolina took over at their own 16, and now they've marched down and have it at the Packers 25, and there's a timeout on the field. So far for Carolina, Bryce Young, 4 of 5 for 36 yards. He's hit Tat McMillan twice for 32 yards, and Rico Dottle has 8 carries, 33 yards on the ground here in the early going. But still no scores. The first quarter has come to an end. That's why we're in a timeout. So they'll flip sides, and Carolina will try to put some points on the board here. Still no score at Lambeau Field as we about to begin the second quarter.
Thank you so much, Bill. And in a turn of events in the Texans game, Broncos-Texans, it was 4th and goal from the 1-yard line. Texans false start. It did look like they got in, but it was a false start, so they will now push that back to the 6. The Vikings now back in the Lions' red zone. J.J. McCarthy cooking. You know what? Maybe I was wrong early. This guy is cooking early in that one. It's 1st and goal from Detroit's 7-yard line. In that one, the Bengals about to kick off to the Bears. It's 10-7 in that game. So we'll see. I think the Texans are going, let me not even say anything because they are kicking the field goal. So we'll see if somebody in this game can make a field goal. J.J. McCarthy rolling out. We'll get an update on the conclusion of that drive once we have one. The Panthers now at Green Bay's 25-yard line. If you missed the update, it's 2nd and 7 for them. The Chargers will take over after a punt by the Titans. So it's 7-7, Chargers-Titans, and the Chargers are taking over from their own 12. Falcons have the ball at the 1-yard line. 1st and goal for them. It's 7-0 Patriots over the Falcons. They get there after a 12-yard pass to Bijan Robinson. And let's get an update on J.J. McCarthy, the Vikings versus the Lions, as Dustin Fiocco has more for us.
Yeah, we talked about it's J.J. McCarthy's return to Detroit. A little bit of salt in the wound when he throws a touchdown pass. He's a former Michigan Wolverine, but how about double salt in the wound? He connects with former Lion T.J. Hawkinson, the former Lion tight end. He connects with him 10 yards into the end zone. Vikings now take the lead. They're up 14-7 on the Lions from Ford Field.
Thank you so much, Dustin. Some breaking news coming down in the college football world. Another, it feels like every week we have another one of these, stories, but we have, is it Auburn you said? Auburn has fired Hugh Freeze, so we will get more on that as soon as possible, but Auburn has fired Hugh Freeze, so another head coach out. James Franklin, Billy Napier, and now Hugh Freeze, so another big, and Brian Kelly, sorry, Sim. One every week it feels like, so a lot of big jobs opening up in the college football world. We'll update that as we go throughout the day. But some updates in the NFL window. We've got another update from New England. We've got a lot of action. These games haven't even hit the second quarter yet, and we've got a ton of action. Let's go out. Atlanta versus New England, and Alan Siegel's got more for us.
Anthony, Atlanta answered the Patriots salvo with a pretty good drive of their own. It all came through the air, basically, from Michael Penix. 22 to Kyle Pitts, 16 to Drake London, and then Bijan Robinson, the 12-yard reception down to the 1-yard line. And a place where you would think that Bijan Robinson would rush it in, well, Michael Penix went to the air. 1-yard pass to Drake London, and that is where we stand. 24 seconds till the end of the first quarter, and we're tied at 7, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. So a lot more to update. We'll update the entire window. We've got another 6.5 hours of football to get to. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, let's refresh that scoreboard. The Giants and 49ers each with opening drive touchdowns, all even at 7 at MetLife Stadium. Under a minute to play in the first quarter. Mac Jones starting once again at quarterback for San Francisco. The Bengals with an opening the game kickoff return for a touchdown, just the second kickoff return touchdown in the NFL this season. The Bengals ahead of the Bears 10-7 late in the first quarter. The Vikings have a 14-7 lead at Detroit. How about J.J. McCarthy shutting up some doubters for a moment? He's thrown a couple of touchdowns in the early going. Under 5 minutes to play in the first quarter in Detroit. Panthers and Packers scoreless at Lambeau. They're already in the second quarter. The Chargers and Titans all even at 7 points apiece late in the first. The Falcons on the move. They are in the red zone of the Patriots at a game that is tied at 7 late in the first quarter. The Colts ahead of the Steelers 7-0. The Colts looking to improve to an NFL best 8-1 in Pittsburgh. Texans 3, Broncos 0 as they start the second quarter in Houston. 3 games coming in the later window. The big one sees the 5-2 Bills hosting the 5-3 Chiefs. Kansas City is humming again, having won 5 of 6 while averaging nearly 30 points per game over that time. The Bills are in an unfamiliar position looking up at the Patriots in the AFC East. The 5-2 Rams are hosting rookie Tyler Shuck and the Saints. Shuck is making his first NFL start. The Jaguars have dropped 2 straight and this week placed two-way rookie Travis Hunter on injured reserve. Trevor Lawrence has an illness but is expected to play. The Jags trying to get right against the Raiders in Vegas. Tonight, Jaden Daniels is back for the 3-5 Commanders as they host Sam Darnold and the 5-2 Seahawks. College football, Auburn fires head coach Hugh Freeze, according to Pete Thamel. South Carolina fires offensive coordinator Mike Shula, per CBS Sports. NBA, the defending champion Thunder looking to improve to 7-0 as they host the winless Pelicans at 3:30 Eastern. The Bulls are 5-0 for the first time since the Michael Jordan era. Chicago visiting the Knicks at Madison Square Garden tonight. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Hey, what's going on? This is Zach Gelb. Join me for the Zach Gelb Show, weekday afternoon starting at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific on the Infinity Sports Network.
Getting on the network Warwick relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 399 Bald Hill Road. Come check out the latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between. It's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Warwick relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 399 Bald Hill Road to speak with Dion and save big today.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay, give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Taking care of your eyes shouldn't be a hassle. That's why Warby Parker is a one-stop shop for all your vision needs. Our prescription glasses and sunglasses are expertly crafted and unexpectedly affordable. Stop by a nearby store or use our app to virtually try on frames and get personalized recommendations. Did we mention we offer eye exams and take vision insurance too? For everything you need to see, head to your nearest Warby Parker store or visit warbyparker.com today. That's warbyparker.com.
Amazon has everything for everyone on your list. Like your teenage son, who won't give up the peach fuzz currently posing as a mustache on his upper lip. Get him an electric razor. Amazon has early holiday deals on gifts everyone wants, like the latest kitchen gadgets and toys. And some they don't even know they need, like that razor. Grab him a mirror, too, so he can see how pretty he is without that dirt on his lip.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August, and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself. They pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app. If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino.
Download it.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
There's a time and a place for everything. Texting, eating, and watching videos while you're driving isn't it. In 1 year alone, more than 3,275 people died, and more than 324,000 were injured in crashes involving distracted drivers. So miss the text, not the kid on the bike. Miss the meal, not the person in the crosswalk. Miss the video, not the truck taking a left in front of you. Driving distracted? Not now. Share it with everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
Join me, JR, weekdays starting at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific for the JR Sport Brief on the Infinity Sports Network.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. NFL Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sports Net. I'm your host, Anthony Gallo. This is the place to be for all the action, everything you want, and we've got a, tough one right here. C.J. Stroud down. He was giving himself up. It was he was sliding. He got hit. Number 31 on the Broncos hit him. It's tough because, in real time it looked dirty. As they slow it down, it doesn't, but it's still, he's giving himself up. So inexcusable from the Broncos defender there. And we've got a bunch of scores. One of the few games that has lacked the offensive firepower that the rest of the league has so far is Packers versus the Panthers, and Bill Rabier's got more for us.
Well, the Packers in the red zone for the second time. The first time they got there, they turned it over, and the Panthers did them to give it right back to them. Eventually, they marched down, and then in the red zone, Carolina threw an interception in the end zone. Bryce Young throwing the pick. It was taken by the Packers' Xavier McKinney. Packers then took over at the 20-yard line. A couple of plays later, Jordan Love hit Christian Watson on a 51-yard completion, pretty much all in the air. There was no yak after that catch, and that put them close to where they are now. And that pass put Jordan Love over 10,000 career passing yards. He's the second fastest to 10,000 in Packer franchise history. Only Aaron Rodgers did it faster. So Love off to a good start in his career. The Packers, though, struggling offensively here as they just had another penalty. They're looking at 3rd and 17 to begin with, and now this one's going to push them even further back and near the 30-yard line. So the scoring is tough so far here. The Packers stumbling on offense, both teams really, and we're still scoreless with 8:25 left in the second quarter at Lambeau Field. No score between the Packers and the Panthers.
Thank you so much for that one, Bill. It's worth noting, too, this Panthers defense inconsistent at times, but they do have some big players on it, specifically Derek Brown. You watch him every play, and on that sack, you could see him eating up the interior line and making it really hard for the guys on the outside to, cover the one-on-one. So we'll monitor that one. Let's go out. Like I said, C.J. Stroud banged up on that play. Let's go to Houston and get an update from our guy, Adam Spillane.
Yeah, Anthony, you don't have an update right now on C.J. Stroud other than he is in the injury tent as we speak. He was able to walk off the field on his own. It looked like he kind of signaled to the crowd to signal that he was okay. He was not hit in the head, and so there was a penalty. There was a flag thrown on the play. It was a 3rd down. He scrambled up the middle, tried to slide for the 1st down, and he was hit on the play by Chris Abrams' drain. And so, again, they threw the flag. It looked like it was a hit to the head. Replay assist, though, overruled and said that he was hit in the shoulder area, so they picked up the flag. And so the Texans just had to punt. But right now, again, C.J. Stroud is in the injury tent. Obviously, Davis Mills is the Texans' backup quarterback. If Stroud is not able to go when the Texans get the ball back, the Texans, again, just punted the ball back to Denver. Denver starts this drive from their own 14-yard line. The Texans lead this game 3-0. They had to settle for a 23-yard field goal by Kyrie Fairbairn. They had 1st and goal from about the 2. They tried to run up the middle twice. They were unsuccessful. They got it to about the 1-foot line. We're going to go for it on a 4th and goal, but a false start penalty moved them back to the 6, and so the Texans elected to kick the field goal instead. And so that's why we have this the 3-0 score. Both teams have missed 51-yard field goals in this game, but 13:26 to play. Broncos with the ball. It's right now.
Adam, can I ask you something, too? It looked like he was giving himself up. Was there not any thought? Because obviously we're not listening with the sound on here. There wasn't any thought to that just being, unnecessary roughness?
Yeah, I'm sure. I think they originally threw the flag because it seemed like the hit came right as C.J. Stroud went into his slide. So I think they probably just ruled that there was no time for the defender to react and hold up on that play. But I think they threw the flag because they thought it was a hit to the head, and then replay assist ruled that it was not a hit to the head, and hence that's why they picked up the flag. So yeah, it's fluid. Obviously, right now it's a strange situation. I mean, that's where replay assist comes in, and it's just not something that you're used to seeing. Most of the time, that play would just stand. And right now, the officials are discussing. There are a couple of flags down after this first down play by Denver, and it looks like we're just going to have offsetting penalties. So it'll be 1st and 10 for Denver. And now, Anthony, C.J. Stroud is walking off to the locker room area. Not walking well, but at least he's walking on his own. But right now it looks like he's being evaluated for a concussion, although that is not the official word from the Texans. So 13:26 to go in the first half, 3-0 Texans. But right now it looks like the Texans will be without C.J. Stroud for at least the remainder of the half, you would think.
Thank you so much, Adam. Let's go out to New England as we've got another big play in that one. Alan Siegel's got more from Gillette Stadium.
Well, Anthony, the Patriots have answered the Atlanta salvo with a drive of their own that started on their 35, and Josh McDaniels decided to go to his tight ends as Hunter Henry for an 11-yard gain, another one for 9, and then a 19-yard pass to Austin Hooper took the Patriots down to the 15, where Terrell Jennings took over. A 13-yard run got them 1st and goal to go for the 2, and Jennings just went out into the end zone. So that is where we stand. 8:52 to go now in the second quarter. It's the Patriots on top of the Falcons, 14-7, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. Let's go to Tennessee as the Chargers and Titans are in a dogfight, and Brant Douglas has more for us.
And the Tennessee Titans offense can't get anything going right now, but special teams are taking care of things. They had a pick 6 in the first quarter. Late in the first quarter, Chimera DK takes a punt return back 67 yards to the house, giving the Titans a 14-7 lead. But now the Chargers inside the 15-yard line looking to add to their lead, but thus far they're going to face a 3rd and 8 here coming up inside the Titans 15-yard line, as their offense seems to be clicking a little bit better. Justin Herbert, after one quarter, 7 of 9 for 107 yards passing. He's had a good day, 1 interception, but otherwise Justin Herbert thus far has had an excellent first half. 14-15 left to go in the second. Chargers knocking on the door, but they're trailing the Titans 14-7.
Let's go out to MetLife. Giants, Niners. The Niners having their way with the Giants. Mike Mancuso has more.
Well, the 49ers lead at 14-7. The Giants have just punted, so San Francisco takes over in their own territory with 9.5 remaining here in the first half. The Giants just had a 3rd and 3 near midfield, but 2 false start penalties put them in a 3rd and 13. They did not convert, and they were forced to punt. A couple of long drives for the 49ers resulting in touchdowns. The most recent one was an 80-yard drive, 8 plays. Mac Jones so far on the day, 10 of 10 for 98 yards. Christian McCaffrey, 37 yards on the ground. The Giants continue to be unable to stop the run. They've allowed 5.5 yards a rush in this game against the 49ers. Jones has 2 touchdown passes, a 15-yarder to Juwan Jennings and a 5-yarder to Christian McCaffrey. Jackson Dart is 9 of 10, but the Giants have hurt themselves offensively with some false starts. And right now, like I mentioned, the 49ers lead at 14-7, 9.5 remaining in the first half. San Francisco has the ball on their own, 18, 1st and 10.
Let's go out to Cincinnati. Jason Earhart has more on Bears and Bengals.
Yeah, the Bears have taken the lead for the first time today. They lead 14-10, courtesy of a 15-yard touchdown reception from Olamide Zacchaeus on a little pop pass from Caleb Williams. No DeAndre Swift, no problem. Kyle Monangai, 11 carries, 63 yards already for the Bears. You get an idea why the Bengals are giving up 30 points a game. They had a stop on that last drive. A 46-yard field goal by Cairo Santos went wide right. However, DJ Ivy lined up offside, so that led the Bears to a 4th and 1, which they converted and turned that possession into a touchdown. Same thing happened on the Bears' first drive. They were going to have to punt after a 3rd and 15, but the Bengals committed a penalty, which ultimately led to a touchdown. Bengals offense needs to be just about perfect here. They're giving up 7 every time on defense. 3rd down and 7 near midfield. Bengals trailing now 14-10.
Thank you so much, Jason. A lot of action. It's been insane the amount of action we've had in these early games so far. Some notable stat lines: 10 of 10 for Mac Jones, 98 yards, 2 passing touchdowns in that one. In the Colts game, the Steelers got a sack, fumble, strip. TJ Watt, got to Daniel Jones, knocked the ball out of his hand, was able to recover it, and they took over, and they will start 1st and 10 from their own 44-yard line. Daniel Jones at this point is 10 of 16, 107 yards, the 1 sack being the fumble. Jonathan Taylor, 7 carries for 18 yards. Daniel Jones with a rushing touchdown. And, they have 2 fumbles lost. Josh Down and Daniel Jones both fumbling and losing the ball in that one. TJ Watt, sacking Jones and able to, recover the same fumble he forced. The Lions now getting to the 10-yard line. It looks like they're about to be in the red zone after gaining the first down. So it'll be 1st and 10 from Minnesota's 11 on that one. After the Brandon McManus field goal, the Panthers are going to take over at about their own 35-yard line. So we'll see where that one leaves us. The Steelers right now, 3rd and 10 from the Colts 31-yard line, it looks like, and a completed pass over the middle. They will get a first down. I think that was Austin on the catch. So they're going to get within the red zone as well. So Lions 2nd and 1 from Minnesota's 2. They're in the red zone. After a big Bo Nix interception, the Texans have taken it back the other way, and it's 1st and 10 from Denver's 25-yard line as they look to extend their lead. The Falcons are 3rd and 10 from Atlanta's, from their own 33. It's now 4th and 7 from their own 33-yard line in that one. So Steelers 1st and 10 from the Colts 19 as they look to tie it up. The Lions have the ball at Minnesota's 2, and the Texans are right outside the red zone. So a few games right there close to the red zone. Montgomery's going to get stopped, so it's going to be 3rd and 1 in that one. We'll see what happens there. Indianapolis is challenging the catch on the 3rd down conversion in the Steelers-Colts game, so we'll see if that was actually a catch. It looked like it from my point of view, but what the hell can I see? Just sitting here, I'm not actually on the field, so we'll see if they actually converted and are in the red zone. If not, the Colts will get a break on that one. 2nd down and 2, the Texans are now in the red zone after an 8-yard run from Nick Chubb, and they're at Denver 17. Like I said, Bo Nix, deep down the left side of the field, threw a pick to the Texans, trying to hit Cortland Sutton, and an incomplete pass by Jared Goff on 3rd and 1 from the goal. They are going to probably go for it, knowing Dan Campbell, but they could kick a field goal. St. Brown was there. It is a drop, but it was a little bit of a tough catch for him, one-handed. I'm not going to call it a drop because it was, lunging one-handed. The Texans get the first down, so 1st and 10 from the Denver 15. A timeout by Minnesota in that game. So the Lions will decide what they're going to do. It looks like they're going for it, but I think this is where the timeout came in as we are a little behind on the feed. The Niners will punt it. The Giants are going to take over at their own 7-yard line. Packers up 3-0. Titans have the ball 3rd and 1 from their own 44. They're up 14-10. The Patriots have the ball from their own 28 as they're going to start their drive. They're up 14-7 with the Falcons. When the Giants take over, it'll be 14-7 for them. We'll get an update on that challenge by the Colts once we come back. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, 1 hour down in this NFL action. We got another 6 to go. Stay tuned right here. We'll be right back.
Getting on the network Warwick relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 399 Bald Hill Road. Come check out the latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between. It's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Warwick relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 399 Bald Hill Road to speak with Dion and save big today.
Amazon has everything for everyone on your list. Like your teenage son, who won't give up the peach fuzz currently posing as a mustache on his upper lip. Get him an electric razor. Amazon has early holiday deals on gifts everyone wants, like the latest kitchen gadgets and toys. And some they don't even know they need, like that razor. Grab him a mirror, too, so he can see how pretty he is without that dirt on his lip.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Manubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself, they pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Y hoy en las audiciones de Superstar, los juega raspaditos.
First Tuesday, el primer martes del mes. Hay muchos raspaditos para escoger.
Para First Tuesday.
Sí, la Lotería de Connecticut lanza nuevos raspaditos el primer martes de cada mes. Queremos que todos se enteren.
First Tuesday es un sí para nosotros.
Nuevos raspaditos, nuevos premios, nuevas formas de ganar. First Tuesday, hora de jugar.
Probabilidades varían por juego. Debes tener 18 años o más. Para problemas de juego, llama al 888-789-7777.
Distracted driving endangers lives. We know you know this. Sending a text takes about 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour with your eyes closed. We know you do it anyway. We know you eat, reach in the back seat, and drive with your dog on your lap. And when we show up after a crash that leaves you or someone else injured or worse, we know you really wish you made a different choice. Driving distracted? Not now. Tell yourself and everyone you love. A message from the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association.
If your vibe is the earlier the better, Lowe's early Black Friday deals are a no-brainer. Get up to 35% off select major appliances, and rewards members get free delivery, haul-away, basic installation, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select LG major appliances. Valid through 11/4. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. LG member offer excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, and Florida. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Bingo!
Get a lot for your money with the Rhode Island Lottery $2 Classic Bingo Instant Game. With 6 bingo boards to scratch, you've got multiple games to play and chances to win big. Bingo! There are 2 top prizes of $25,000 plus over $1.8 million in prizes still up for grabs. It's a hot pick. So get your ticket today at your favorite Rhode Island Lottery retailer. And remember to have fun and play responsibly. You could be the next big bingo winner.
Bingo!
The Infinity Sports Network. Listen live 24/7 on SiriusXM 375. Featuring Bill Ryder, Maggie and Perloff, and more. Infinity Sports Network. 1019 FM HD2, New York.
An Odyssey station.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. This is Gridiron Game Day. We've got our first of the season, our first beach ball on the field. Packers, Panthers. If you had the over on beach balls in that one, you nailed that. We got a lot to get to here. 3rd and goal for the Steelers. 3rd and goal for the Texans, so we'll get updates on both of those drives. The Lions have tied it up with a David Montgomery touchdown in that one. I'll give you the exact specs in a second as my internet is taking forever. It was a Montgomery rush up the middle, 2 yards, so they tied it up there. That one's 14-14, and there are a few other games to update as well. First, let's go out to New England. Pat, Falcons, about 5 minutes left in the second quarter, and Alan Siegel's got more for you.
Well, the Patriots have had another successful offensive drive, and it has ended with a touchdown. And let's set it up for you. Patriots started on the 28-yard line. A couple of passes and a couple of runs got it to the 31, and then Drake May went back and found Pop Douglas across the middle He broke 3 tackles and got down to the 11-yard line, a 58-yard completion, and for a first down and 10 from the 11-yard line. And then after an incompletion, he just hit Stephon Diggs, who created a little offense himself, went to the right sideline and dived into the end zone. So we're thinking about the Patriots point after touchdown here. And just bear with me just a little second here as we try to get it from Borregales. And the Patriots now lead it with 5:11 to go here in the second quarter. It's the Patriots 21 and the Falcons 7, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. As these games continue to wind down in the first half, Mac Jones and the Niners are looking to extend their lead. A rush to the outside on the toss to McCaffrey gets them to about 2nd and 8. It is now 2nd and 15 from their own 23-yard line. J.J. McCarthy throws a little check down to Aaron Jones, who goes 31 yards to get them to about midfield or even over midfield. In that one, Panthers, Packers, as the Panthers are looking to score. It's 1st and goal for them. 8 plays, 71 yards, about 5 minutes on this drive. There's 2:35 left in the half, and we'll get an update there. First, let's go out to Houston. The Texans took over after the Bo Nix interception in the red zone. Let's see what happened on that drive. Texans, Broncos, Adam Spillane has us.
Yeah, Anthony, the Texans were able to get the ball to the 1-yard line. It was a 1st and goal from the 1, and they have to settle for a field goal for the 2nd time in this game. First down, they try a QB sneak with Davis Mills. He loses a yard. 2nd down, they get called for a hold. And then there was a sack on 3rd down. And so they have to settle for a 41-yard Kaimi Fairbairn field goal. So 6-0 Texans with 7:11 to play in the second quarter. Still no update on C.J. Stroud. He's being evaluated for a concussion. The Texans did just lose Woody Marks on their previous drive. So that's a big loss. The rookie 4th-round pick out of USC has had some moments so far as a rookie. Davis Mills, on his first drive of the game, was 2 of 3 for 36 yards. He was able to connect with Nico Collins on both receptions. Collins, in his first game back after missing last week's game with a concussion, has 3 catches for 45 yards. His 3rd catch of the game was able to get the Texans 2-1, but again, they waste the opportunity. It has been a rough day for the Broncos offense. Bo Nix is just 1 of 7 for 3 yards and an interception. J.K. Dobbins was able to have some success on the ground during the Broncos' first drive of the game, but he has not really been able to do anything since. He had 3 carries for 24 yards on that first drive. He has only touched the ball once since that point. So 6-0 Texans, as the Broncos will get the ball back with 7:11 to play in the first half.
Thank you so much. And Texans shooting themselves in the as much as that Broncos offense has shot themselves in the foot, the Texans have had multiple goal lines, and they haven't been able to convert those into 6, and may come back to bite them in the butt. Like I said, we had a beach ball on the field, Packers, Panthers, and let's get an update on the actual football action going on in that game. Bill Rabier's got more.
Yeah, that beach ball slowed things down for just a minute, but the Panthers weren't affected by it. They punched it in. A touchdown, the first touchdown of the game, scored by Rico Dowdle on a 5-yard run, makes it 7-3 in favor of the Panthers. The Packers were first on the board as they kicked a field goal. Brandon McManus, good from 49 yards out with 7:53 left in the second quarter. And on the ensuing possession, the Panthers took it down and scored the touchdown. It was keyed by 2 big offensive plays. Rico Dowdle had a 29-yard run. That took it out to the Green Bay 47. And then Xavier Legette had a 22-yard catch. That brought it down to the Packers' 20-yard line. And they also converted on a 4th and 1 from the 6. Got it on a handoff to Dowdle, who then punched it in a couple plays later from 5 yards out. So the Panthers lead it 7-3. And Rico Dowdle has had himself a nice afternoon so far. He has on the day 12 carries, 66 yards, and a touchdown. Meanwhile, Bryce Young, 6 of 10 for 66 yards. His main target through the air so far has been Ted McMillan, who has 2 catches for 32 yards. Both of those came early. Most of their success in the last possession was on the ground with both Dowdle and Chuba Hubbard, although Hubbard is kind of struggling. He's got only 6 yards on 3 carries. They're mixing him in a little bit, but really it's been Rico Dowdle doing the damage. A couple of turnovers in the game. Each team has 1. Packers fumbled it early. The Panthers threw an interception in the end zone on their second possession. So it's been kind of a sloppy game. There's been a few fumbles as well, only one fumble lost. Jordan Love 7 of 9 for 76 yards, and Josh Jacobs just 2 carries for 5 yards in this one so far. Check that, 5 carries for 39. Jacobs has 2 catches for 5 yards. So with 2:22 left in the second quarter, the sun has broken out, and the Panthers have the lead 7-3 here at Lambeau.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to the other NFC North matchup. Lions-Vikings. J.J. McCarthy's, running around for his life out there. Dustin Fiuco's got more for us.
Yeah, McCarthy, he did just get sacked. Minnesota puts up a field goal, though, after a kind of questionable unnecessary roughness call on Aiden Hutchinson. However, before that, Lions did tie it up momentarily. David Montgomery rushes it in for a 2-yard touchdown run on 4th and 1. We saw the Lions convert on 4th and 4 earlier for a 40-yard touchdown by Laporta. They do it again with Montgomery, but they do trail by a field goal 17-14. Getting ready to receive again from a kickoff. We'll see if the Lions can retake the lead.
Thank you so much. Dustin Fiuco has more for us as that one continues on, and we follow that matchup. You know what? I completely, undersold what J.J. McCarthy, was going to do this game. He's been better. The offensive line is not held up on their side, and it was a little bit of a wishy-washy, unnecessary roughness call. But he was getting, running for his life, a 14-yard sack at one point. And he had it almost looked like a Madden glitch the way he flipped over. I thought it was a fumble in the Bengals game recovered by the Bears. Bengals got the ball back, and then a big play for Flacco to Jamar Chase, as that one ended up being a 37-yard reception as he continues to, excel with Joe Flacco under center. And we got a field goal here in the Giants-Niners game, and I think it's good. It looks good. It is good. They are raising it. Did not look good on the broadcast, but it is good as the officials confirmed that. We had a big play in Colts-Steelers as we will update that one. But first, let's go out. Jason Earhart has more on Bears-Bengals.
Well, the Bengals' best offensive drive of the day had them down to the Bears' 6-yard line, a 1st and 6 after a 36-yard reception by Jamar Chase. However, another foolish penalty, this one on left tackle Orlando Brown, a personal foul. It's moved the Bengals back to the 21-yard line. They currently face a 3rd and goal from the 15-yard line. And again, the 2 penalties, both led to Bears touchdowns, costing the Bengals earlier in this game. This one may well cost them another 4 points as well. So Flacco's throw incomplete. Looks like they're going to have to settle for at least a 33-yard Evan McPherson field goal attempt here moments from now. 14-10 Bears, 5:51 to go in the first half.
Thank you so much, Jason. Mac Jones has got a nosebleed going on. It looks like he took a little bit of a shot to the face on one of those sacks as he was, trying to protect the ball. It looks like he got a little bit of a nose hit, so we'll see what happens. It doesn't look like it's serious, but his nose is bleeding. 3rd and goal, as we heard. Bengals have the ball as Flacco. That's an incompletion, so it'll be 4th and goal for them 3rd and goal. Sorry, 3rd and goal from the 15. That was 2nd and goal. Broncos 3rd and 10 from Houston's 30. Still no update on C.J. Stroud, and we'll get an update in that one as we've got a big play, and that could change the momentum in this one. For the Steelers and the Colts, Daniel Jones. We talked a lot about MVP, a lot of hype. He is struggling out there, so we'll get an update in that one as soon as possible. Some scores around the league, 21-7, Patriots over the Falcons. And let's get an update in this one. There's been a lot of action, a lot of special teams and defense for the Titans, a lot of offense for the Chargers, and Brant Douglas has more on that.
And the Tennessee Titans looking to extend the drive. They've been hurting themselves with penalty. Cam Ward just trying to get a few yards there, but he was well away from a first down. As for the Tennessee Titans, their offense has done basically almost nothing in this game. As for the LA Chargers, Justin Herbert having a great, very consistent game despite throwing a pick 6. He's 11-15 for 169 yards. His leading catcher, Ladd McConkey, 3 catches, 45 yards. Quentin Johnson has a touchdown catch from Herbert for 19 yards. That was on the Chargers' last drive. We're just inside of 6 minutes left to go in the second quarter, and the Chargers, for the first time today, lead the Titans 17-14.
Thank you so much, Brant. As we can, Penny Sewell out right now. He's not seriously injured. He's still on the sidelines. It looked like he got something in his eye, so we'll get an update there as soon as he's back on the field. And I think he might be out there right now, as that was a replay in that one. And it's going to be 4th down now for the Lions as a big pass rush. Smith comes off the end and bats the ball down, and that will probably do it on that drive for the Lions as they look to punt. Like we said, the Titans looking to get anything going. We're getting a replay here of the scramble, about 7 yards for Cam Ward, as that's going to be a 3rd and long for them. The Panthers and Packers, the Packers are wearing the new, those throwback uniforms. It makes their helmets look like the old school, like 1930s, 40s leather helmets. And their offense is playing like that today, as it is still 7-3 there. Jordan Love, 7 of 9, 76 yards. Rico Dowd, 12 carries, 66 yards, and a touchdown. Chuba Hubbard has 3 carries, so he has firmly taken over that starting running job. And as of less, I think he's only started 5 or 6 weeks, and he is top 5 in rushing yards. So you can understand why they do that there. The Titans have tied it up with a big field goal in that one, so it'll be 17-17. I'll get the exact yardage of what that field goal was in a moment. It was a 41-yarder, I believe, 49-yarder for Joey Sly. So a big field goal for the Titans there. Giants will have it 3rd and 7. It is 17-7 right now, about 53 seconds left after the Niners took a timeout in that one. So we got, like I was doing, I was updating the scoreboard before. The Colts have struggled. Daniel Jones has struggled. He has a fumble lost and a interception in this one, which has led to 14 points by the Steelers. 14-7 now. Steelers over the Colts. The Colts now have the ball. It's 2nd and 3 from their own 37-yard line after a short pass to Tyler Warren. The Giants, like I said, it is 3rd down for them. 4th and 2 for the Falcons in New England's territory. It's 21-7 in that one. Niners leave 17-7 over the Giants. Like I said, Steelers 14-7 over the Colts. Chargers, Titans locked in at 17 apiece. Panthers 7, Packers 3. They're at the 50-yard line, and after a loss in that one, so Josh Jacobs' 2-yard loss is 4th and 4 now for them at Green Bay's 48. The Vikings have the lead, and they have the ball. They're up 17-14. They're on their own 25-yard line with about 3 minutes to go in the half in that one. Big drop pass by Theo Johnson there. So it's going to be 4th and 7, and the Giants are going to have to punt. He's nobody around him, and he dropped the ball. Would have been a 1st down, so a big drop in that one. 14-13 Bears over the Bengals. It is 1st and 20 from Chicago's 25-yard line. As let's see what the update was on that one. Oh, right, they had the field goal. It looked like they had missed it. So 14-13 Bears over the Bengals. About 5 left in that one. The Broncos get on the scoreboard. A big touchdown. And they're getting ready to kick off back to the Texans in a bit. 7 plays, 70 yards. Took 2:20 off the clock. And there'll be about 5 minutes left in that one. Bo Nix deep to Sutton down the left sideline for 30 yards. So he responded nicely after the touchdown. So a lot of Texans possession, not a lot of Texans points, and it is 7-6 Broncos. The Texans will take over from their own 27. We got a lot more to get to. Updates, scoring, injuries, fantasy. We'll get the CJ Stroud update as soon as possible. All that on Infinity Sports Network and BetMGM, Gridiron Game Day. Stay tuned.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
Getting on the network Warwick relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 399 Bald Hill Road. Come check out the latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between. It's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Warwick relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 399 Bald Hill Road to speak with Dion and save big today.
So I made the new Eggo protein waffles the other day for my kids, and they couldn't believe how good they tasted, or that they were packed with protein. They have the same great Eggo taste we all know and love, plus 20% of your daily protein. They seriously taste amazing. Whether it's part of your breakfast before school or a quick bite before practice, new Eggo protein waffles and pancakes are an easy way to keep everyone happy. Head to your local grocery store to fuel your morning with Eggo protein waffles and pancakes, available at retailers nationwide.
En la obra, el tiempo vale oro. Por eso en Lowe's tenemos Pro Block Quick Dry Primer hecho por Sherwin-Williams. Diseñado para los pros con aplicación uniforme, tiempos de secado rápido y resultados impecables. Disponible en base de aceite o agua. Ordena en línea antes de las 2 p.m. y recibe entrega gratis el mismo día. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos. Tú ahorras. Pedidos hechos después de las 2 p.m. se entregan al día siguiente. Válido en códigos postales selectos. Sujeto a disponibilidad de conductores. Aplican más términos.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's premium wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. It is an introvert's dream. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Amazon has everything for everyone on your list. Like your teenage son, who won't give up the peach fuzz currently posing as a mustache on his upper lip. Get him an electric razor. Amazon has early holiday deals on gifts everyone wants, like the latest kitchen gadgets and toys. And some they don't even know they need, like that razor. Grab him a mirror, too, so he can see how pretty he is without that dirt on his lip.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Summer's all about fun in the sun. So before you hit the roads to your favorite destination, get your vehicle checked and prepped right at home with complimentary Ford mobile service. Ford expert technicians can perform a lot of the same services right in your driveway that they do in the dealership, like an oil change with the works package, brakes, batteries, tire rotation, and more. So whether you're grilling in the backyard or soaking up some rays, keep enjoying your summer with Ford mobile service. That's ownership built around you. Contact your participating dealer or visit fordservice.com for important details and limitations.
Holiday PSA from DSW. This is your reminder that shoes are a gift, literally. So unwrap something good, like boots that inspire your next big adventure, or cozy slippers that give you an excuse to stay in, or sneakers that feel like pure joy. Because shoes aren't just shoes, they're exactly what you wanted. Let us surprise you so you can surprise them. Find shoes that get you and everyone on your list at prices that get your budget at DSW stores or DSW.com.
At Lowe's, this Veterans Day and every day, verified military members, veterans, and their spouses get automatic silver status in My Lowe's Rewards with free standard shipping, plus 10% off eligible purchases with no annual limit. It's one way we honor and give back to those who have served and still do. Learn more now at lowes.com/military. 10% discount can't be combined with another offer. Exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Dogs aren't just our pets, they're part of the family, and we want them to live the happiest, healthiest life possible. That's where Ollie comes in. Ollie makes fresh, protein-packed meals with real human-grade ingredients. Their recipes are backed by vet nutritionists, crafted with culinary experts and slow-cooked to lock in nutrition. And the best part? Dogs absolutely love the taste. Ollie also makes mealtime simple. They create tailored meal plans to fit each dog's specific needs, and the food comes perfectly portioned in mess-free packaging. Plus, the Ollie app offers on-demand health screenings where you can tap real experts for pup peace of mind. Your dog's well-being starts with their food, and that's why Ollie delivers fresh, human-grade food that your dog will love. Head to ollie.com/Odyssey, tell them all about your dog, and use Odyssey to get 60% off your welcome kit when you subscribe today. Plus, they offer a happiness guarantee on the first box, so if you're not completely satisfied, you'll get your money back. That's OLLIE.com/Odyssey and enter code Odyssey to get 60% off your first box.
Do you want opinionated sports talk with the biggest guests on the radio? Of course you do. So check out the Zach Gelb Show, weekdays at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific on the Infinity Sports Network.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, we got a lot to get to, a lot of action here as we continue this Week 9 game. What a play by Justin Herbert. It looks like it's a catch to Keenan Allen deep down the sideline. Great throw, great catch in the double coverage. It looks like he's in. We will see what the update is on that one in a bit. A couple other games to get to. First, let's go out to Brian Batco with the Colts and Steelers update.
Hey guys, yeah, so far, at least here in the first half, this is the Daniel Jones game that the haters have been expecting to see. He's been strip sacked by TJ Watt, and he threw a horrible interception right into the chest of Steelers linebacker Peyton Wilson that set up an Aaron Rodgers to Pat Freiermuth touchdown to make it 14-7. Rodgers is going to try to put together a 2-minute drill now from Steelers territory to give them a little bit more breathing room going into the break because the Colts will get the ball first in the second half.
Thank you so much, Brian. And he is right. That has been the game that many people expected from Daniel Jones. And we'll see how he responds to, the first, early adversity. They obviously had that game against the Rams, but that was more mistakes by, not trying to put it on one guy, but, 2 major mistakes by Mitchell. So we'll see how he responds to that one. The Packers are knocking on the door. So we will go and get an update on that one. Panthers, Packers, Bill Rabier's got more for us.
Well, the Packers were knocking on the door, but no one was home because they went for 3rd down and 9. I'm sorry, 3rd and 6 from the Carolina 9. Jordan Love threw the ball into the end zone, incomplete, so they had to settle for a field goal, 27-yarder from Brandon McManus, and that ended the first half. So Green Bay with 6 points in the first half. They've held the ball for quite a while, and they've moved the ball pretty well on offense. They just haven't put the ball in the end zone or really come away with any points to score for it. A couple of field goals. They got to be disappointed with that. And they trail the Panthers 7-6 at halftime. Jordan Love having a pretty decent first half. He had a nice drive that last possession. 11 for 16, 136 yards, no touchdowns. And receiving-wise, Packers have really spread it around. They're led by Christian Watson, who had the long play of the day, a 52-yard reception, his only catch of the day. Bryce Young, meanwhile, for Carolina, 6 of 10 for 66 yards. Rico Dowdle has done most of the work on offense for them. 12 carries, 66 yards, averaging over 5.5 yards a carry, and has the lone touchdown of the game, a 5-yard plunge just before the 2-minute warning here in the second quarter. So we are at halftime now, and the Packers trail the Panthers 7-6 at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much on the update there. Chargers, so that play was actually, I was getting a little distracted there. The Chargers play was actually overturned, so they ended up punting. So the Tennessee Titans have the ball at their own 43, 1st and 10 in that one. It looked like a great play, but he was ruled out of bounds. But we did have a huge play here that could ultimately change the tides in this one. Falcons, Patriots, Alan Siegel has more.
Well, I'll tell you something. Atlanta just pulled off a play that they definitely needed because the Patriots had themselves the ball and they were marching and were trying for some points just before halftime. But Drake May went back to pass. He was strip sacked. It was picked up by James Pierce and ran about 20 yards to the 6-yard line. Michael Penix has just gone to the 1-yard line, and Atlanta has called a timeout. So here's the situation, Anthony. We have a 2nd and goal at the 2 for the Atlanta Falcons. 16 seconds to go here until halftime. Atlanta, no timeouts left. And the score is the Patriots 21, Atlanta 7 for now, Anthony.
Thank you so much. When we last spoke to Adam, the Broncos offense couldn't get anything going. A lot has changed since then, but Davis Mills has filled in pretty nicely. Adam Spillane's got an update from Houston.
Yeah, so the Broncos took the lead after Bo Nix hit Cortland Sutton for a 30-yard touchdown pass on a 3rd and 10. It was a perfect throw towards the corner of the end zone, and Sutton beat the all-pro cornerback Derek Stingley Jr., who had just made a nice play a couple of plays before. And on the previous play on second down, Nix missed a wide-open Evan Ingram for what could have been a touchdown after Jalen Petrie fell down in coverage. But again, the Broncos were able to take a 7-6 lead, but the Texans were just regained the lead. Kaimi Fairbairn kicked a 38-yard field goal, his third field goal of the game. So it's 9-7 Texans with 1:52 to go. In the first half, the Broncos are about to receive the kickoff. They have one timeout remaining. Davis Mills, as you said, filling in for C.J. Stroud. We don't have an update yet on Stroud. He's being evaluated for a concussion. Stroud, 6 of 10, 79 yards. Mills, a 7 of 9 for 72 yards. He's had a nice connection with Nico Collins. Collins returning after suffering a concussion a couple weeks ago in Seattle. He's got 5 catches for 68 yards. Dalton Schultz, who missed part of the week due to he missed 2 days of practice this week due to a couple of injuries, has 3 catches for 55 yards. Bo Nix for Denver, 4 of 13, 70 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. Denver will start this drive. It was a touchback, I believe. It was a touchback on the kickoff, so Denver will get the ball at their own 35. 1:52 to go in the first half, and they, again, have one timeout to work with.
Thank you so much, Adam. Some of the other updates, obviously, he said they have one timeout to work with. They got 1:52 left in that one. The Bears have 1:42 left in the half as they're trying to extend their lead over the Bengals. It's 14-13. 3rd and 3 for the Bears at the Bengals 7-yard line. About 51 seconds left in the Vikings-Lions as the Vikings have the ball. 3rd and 11 from their own 46 after a loss of yards on a pass to Justin Jefferson. The Chargers now have the ball. 2nd and 5 from their own 31-yard line with 2:20 left in that one as the Titans offense continues to struggle. Most of their points coming off of, turnovers and special teams. The Falcons and Patriots just had a big play. We'll get an update as soon as possible on that as the Falcons try to cut into the Patriots lead. At halftime, Niners 17, Giants 7, Panthers 7, Packers 6. Those 2 games at half. 57 seconds left in the half in Steelers-Colts. 2nd and 10 for the Steelers. They're at Indianapolis's 30-yard line after a Rodgers incomplete pass. Let's go out. Like I said, Bears are threatening. They're in the red zone. Let's get that update on Bengals-Bears from Jason Earhart.
Well, the Bengals defense has just made sort of a stop. There was a 3rd and 3 from the 7-yard line. They forced an incomplete pass, and it looks like a Cairo Santos field goal attempt forthcoming. The Bears lead this game 14-13, trying to extend this lead out to 4. Rookie Kyle Monangai, almost 100 yards rushing already in the first half for the Bears. The Bengals will get the ball here with 1:33 to go to try to get something in before the half, and probably be a good idea to do that because the Bears will get the ball to start the third quarter. Again, waiting on Santos here to line up for the field goal. Looks like it's going to be about 24 yards. Should be a chip shot. Bears looking to extend that lead to 17-13. 1:33 to go. First half here from Cincinnati.
Thank you so much. Honestly, it was, he was scrambling for his life, Caleb Williams, and right before that field goal, he throws the ball away and somehow hits the upright. I find that very impressive. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but, very fun there. A big scramble from Justin Herbert gets them into what should be field goal range. Steelers have the ball after a penalty. It was declined. It was okay. So it was on the Colts. So 1st and 10 for the Steelers. They're at Indianapolis's 12-yard line. Most of the offensive stats coming the way of Indianapolis, but the fumble and interception by Daniel Jones has really been the deciding factor. As with 15 seconds left, the Steelers try to make this a 2-possession game as we will watch and see what happens there in a moment. But first, let's go out to Green Bay. They're at half. Packers, Panthers, Bill Rabier has more.
Well, we're getting a nice halftime show here from the University of Wisconsin Marching Band. That's always a treat. They come up here once a year and provide the halftime entertainment. And Packer fans probably enjoying this more than they've enjoyed the first half. It's 7-6 in favor of the Panthers. Green Bay kicking a field goal right at the end of the first half there to make it 7-6, and they will get the ball to start the second half. So they have a chance to take the lead on the opening possession, but they've moved the ball pretty well offensively here. They just haven't put it in the end zone or really taken advantage of their offense. In fact, they've probably been their own worst enemy. 6 penalties in the first half for the Packers to just 2 for Carolina. Each team has turned it over once. The Packers fumbled in the red zone, turned it over, and the Panthers threw an interception in the end zone to turn it over. So both teams are a little sloppy on offense. Defensively, the Packers are playing pretty well, keeping Bryce Young and company in check. Young 6 of 10 for 66 yards. Rico Dowdle with 66 yards rushing on 12 carries. And for Green Bay, Jordan Love 11 of 16 for 136. Their leading rusher is Josh Jacobs, 7 carries for 49 yards. And so the Packers will get the ball to start the second half, as I mentioned, and try to get this lead back. They trail 7-6 here at halftime at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much, Bill. And we will get an update in a second. I'm almost certain J.J. McCarthy threw a pick. It looked like it was a drop, but the Lions took over, so it was a pick. So the Lions have the ball right now, 3rd and 11 from their own 38-yard line. Naylor coming across the middle. It looked like he pinned the ball to his shin. Somehow he was able to maintain possession. So we will get an update on that as soon as possible. 2nd and 20 for the Steelers now from their own 21-yard line. I do not know what the penalty was, and we will get that up. A false start was the penalty, so that pushed them back now as they are going to, it looks like they're just going to run out of bounds with about 3 seconds left. They got it to, they could still go for it. It looks like they're at like the 5-yard line. There's about 3 seconds left. I think they're going to take the points as it looks like Rodgers is walking off the field. 4th and 16 for the Broncos as they continue. They just punted it away. They continue to struggle offensively. The Chargers look to get some points on the board before the end of the half, and Brant Douglas has more on that from Chargers Titans.
And they do just that. Cameron Dicker connects from 52 yards out. Chargers got into Titans territory on a 30-yard scramble by Justin Herbert. He just found a seam down the right side of the field and took it into Titans territory. But then on the ensuing play, he was sacked for the 3rd time this first half. The Titans defense has been able to somewhat contain Justin Herbert. Herbert right now passing 13 of 24, 185 yards, 2 touchdowns. He did throw a pick 6 along with the 3 sacks. One update for you on the Chargers. Joe Alt, their team captain, is out, questionable return with an ankle injury. And it was one of those moments where we only did not see what happened when it initially happened. They barely showed a single replay because it's a replay you don't want to see more than once. Alt got his right leg rolled up underneath. Player hit him from behind, and they had the cart on the field within about 30 seconds after it happened. It was that severe of an injury. So fingers crossed for him that it isn't as severe as it initially looks. Meantime, Titans they're going to have the ball, probably just run out the clock, 14 seconds left on their own 30-yard line. Chargers lead 20-17.
Thank you so much, Brant. So we'll get an update on the Joe Alt injury as soon as possible. C.J. Stroud, questionable to return. He's being evaluated for a concussion, so you hope all is okay there. We had a big, before we go to the update, we had a big touchdown in this Bengals-Bears game. T. Higgins, 3rd player in the Super Bowl era to have 9 straight home games with a receiving touchdown. The other 2, Chris Carter and Jerry Rice. So elite class T. Higgins is in there as he burns down the sideline, makes an incredible catch. You could argue that could have been defensive pass interference. He was still able to maintain body control, catch that ball, and take it to the house. We got a lot more to get to. All the updates, all the fantasy. I'll get you the fantasy leaders in the first half as we go. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud was hit while attempting to slide on a scramble. The back of his head slammed against the turf, and Stroud appeared to go into that fencing posture that is indicative of a head injury. We learned about that from Tua Tagovailoa a couple of years ago. Stroud was able to walk off the field. They're saying he's questionable to return. Davis Mills is in at quarterback for the Texans as they lead the Broncos 9-7, 1:02 to play in the first half. Bengals backup running back Samaje Perine is doubtful to return after suffering an ankle injury. The Bengals are up on the Bears 20-17 with a minute to play in the first half there. Mac Jones with a couple of touchdown tosses for the 49ers, one to Christian McCaffrey, and the Niners have a 17-7 lead on the Giants at the break. J.J. McCarthy, a couple of touchdown tosses for the Vikings. They're up on the Lions 17-14 in Detroit at halftime. Rico Dowdle continues to motor for the Panthers, 66 rushing yards and a touchdown. It's the Panthers leading the Packers at Lambeau 7-6 at the break. Chargers 20, Titans 17 at halftime. Justin Herbert with a couple of touchdown passes. The Patriots have a 21-14 lead on the Falcons at halftime. Drake May, 173 yards passing and 2 touchdowns for New England. It's the Steelers 17, Colts 7, as Pittsburgh trying to hand what would be Indianapolis just their second loss this season. 3 games coming in the later window. The premier game sees Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs visit Josh Allen's Buffalo Bills. Rookie Tyler Shuck makes his first NFL start for the 1-7 Saints as they visit the 5-2 Rams. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence will be playing through illness in Las Vegas. The Jags trying to end a 2-game slide. Tonight, Jayden Daniels returns from his hamstring injury for the 3-5 Commanders. They're taking on the 5-2 Seahawks. College football, Auburn fires Hugh Freeze. South Carolina fires offensive coordinator Mike Shula. I'm Pete McCarthy.
This is Bill Ryder, and I'm Ryder than you. At least for 2 hours, starting weekday mornings, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, on the Infinity Sports Network.
So I made the new Eggo protein waffles the other day for my kids, and they couldn't believe how good they tasted, or that they were packed with protein. They have the same great Eggo taste we all know and love, plus 20% of your daily protein. They seriously taste amazing. Whether it's part of your breakfast before school or a quick bite before practice, new Eggo protein waffles and pancakes are an easy way to keep everyone happy. Head to your local grocery store to fuel your morning with Eggo protein waffles and pancakes, available at retailers nationwide.
En la obra, el tiempo vale oro. Por eso en Lowe's tenemos Pro Block Quick Dry Primer hecho por Sherwin-Williams. Diseñado para los pros con aplicación uniforme, tiempos de secado rápido y resultados impecables. Disponible en base de aceite o agua. Ordena en línea antes de las 2 p.m. y recibe entrega gratis el mismo día. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos. Tú ahorras. Pedidos hechos después de las 2 p.m. se entregan al día siguiente. Válido en códigos postales selectos. Sujeto a disponibilidad de conductores. Aplican más términos.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay, give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Summer's all about fun in the sun. So before you hit the roads to your favorite destination, get your vehicle checked and prepped right at home with complimentary Ford mobile service. Ford expert technicians can perform a lot of the same services right in your driveway that they do in the dealership, like an oil change with the works package, brakes, batteries, tire rotation, and more. So whether you're grilling in the backyard or soaking up some rays, keep enjoying your summer with Ford mobile service. That's ownership built around you. Contact your participating dealer or visit fordservice.com for important details and limitations.
DSW, birthplace of the humble brag. Here, the shoes are so good, no one would ever know how little you paid. If you didn't go telling everyone, that is. And with never-ending options for every style, mood, and occasion, all at really great prices, we'll definitely give you something to brag about. So go ahead, stock up on fresh sneakers from your favorite brands, or try those boots you always secretly knew you could pull off. Find the shoes that get you at prices that get your budget at DSW stores or at DSW.com. Let us surprise you.
Dogs aren't just our pets, they're part of the family, and we want them to live the happiest, healthiest life possible. That's where Ollie comes in. Ollie makes fresh, protein-packed meals with real human-grade ingredients. Their recipes are backed by vet nutritionists, crafted with culinary experts, and slow-cooked to lock in nutrition. And the best part? Dogs absolutely love the taste. Ollie also makes mealtime simple. They create tailored meal plans to fit each dog's specific needs, and the food comes perfectly portioned in mess-free packaging. Plus, the Ollie app offers on-demand health screenings where you can tap real experts for pup peace of mind. Your dog's well-being starts with their food, and that's why Ollie delivers fresh, human-grade food that your dog will love. Head to ollie.com/Odyssey, tell them all about your dog, and use Odyssey to get 60% off your welcome kit when you subscribe today. Plus, they offer a happiness guarantee on the first box, so if you're not completely satisfied, you'll get your money back. That's OLLIE.com/Odyssey and enter code Odyssey to get 60% off your first box.
At Lowe's, this Veterans Day and every day, verified military members, veterans, and their spouses get automatic silver status in My Lowe's Rewards with free standard shipping, plus 10% off eligible purchases with no annual limit. It's one way we honor and give back to those who have served and still do. Learn more now at Lowe's.com/military. 10% discount can't be combined with another offer. Exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
Hey, this is Zach Gelb. I'm hanging with you weekday afternoon starting at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific, right here on the Infinity Sports Network.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, we are back, and we have a couple of games just finishing off the first half. Bears lining up to kick the field goal, and they shank it left. That game's about to go to halftime. 20-17 Bengals over the Bears. Texans trying to put some points on the board before the end of the half as they're up 9-7 over the Broncos, about 50 seconds left in that one. Zach Allen was down when we last saw. The Giants and the Niners are kicked off in the second half. Niners already have the ball in the red zone, so we'll get an update on that one in a second. First, let's go to Alan Siegel in New England as he's got an update.
All right, Anthony, let's try to recap a little bit what happened just before the end of the first half. Jalen Walker strip-sacked Drake May, and the ball was picked up by James Pierce. It went to the 6-yard line. Eventually, it ended up with a Drake London 1-yard touchdown pass with 12 seconds to go, and that made it 21-14. Now, Keyshawn Boutte for the Patriots, he is questionable in the second half with a hamstring. The Patriots outgained Atlanta 220-130, and on third down attempts, the Patriots were 5 of 6 while Atlanta was 0 for 4. The Patriots have the ball to start the second half, and Drake May actually just fumbled and recovered it and just hit Demario Douglas for a first down. So Patriots are on the march here to start the second half, and it's New England 21, Atlanta 14, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. Texans trying to put some points on the board before the end of the half. Let's go out to Houston as Adam Spillane has an update for us.
Anthony, the first half ends with a 40-yard field goal by Kaimi Fairbairn, so the Texans lead the Broncos 12-7. Fairbairn 4 of 5 on field goal attempts in this game. As the Texans have been able to drive the football, they have not been able to punch it in the end zone. They've been able to get to the one a couple of times, and again, have not been able to punch it in. The Texans were able to get that opportunity to kick that field goal at the end of the half after Michael Bandy could not field a punt from Tommy Townsend. It was recovered by the Texans at the Denver 30-yard line. They were able to move the ball a little bit, and then again, they kicked the field goal. Denver's score in this game coming on a 30-yard touchdown catch from Cortland Sutton. That was from Bo Nix. And at the time gave the Broncos a 7-6 lead, but the Texans have been able to tack on a couple of field goals since. The Broncos have 2 turnovers in this game, and that has led to 6 Texans points. So the story of this first half is injuries on both sides. Zach Allen, you mentioned the defensive end. He left the game during that last drive. We don't have an update on him. C.J. Stroud is being evaluated for a concussion that was suffered in the second quarter. The Texans have not updated his status. And then the Texans also have a couple of offensive linemen who are questionable. Both their right side of the offensive line. Titus Howard, the right tackle, being evaluated for a concussion, and Ed Ingram has a knee injury. Both of them are questionable. So we are at the half in Houston. It's the Texans 12 and the Broncos 7.
Thank you so much. Some other updates around the league injury-wise. Joe Alt is hurt, and he is out. We'll get an update on that in a little bit. Tucker Kraft just helped off the field, limping, as that one is 10 minutes left in the third, and it looks like Brandon McManus just missed a field goal in that one. Some of the other scores at half: Chargers 20, Titans 17, Colts 7, Steelers 17. Bears down 20-17 to the Bengals, like we just heard in Houston. Houston's up 12-7 over Denver. So we'll get updates there. After the missed field goal, it's 7-6 Panthers over the Packers. The Packers really channeling the era that their uniforms were made popular. So, they have the old school, like 1930s leather helmet uniform look. 21-14 Patriots over the Falcons. That one's about a minute into the third quarter. Updates all around, but first, let's go out. Mike Mancuso, Giants, Niners. We got another score in that one. What's going on, Mike?
Well, a 33-yard field goal, the second of the day for Eddie Pinheiro of the 49ers. They now lead the Giants 20-7, and I will mention the Giants wearing their 1980 version of their uniform where they won Super Bowls, but so far not a Super Bowl-inspired day for the Giants, especially the defensive backfield, Anthony. They have allowed Mac Jones to go 17 of 24 for 183 yards, making key completions on third downs. Jennings, Kittle, McCaffrey all getting involved. Each have 4 catches. McCaffrey's also run for 47 yards. So the Giants doing a decent job against the run, but the defensive backs are letting Mac Jones have a field day so far. Giants now have the ball 2nd and 2 on their own 41-yard line, trying to get some offense going. They trail 20-7.
Thank you so much. Let's go out. Like I said, Brandon McManus missed a field goal. Let's hear the complete update from Bill Rabier.
Yeah, McManus no good from 43 yards, and the Packers' first possession of the second half, and it remains 7-6 in favor of the Carolina Panthers today. The Panthers coming in a almost 2-touchdown underdog, but they have hung right in there with the Packers, and Green Bay has pretty much, I think, shot themselves in the foot. They've been their own worst enemy here in this game. They've moved the ball offensively, but they have barely any points to show for it, just 2 field goals from Brendan McManus. So Carolina takes over their first possession of the second half at their own 38-yard line, 1st and 10. Green Bay trails Carolina 7-6, just underway, 10.5 minutes to go in this third quarter at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much, Bill, as we continue to monitor that one. Let's go out. This one's at halftime. Bears, Bengals. Jason Earhart's got us covered.
Yeah, halftime here in Cincinnati. The Bengals lead 20-17. A late 44-yard touchdown reception by T. Higgins has put the Bengals on top. Bears missed a 47-yard field goal. It was actually partially blocked by Joseph Osai that would have tied the game going into the locker room. Big first half for Bears running back Kyle Monangai, 16 carries, 100 yards. And for the Bengals, both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins both have 3 catches for 63 yards each. Bears set to get the ball to start the third quarter. But for now, the Bengals lead 20-17.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's get an update around the fantasy scoreboards as we do around halftime every week. I'll just give you the guys for today. Obviously, Lamar Jackson so far is still the leader for the week. Caleb Williams at halftime has 20.54 points in standard PPR leagues, 136 yards passing, 1 touchdown, 4 carries for 39 yards. And guess what? Buddy's got a receiving catch today, so he's got 2 touchdowns on the day. Drake London, 20.5, 5 catches, 2 touchdowns through the air. Demario Douglas, everyone's favorite Patriot receiver, 4 catches, 100 yards, and a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey, and that's 20 points for Douglas. McCaffrey's got 17.5 with a 15 for 47 on the ground, 4 for 28, and a touchdown in the air. Sam Laporta, 17.1. He's got 4 catches, 71 yards, and a touchdown. Some other notables: Justin Herbert, 16.34. T. Higgins, 15.3, and Drake May, 14.78. Nico Collins, in his return, 7 catches, 75 yards. He's got 14.5 points in fantasy. Let's go back out. They're getting ready to kick off the second half. Titans, Chargers. Brant Douglas has more from Nissan Stadium.
And the Chargers do get the ball to start the second half with a 20-17 lead thus far. They've been able to get a very short run from Kimone Vidal and then a 7-yard pass to Oronde Gadsden, giving them a 3rd and short. 3rd and 2 in the first half. Justin Herbert, 13 of 20 passing for 186 yards, 3 sacks, and a pick 6. And the third down pass will be knocked away. So 3 and out for the Chargers on their first play of the second half. The Titans and their offense that's only been able to generate a field goal thus far will take the field here for the first time in the second half. 13:28 left in the second. It's the Chargers 20, the Titans 17.
Thank you so much, Brant. So that's a big stop by this Titans defense. They've showed up today. The Chargers offense has been slowed down enough that the Titans can stay in this. They've also gotten points on defense and special teams. So Ladd McConkey, with the defender draped all over him, not able to reel that one in. So 4th and 2 for them. They are going to punt as the offense comes off the field, like we just heard. 13:33 left in the third quarter. The Patriots already in the red zone, 1st and 10, 11 minutes left in the third quarter after a 14-yard pass to Hunter Henry, who joined us last week after the Patriots victory. So the Patriots up 21-14. They're in the red zone. The Giants 1st and 10 from San Francisco's 25. They're right outside the red zone. The Colts 2nd and 20 as they start the half with a big Daniel Jones sack of 10 yards. So we'll see what happens there. Jackson Dart scrambling around. He'll gain a few yards in this one, about 5 yards, and it's now going to be 2nd and 5 for him in that. So they're down 20-7, about 8:45 left as they are right outside of the red zone. He's been scrambling around all day, so he's had a lot of, pressure as always. And at first I thought he was sliding, and he just got lit up there. Oh, no, they called unnecessary roughness in that one. So the Giants are going to get the first down. They're going to be in the red zone. 3rd and 20 for the Colts. A little bit of a short pass to Pittman as he had to lunge over to catch that, and they're going to be well short of the first down. 4th and 9 from their own 38. Patriots 2nd and 6 from Atlanta's 15. The Titans will take over from the 28 after making the Chargers go 3 and out. Panthers 4th and 4 from Green Bay's 49. I'm curious if they will go for it or if they will punt a little too far for a field goal. The Lions get the ball after a Vikings punt, so it's 1st and 10 from Detroit's own 8-yard line. Broncos, Texans, Bengals, Bears, both still at the half. Texans 12, Broncos 7, Bengals 20, Bears 17. Big pass to the left side of the end zone. Darius Slayton just out of his reach as he's draped by Green of the Niners. So he's not going to be able to reel that in for a touchdown. Drake May scrambling, able to get the first down and out of bounds in that one. So it's going to be 1st and goal from Atlanta's 8 after a 3-yard scramble for the first down. And we'll see what happens there. There's a flag in the Giants game, so we'll see what that ends up becoming in that one. And we have some more. The Steelers get the ball back after the Colts punt, so they'll start from their own 22. Daniel Jones, 13 of 22, 133 yards, 2 turnovers today. Jonathan Taylor, 10 carries, 24 yards. So the Steelers have absolutely shut down 2 people who we've talked about a lot over the last few weeks as MVP, favorites or dark horses. So that's very interesting to see that this Steelers, after getting a lot of flack from their own fan base, they have been able to slow down the best offense in the NFL. As up to this point, some other updates. The Steelers, the Patriots 2nd and goal from Atlanta's 5 as they got a 3-yard carry from Henderson. We'll get all that. We got a few. We'll get the Giants. We'll get the Patriots updates in the red zone. We'll update you on the games just kicking off for the second half. Stay tuned. A lot to get to. And after the games, these 1 o'clock games, we got the 4 o'clock games. We got player interviews. We've got sound. All right here. Gridiron Game Day. Stay tuned.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay, give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
At Designer Shoe Warehouse, we believe that shoes are an important part of, everything. From first steps to first dates, from all-nighters to all-time personal bests.
From building pillow forts to building a life.
For all the big and small moments that make up your whole world, DSW is there. And we've got just the shoes. Find a shoe for every you from brands you love at brag-worthy prices at your DSW store or DSW.com.
At Lowe's, this Veterans Day and every day, verified military members, veterans, and their spouses get automatic silver status in My Lowe's Rewards with free standard shipping, plus 10% off eligible purchases with no annual limit. It's one way we honor and give back to those who have served and still do. Learn more now at Lowes.com/military. 10% discount can't be combined with another offer. Exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Once upon a mundane morning, Barb's day got busy without warning. A realtor in need of an open house sign. No, 50 of them, and designed before 9.
My head hurts.
Any mighty tools to help with this plight?
Aha!
Barb made her move. She opened Canva and got in the groove.
Bulk creating Canva sheets. Create 50 signs fit for suburban streets.
Done in a click, all complete.
Sweet!
Now, imagine what your dreams can become when you put imagination to work at Canva.com.
You're tuned into Auto Intelligence, live from Auto Trader, where data, tools, and your preferences sync to make your car shopping smooth.
They're searching inventory.
Oh, yeah.
They find what you need.
They're gonna find it.
They can make a budget for your wallet to help you succeed. Pricing's precise and true.
So true.
It's smarter car shopping.
Ooh.
Just for you.
Oh, it's just for you. Ooh. Find your next ride at Autotrader.com. Powered by Auto Intelligence.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself. They pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
If your vibe is the earlier the better, Lowe's early Black Friday deals are a no-brainer. Get up to 35% off select major appliances, and rewards members get free delivery, haul-away, basic installation, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select LG major appliances. Valid through 11/4. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. LG member offer excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, and Florida. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Your favorite sports lineup is here on the Infinity Sports Network on SiriusXM 375. From Maggie and Perloff to Rich Eisen, Infinity Sports Network, 1019 FM HD2, New York.
An Odyssey station.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Every game is now kicked off in the second half as we get down to the nitty-gritty, and the Broncos right now, it is going to be 3rd and 1 after a rush short of the line, and it looks like the Titans stopping their own. You see something new every week. It looks like DK on the jet sweep was gonna get into the end zone, but runs into Spears, who not only stops him from scoring, but forces a fumble on his own teammate. So a very confusing turn of events there, as the Titans are now 2nd or 3rd and goal from the 1, and we'll see what happens on that drive. Let's go out to New York. Giants, Niners. Giants were in the red zone. We last spoke to you. Mike Mancuso has the complete update.
All right, right now the 49ers will be punting to the Giants. It's a 4th and 5. Mac Jones just tried a quick pass on the out, and Brian Burns deflected it. So now the 49ers will be punting to the Giants. 5 minutes remaining, 3rd quarter. San Francisco on top, 20-10. I should mention that. The Giants just got a prior to the 49ers now being on offense. Graham Gano hit a 22-yard field goal to get the Giants to within 10. They just had a 64-yard drive. Jackson Dart, lots of running on that drive. He's rushed for 35 yards. He's thrown 18 times, completed 13 of them for only 75 yards. So it has not been a terrific offensive game for the Giants, but now they have the ball on about the 21-yard line here in the 3rd quarter, 4.5 remaining, and they're only down 10. 49ers lead at 20-10.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to New England. From Foxborough, Falcons, Patriots, Alan Siegel's got you covered.
All right, Anthony. The Patriots just created a 2-score game, and they did it with a field goal. Andy Borregales, a 32-yard field goal that ended the 15-play, 56-yard drive. It featured a 15-yard reception to Demario Pop Douglas, and with Kayshon Boutte now ruled out for hamstring, he's taken the most of his opportunities. He's got 4 receptions for 100 yards today. And that is first 100-yard game for Demario Douglas. It also included a 14-yard to Hunter Henry. And then the Patriots eventually got the 1st and goal at the 5. But the Falcons have played very well defensively this afternoon, and they sacked Drake May for the 5th time this afternoon, pushing them all the way back, which created the field goal. And the Patriots defense then had to take over, and they created a 3rd and 3 and out for Atlanta. Their 3rd 3 and out today. And the Patriots now have the ball back when the clock stopped. So we have 5:23 to go here in the 3rd quarter, and the Patriots now lead it by 2 scores, 24-14, Anthony.
Thank you so much. A big return for the Texans, as that gets the Texans in the Broncos territory after the Broncos could not do anything on offense, as that has been the theme of the day for them. Bears have the ball at Cincinnati 16 as they continue their drive. They're looking to go up or at least tie it 20-17 Bengals. Kyle Monangai, 18 carries, 111 yards after another big carry, and he gets the ball again, and it looks like they're going to be short of the 1st down, but there's going to be a penalty on that one. 1st and 10 from the Green Bay 22-yard line, and the Panthers hand it off as they have the ball, trying to get into the red zone in that one after an interception on Jordan Love. Vikings have the ball, about 9:30 left in the 3rd quarter. They're on Detroit's 35-yard line. It's 17-14 Vikings over the Lions. Jared Goff, 12 of 20, 121 yards and a touchdown. Aaron Jones finally getting comfortable. I think this is his 2nd game back, maybe his 3rd game back. He's got 78 yards on the ground on 9 carries. He's also got 2 catches for 20 yards in that one. So he's been getting involved. J.J. McCarthy's back. He has 11 of 19, 106 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception for him. He's been sacked 3 times. So he's been, settling in nicely in that one. Let's go out. As I said, Carolina's got the ball in what is the red zone for the Packers. So Panthers have the ball. Let's get the update. Panthers-Packers for Bill Rabier.
Well, they have it now inside the 10. It's 1st and goal from the Packers' 7-yard line after a 5-yard gain by Chuba Hubbard. The Panthers have the ball on the heels of an interception by safety Trayvon Merrick. Jordan Love threw one up into double coverage. Merrick came over as the safety in center field and picked it off and then returned it 36 yards to the Packer 38-yard line. And now they have it inside the 10. Just threw an incomplete pass. They're looking at 2nd and goal from the 7. And with 3 minutes to go here in this third quarter, the outcome is very much in doubt. And I told you in the pregame this afternoon, the Packers fans are hoping for a little bit less drama, being a almost two touchdown favorite in this one, but this has been anything but stress less. I mean, the Packers have trailed most of the way, and they trail it now 7-6, and Carolina knocking on the door with 2:59 left third quarter here at Lambeau.
Thank you so much, Bill. Let's go out to Houston as the Broncos and Texans are in a defensive struggle. Adam Spillane's got more for us.
All right, Anthony, a couple injury updates for the Texans. First, C.J. Stroud will not return today. He has suffered a concussion that came back in the second quarter, so Davis Mills will be the Texans quarterback the remainder of the afternoon. Texans will also be without right tackle Titus Howard. He also suffered a concussion, so 2 big losses for the Texans offense. But the Texans leading 12-7 are driving their first possession of the second half. They got a good kick return they got a good return on a punt by the rookie Jalen Knowles right around midfield. And right now, the Texans have the ball right at the Broncos 20. So another opportunity to add to this lead. Davis Mills has played well in relief of C.J. Stroud. Really the first important snaps that Mills has gotten really in a couple of years when you think about it. But Mills is now 10 of 14 for 84 yards. He has been able to get the Texans into scoring territory on a couple of occasions, but they have had to settle for field goals in this game. They have 4 Kaimi Fairbairn field goals in this game. Bo Nix for Denver, 6 of 17 for 76 yards. He has 1 touchdown and 1 interception. So we have played 5 minutes in the third quarter. Texans are driving. They'll have 3rd and 9 from now the Denver 23, and they already lead this game 12-7.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to Cincinnati as we've got another score in that one. Jason Earhart's got more for us.
Yeah, this back-and-forth game now swinging back to Chicago. A 6-yard touchdown pass from Caleb Williams to Colston Loveland has put the Bears up 24-20. It was the first drive of the third quarter. The Bears ate up almost 7 minutes on that drive. They drove 77 yards on the drive, well over 400 yards offense today for the Bears. They've had the time of possession as well. They've maintained about 26-10 in time of possession so far. It seems like they're dominating the game, but the Bengals are right there, only down 4, ready to get the ball back. 8:11 to go, third quarter from Cincinnati.
Let's go out to Tennessee. The Titans had the ball in the red zone. It was 4th and 1. And let's get the complete breakdown of what happened on that Titans drive. Brant Douglas has more.
And I think breakdown's the word to describe what happened to the Titans on that 4th down play, is they were not able to get the ball into the end zone. Coming up short on the 3rd and goal on the 1-yard line, they tried a wildcat play. Tony Pollard was stuck. They tried a more traditional handoff to Pollard on 4th down, and he was about the 2 lengths of the football short. Since then, the Chargers have driven out from the inside their 1-yard line. They are now at midfield, facing a 2nd down and 8, looking to continue their drive. Right now, Justin Herbert, 16 of 24 for 217 yards. He has 2 touchdown passes, 1 interception. He's been sacked 4 times. And it's going to be a 3rd and short as another big play as the Chargers move it into Titans territory. Our score right now, 2:15 left in the third. It's the Chargers 20 and the Titans 17.
Thank you so much, Brant, and we will monitor that one. A big play in this one as the Falcons look for any life, and they might have just gotten it in the Patriots game. A big interception thrown by Drake May, and they'll take over from the Atlanta 45 after a false start penalty. It's now 2nd and 14 for the Falcons at the Atlanta 45. We'll get an update in this Panthers-Packers game as the Panthers were threatening the score after what looked like an interception by McKinney, and then he was out of bounds. We'll see if the Panthers are able to make do with that one. The Texans lining up for another field goal, and it is good. So again, not being able to come away with points, this Broncos defense has been able to overcome what has been a putrid day for their offense, which has been a theme a lot. 6 of 18 for Bo Nix, 76 yards, a touchdown and an interception. They only have 44 yards on the ground, 9 carries for 44 yards. This Texans defense doing exactly what it's done all season, preventing teams from scoring. In the Bears-Bengals game, the Bengals are about to receive the kickoff. We'll get an update there. Kyle Monungai, 21 carries, 122 yards, 17 of 29 for Caleb Williams. He has 191 yards in the air, 2 passing touchdowns, and a receiving touchdown. The Bengals are going to take over at the 31 to be exact. Vikings, Lions, 17-14 Vikings, about 8 minutes left in the third quarter there after a Jordan Mason rush on the outside to the right, 7 yards. It'll be second and third from Detroit's 28, and now they open it up. Jordan Addison gets a 17-yard catch. They're now down at Detroit's 11-yard line, so it'll be first and 10 from the 11 of Detroit's 11-yard line. Like I said, we'll see what happens there. Like I said, the Broncos stopped the Texans as they were settling for a field goal, so 15-7 in that one. Niners have the ball after another stalled drive by the Giants. First and 10 from San Francisco's 24, as that game is 20-10 Niners. About a minute 30 left in the third quarter. About 2:45 left in the third quarter of the Falcons game. Like I said, they took over after an interception by Drake May, who was having a good game, 16 of 22, 215 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception, also adding 16 yards on the ground. Terrell Jennings, surprise player with Ramondre Stevenson out. Terrell Jennings, 9 carries, 30 yards, and a touchdown. Trevion Henderson, 11 carries for 51 yards. The big guy in the air, Demario Douglas, 4 catches, 100 yards, and a touchdown. Stephon Diggs has 1 catch for 11 yards, which has led to a touchdown. Michael Penix, in his return from injury, 15 of 22, 118 yards, 2 touchdowns. Bijan Robinson, 24 yards. Michael on the ground. Michael Penix also added 2 carries for 19 yards. Kyle Pitts, 4 of 38. Drake London, only 35 yards in the air on 5 catches. He does have 2 touchdowns receiving. In J.J. McCarthy's return, as they are in the red zone trying to put up a touchdown or, any points, J.J. McCarthy, 12 of 22, 123 yards, 2 touchdowns and an interception. Aaron Jones has 9 carries, 78 yards. Jordan Mason, 5 for 16. Jordan Addison, 2 catches, 48 yards. Justin Jefferson, 5 catches, 43 yards. In this one, Jared Goff is 13 of 22, 118 yards and a touchdown. David Montgomery adds a touchdown on the ground to go with 7 carries and 21 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 7 from, let me get the exact yardage on this one, from Detroit's 8. So we'll see if the Vikings can get a score there. A penalty in the Chargers game is going to make it 1st and 15, but they are at Tennessee's 17-yard line. We'll see if the Chargers come away with points there, as that one has been all Chargers offense and nothing from the Tennessee offense, as the defense and special teams has put up 14 points. The Falcons now have the ball at New England's 31-yard line. It's 31 for them. If they come away with 3, at least they turn this into a 1-score game. So if you're a Falcons fan, you got to hope for that at least. The Steelers have the ball 1st and 10 at Indianapolis's 41-yard line. They have all but stifled the Colts offense, the number 1 offense in the league. It is 17-10 in that one, as the Colts look to come back, and the Steelers look to just hold them off and get above 500 at home, as they are on the Colts' 41-yard line. The Niners took over from their own 24 as that drive's about to start. We've got a timeout before the kickoff in the Panthers game, 13-6 over the Packers. The Panthers looked like they threw an interception to Xavier McKinney. He was able to come down with it, but it was out of bounds. The very next play, Rico Dowd gets his 2nd rushing touchdown of the day, 18 of 90 on the ground, 2 rushing touchdowns. This off of an interception by Jordan Love, which has really turned the tide in that one. The Packers wearing the throwback unis, and they are playing like those unis represent the era they represent. The Bengals now have it at the 5-yard line of the Bears as they look to get the ball into the end zone. It is 1st and goal. Now they're at Chicago's 1 after a defensive pass interference. So it is now 1st and goal from Chicago's 1-yard line. We'll see if we get a touchdown in this one. 5 plays of 20-plus yards for the Bengals, 1 for the Bears. Joe Flacco has transformed that offense into what we thought it could be with Joe Burrow. Not necessarily what it should have been with Joe Burrow, but it has been great. It looks like T. Higgins will be out at the 1-yard line, and it'll be 3rd and goal with about 5 minutes left in the third quarter in that one. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We got all the updates, post-game sound from players, post-game interviews. Jody Mack will join me at 6. We got the 4 o'clock window coming up at 4. A lot to get to. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
Finally, a flight that's actually nice. Book Breeze Airways for nonstop service from Rhode Island TF Green International Airport to Savannah, Myrtle Beach, Greenville, Spartanburg, and more. Breeze makes travel easy with nonstop flights to desirable destinations and flexible, friendly change policies. Relax on board with high-speed Wi-Fi, delicious snacks, and a premium first-class seat in Breeze Ascent. Plan your trip today at flybreeze.com. Breeze Airways, seriously nice, in partnership with Rhode Island TF Green International Airport.
Getting on the network Warwick relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 399 Bald Hill Road. Come check out the latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between. It's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Warwick relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 399 Bald Hill Road to speak with Dion and save big today.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's premium wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. It is an introvert's dream. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Amazon has everything for everyone on your list. Like your teenage son, who won't give up the peach fuzz currently posing as a mustache on his upper lip. Get him an electric razor. Amazon has early holiday deals on gifts everyone wants, like the latest kitchen gadgets and toys. And some they don't even know they need, like that razor. Grab him a mirror, too, so he can see how pretty he is without that dirt on his lip.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Holiday PSA from DSW. This is your reminder that shoes are a gift, literally. So unwrap something good, like boots that inspire your next big adventure, or cozy slippers that give you an excuse to stay in, or sneakers that feel like pure joy. Because shoes aren't just shoes, they're exactly what you wanted. Let us surprise you so you can surprise them. Find shoes that get you and everyone on your list at prices that get your budget at DSW stores or DSW.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is gone!
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
At Lowe's, this Veterans Day and every day, verified military members, veterans, and their spouses get automatic silver status in My Lowe's Rewards with free standard shipping, plus 10% off eligible purchases with no annual limit. It's one way we honor and give back to those who have served and still do. Learn more now at lowes.com/military. 10% discount can't be combined with another offer. Exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Once upon an office so dreary, Wendy's HR presentation made everyone weary.
Was it a bore?
A snore. Could have used more charm, for sure.
That's it?
Wendy opened Canva, looking ecstatic. She began to work her magic.
Docs, prints, presentations galore. All in one design, not dull anymore.
The next day, Wendy wowed the crowd They clapped loud.
I feel so proud.
Now, imagine what your dreams can become when you put imagination to work at Canva.com.
You're tuned into Auto Intelligence, live from Auto Trader, where data, tools, and your preferences sync to make your car shopping smooth.
They're searching inventory.
Oh, yeah.
They find what you need.
They're gonna find it.
You can make a budget for your wallet to help you succeed. Pricing's precise and true.
So true.
It's smarter car shopping.
Ooh.
Just for you.
Oh, it's just for you. Find your next ride at autotrader.com. Powered by Auto Intelligence.
Hey, I'm JR, and the JR Sport Brief is on the Infinity Sports Network. Weekday evenings, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Okay, let's jump right into it as we got a lot to get to. I wasn't wrong, but they overruled it, and T. Higgins was actually in the end zone. So now 27-24, Bengals over the Bears. Defense has been optional in this one because immediately the next drive down, Caleb Williams hits Colston Loveland 31 yards to get them into Cincinnati territory. It's now 2nd and 7 after a Kyle Monangai 3-yard run. It's 2nd and 7 from Cincinnati's 31. It's 4th and 4. Packers have the ball from Carolina's 36. They're going for it, so we'll give you an update in a second once they complete that play. The Chargers extended their lead over the Titans 27-17. And instead of me updating you, let's go right out to Bill Rabier as he's got the update for you. Panthers, Packers.
Yeah, crucial 4th down play. The Packers did convert a pass from Jordan Love to running back Chris Brooks. Picked up 6, and they converted on 4th and 4 down to the Carolina 28, and then they just connected again on a short pass over the middle. So the Packers will have it 2nd down and 6 at the 22-yard line, trailing now 13-6 because the Carolina Panthers scored in their last possession. Another touchdown by Rico Dowdle, this time just from 1 yard out. If the Packers were called for pass interference in the end zone on Keyshawn Nixon, that put it at the 1, 1st and goal, and on the first play, Dowdle able to run it in. However, he was called for an unsportsmanlike penalty for excessive celebration, or he must have said something. It was hard to see exactly what he did from up here, but he was penalized after the touchdown. That pushed the PAT way back, turned out to be a 48-yard PAT attempt that was no good. So that's why we're at 13-6 instead of 14. They missed that extra point. Jordan Love connected with Romeo Doubs on a 28-yard completion, one of the key plays in this current drive, and the Packers have it now down at the 15-yard line, 1st and 10, and they trail it 13-6 with 13 minutes left in the fourth quarter here at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much, Bill, and we will monitor that one as the Packers try to score a touchdown for the first time today. I told you before we had the big turn of events in the Patriots-Falcons game. Let's get a complete update from our guy, Alan Siegel, who's live at Gillette.
All right, Anthony, a very fast-moving third quarter, and basically we are now 3 minutes into the fourth quarter already, and it is a one-score game as the Patriots have made a couple of mistakes today. The last mistake was a interception of Drake May as he intended to hit Hunter Henry across the middle, but Jesse Bates intercepted it, and eventually it led to a 38-yard field goal by Parker Romo just into the fourth quarter. And that is where we stand. 3rd down and 11 of the Patriots in their own territory. 11:58 to go in the fourth quarter. Patriots clinging now to a 24-17 lead, Anthony.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to MetLife as it feels like it's about ice cream, Twix ice cream bar time from the MetLife press room. Mike Mancuso's got more for us.
I have some really bad news. They did not bring ice cream out into the press room, but they have tons of other stuff.
Wow, maybe it's the weather is too cold for it.
Yeah, I don't know. They have tons of other treats. But listen, this game's getting away from the Giants. It's now 27-10. San Francisco on top. They just had a 76-yard drive, 9 plays. Brian Robinson getting involved at running back. He had an 18-yard run for a touchdown. He has 49 yards rushing, and that's to cover for Christian McCaffrey, who has 86 86 yards of his own. Mac Jones had a real good day, 196 yards passing, 18 of 23. The Giants had a 7-0 lead in this game, but the 49ers have been in control pretty much the rest of the way, making mincemeat of the Giants' defensive secondary today, and pretty much in control of this game. So with 11:05 remaining, Giants trail 27-10.
Let's go out to Houston as the Broncos and Texans. It is a defensive struggle, as we all predicted, and Adam Spillane's got an update for us.
Yeah, 2:53 to go. Texans still, or 2:53 to go in the third quarter. Texans leading the Broncos 15-7. J.K. Dobbins just failed to convert a 3rd and 1 from the Denver 21. So the Broncos are forced to punt. So the Texans get the ball back at their own 12 after a 67-yard punt by Jeremy Crashaw. So a really good punt that flips field position in this one. Davis Mills remains at quarterback for the Texans in place of C.J. Stroud, who has suffered a concussion. Mills is 10 of 14 for 84 yards. Bo Nix has struggled so far in this game, really outside of the 30-yard touchdown pass to Cortland Sutton in the second quarter. He only has 51 yards passing if you take that away. Nix 7 of 19, 81 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. Texans have been balanced offensively. The run game has been okay. Woody Marks did spend some time in the injury tent, but he has returned to the game. Nico Collins has had a good game, though, for Houston. 7 catches, 475 yards. Obviously, the big difference in this game, though, is Kaimi Fairbairn. He is 5 of 6 on field goal attempts. The one miss was a 51-yarder as Mills throws incomplete on second down. So it'll be a 3rd and 9 for the Texans coming up from their own 13-yard line. So an opportunity for Denver to get the ball back and get pretty good field position. 2:15 to go in the third quarter. It's the Texans 15 and the Broncos 7.
Let's go out to Cincinnati. Like I said, defense is optional in this one. It's an absolute shootout. After the big touchdown, before we went to the last break, the Bears were threatening, and let's get the complete confirmation of that drive from our guy, Jason Earhart.
Yeah, the easiest pick of the day of this one was the over, which I think was somewhere around 51 points. So we are over that. It's 31-27. The Bears have reclaimed the lead. A backup running back elevated from the practice squad last night named Britton Brown just went for 22 yards. He came in because Kyle Monangai is banged up on the bench. The rookie Monangai, 23 carries, 134 yards in the absence of DeAndre Swift. Bears have run for 204 yards so far in this ballgame. We still have a little bit of time left here in the third quarter. So back and forth we go. Bears on top, 31-27. This marks the 8th consecutive game that the Bengals defense has given up at least 27 points. Bengals with the ball at their own 30-yard line, looking to strike back. 1:18 to go, third quarter from Cincinnati.
Thank you so much on that one. Updating this Colts Steelers game. The Colts finally into Steelers territory. They've been opening up the passing plays a little bit. They're now picking apart that Steelers secondary. Only problem is there's 11:40 left in the game, and the Steelers are up 24-7 after a Jaylen Warren run that gave them the 17-point lead. It's now 1st and 34 after a Joey Porter defensive 1st and 10 from the Pittsburgh 34. Sorry. I got ahead of myself there. After the Joey Porter defensive pass interference. In this game of our 1 o'clock window, we've got a big play here as the Lions and Vikings try to stay on pace with the Vikings. We're going to update in that one as soon as it goes final, as far as what happened on that drive, as they try to do anything to claw back into this one. 24 points for the Vikings and 10 for the Lions. So we'll get an update there as well. 14 for the Lions in that one as they try to keep it to a 1-score game. In the Giants-Niners game, Jackson Dart and the Giants are threatening. We'll get an update in that in a second. The Broncos punted back to the Texans. Texans couldn't do anything up with it. They pumped back to the Broncos as this one has become a real defensive battle with no C.J. Stroud in the game. The Broncos offense is not taking advantage of the, possession they've had. The Texans have done a really good job of taking advantage of time of possession, milking the clock. 5 field goals for them. They're up 15-7. A 13-yard pass to Troy Franklin from Bo Nix as they get into Texans territory. The Bengals at the end of the third quarter have the ball at midfield. It's Cincinnati's 48. That's 2nd and 6 for them as they're down 31-27. Today has been the Kyle Monangai coming out party as DeAndre Swift is out with an injury. Monangai has 134 yards on the ground. Joe Flacco, 14 of 19, 244 yards in the air, 2 touchdowns. I think they have 6+ plays of 20+ yards, and the Bears have 2. So a lot of explosive plays in that one. It's going to be 4th and 9 for the Colts from the Steelers' 33-yard line. We'll see if they kick the field goal on that one to get it to a 2-score game. And Justin Herbert sacked again. No shock there as he continues to get no help from his offensive line. A banged-up offensive line that lost Joe Alt earlier in the game. If you weren't around earlier, Tucker Kraft helped off the field. C.J. Stroud not returning. He's being evaluated for a concussion in the Broncos-Texans game. So a lot of injuries to go around. Also, one non-NFL note, if you missed it earlier, Hugh Freeze fired as Auburn head coach. They lost 10-3 this weekend, so that was the final straw. So he goes along with James Franklin, Billy Napier, and Brian Kelly as notable college football coaches that got the axe this season. We got a lot more to get to. All the NFL action, all the updates, the fantasy updates. We'll hear from some players live from the locker room post-game. We'll get the 4 o'clock window. The great Jody Mack joins me at 6 o'clock. All that right here. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, this report is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud has been ruled out with a concussion. Stroud was hit after sliding late on a scramble attempt. The back of his head slammed into the turf. Stroud was able to walk off the field under his own power. Davis Mills in at quarterback for the Texans, who lead the 6-2 Broncos 15-7. The Broncos, though, do have the football. They've just crossed midfield and are in Texans territory. The Colts in danger of taking just their second loss of the season. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers with a 24-10 lead on the Colts. 10:45 to play in the fourth quarter in Pittsburgh. The Patriots looking to improve to 7-2. They have a 24-17 lead on the Falcons. 9.5 to go at Foxborough. The Chargers ahead of the Titans 27-17. Despite left tackle Joe Alt suffering a right ankle injury, Alt was carted to the locker room under 8 minutes to play in Nashville. Rico Dowdle over 100 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns for the Panthers. They're looking to move to 5-4. The Panthers leading at Lambeau 13-6, under 9 to go. They're just about to hit the fourth quarter in Detroit. J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings have a 24-17 advantage on the Lions. The Bengals just about at midfield, down 4 to the Bears, 31-27. Started the fourth quarter in Cincinnati, and Joe Flacco just fumbled, recovered by Chicago to start the fourth quarter. It's the 49ers 27, Giants 17, under 8 to play at MetLife Stadium. 3 games coming in the later window. The big one sees the 5-2 Bills hosting the 5-3 Chiefs. The 5-2 Rams are hosting rookie Tyler Shuck and the Saints. The Jaguars are taking on the Raiders in Vegas. Trevor Lawrence has an illness but is playing. Jaden Daniels is back for the 3-5 Commanders tonight as they host Sam Darnold and the 5-2 Seahawks. I'm Pete McCarthy.
This is Bill Ryder, and I'm Ryder than you. At least for 2 hours, starting weekday mornings, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, on the Infinity Sports Network.
Getting on the network Warwick relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 399 Bald Hill Road. Come check out the latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between. It's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Warwick relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 399 Bald Hill Road to speak with Dion and save big today.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's premium wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. It is an introvert's dream. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Amazon has everything for everyone on your list. Like your teenage son, who won't give up the peach fuzz currently posing as a mustache on his upper lip. Get him an electric razor. Amazon has early holiday deals on gifts everyone wants, like the latest kitchen gadgets and toys. And some they don't even know they need, like that razor. Grab him a mirror, too, so he can see how pretty he is without that dirt on his lip.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Lowe's, this Veterans Day and every day, verified military members, veterans, and their spouses get automatic silver status in My Lowe's Rewards with free standard shipping, plus 10% off eligible purchases with no annual limit. It's one way we honor and give back to those who have served and still do. Learn more now at lowes.com/military. 10% discount can't be combined with another offer. Exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Once upon an office so dreary, Wendy's HR presentation made everyone weary.
Was it a bore?
A snore. Could have used more charm, for sure.
That's it?
Wendy opened Canva, looking ecstatic. She began to work her magic.
Docs, prints, presentations galore. All in one design. Not dull anymore.
The next day, Wendy wowed the crowd. They clapped loud.
I feel so proud.
Now, imagine what your dreams can become when you put imagination to work at canva.com.
You're tuned into Auto Intelligence, live from Auto Trader, where data, tools, and your preferences sync to make your car shopping smooth.
They're searching inventory.
Oh, yeah.
They find what you need.
They gon' find it.
You can make a budget for your wallet to help you succeed. Pricing's precise and true.
So true.
It's smarter car shopping.
Ooh.
Just for you.
Oh, it's just for you. Find your next ride at autotrader.com. Powered by Auto Intelligence.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
Hey, what's going on? This is Zach Gelb. Join me for the Zach Gelb Show, weekday afternoon starting at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific on the Infinity Sports Network.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
We've got a lot going on here as the 1 o'clock window winds down. Falcons in New England's red zone. First and goal from New England's 10. Let's go out to Foxborough as Alan Siegel's got the update.
Well, Anthony, the Falcons indeed started a march on their own 15-yard line and trailing by 7 have gone all the way down into the Patriots' 10-yard line. Here's what happened a couple of plays ago. It was a pass from Michael Penix to Drake London, a 40-yarder. And on that play, and I'm going to mention this for a second, Christian Gonzalez, the Patriots all-pro quarterback, came down fast, hard on his back and left the game. And we don't have any injury update on that. But basically the bottom line is that now Drake London does not have Christian Gonzalez on him. And a few moments ago on a 4th and 4 to 20 with Carlton Davis on him, London was able to call in a 10-yard pass to make it a 1st and goal for Atlanta at the 10-yard line. They are now 3rd and goal at the 8-yard line. So 4:48 to go. You can follow along. Patriots have a 24-17 lead, but the Falcons threatening here at the 8-yard line, Anthony.
Thank you so much. And it is now 3rd and goal, like he said. We'll see what happens after the penalties decline ineligible downfield players. So we'll see what happens. Let's go out to Green Bay. The Packers trying to stay alive in this one. They have about 5 minutes or so left in the 4th quarter, and more on that. Our guy, Bill Rabier.
Yeah, the Packers now have it in the red zone with 4:35 left after a completion to Luke Musgrave. Got the ball down to the 18-yard line. Packers 1st and 10, trailing by 7, 13-6, as they run it up the middle for a couple yards there. The Packers had it on their last possession, went for it on 4th and 8, and nearly threw an interception in the end zone. Carolina took over. Packers defense held. They got it back at their own 30 or 29-yard line to be exact, and then a quick completion for 21 yards to the Packers' Romeo Dobbs. That got it out to midfield, and they've slowly worked it now inside the 10. We'll have 1st and goal from the 7-yard line, trailing by 7 with 3:56 to play. On the injury front, some bad news for the Packers. Tight end Tucker Kraft is out with a knee injury. Matthew Golden, the wide receiver, is also out with a shoulder, and defensive lineman Colby Wooden out with a shoulder injury as well. So the injury to Kraft has allowed Luke Musgrave to make some plays on this drive, and the Packers looking at 1st and goal and now have it inside the 3 with 3:30 left. Trailing by 7, 13-6 Panthers lead the Packers, but the Packers about to try to punch it in here at Lambeau.
Thank you so much, Bill, and we'll get an update there. Some other games. Like I said, the Lions kicked a field goal before we went to break. That made it 24-17. Chargers have the ball after a Titans field goal. It's now 27-20. Herbert, like he's had to deal with all year, is dealing with a lot of pressure. He's able to still maintain and play a pretty decent game. They've already had injuries to that offensive line. They lose another guy today in Joe Alt, so it's becoming a tough task for him to stay upright. I'll get an update there. We just spoke to Alan. Let's get a complete breakdown of what happened after we got off the phone with him, as the Falcons and Patriots are still battling out. Alan, what's going on?
Well, I mentioned to you, and you mentioned also the penalty on the Falcons for too many men downfield, and that was declined. So it set up basically a 4th and goal at the 8-yard line. And Penix went back, and I mentioned to you that Christian Gonzalez is not in the game. Carlton Davis is on Drake London, and London hauled it in a beautiful catch in the end zone to make it 24-23. That means we're going to have a tie game with 4:40 to go, right? Paco Romo went right of the upright on the point after touchdown. And so with 4:40 to go, the Patriots are going to get the ball, now clinging to a 1-point lead, 24-23, Anthony.
Let's go out to Houston. The Broncos were threatening when we last spoke, when we went to break, and let's get the complete breakdown. Adam Spillane's got us covered from NRG Stadium.
Anthony, the Broncos get the game tied. R.J. Harvey caught a 27-yard touchdown pass from Bo Nix, who came out of the backfield and beat the linebacker Henry To'oTo'o to get into the end zone. That made it 15-13, and then Nix found Troy Franklin in the end zone for the 2-point conversion. That ties the game. The Texans have the ball back, but they had a 2nd down and 15 after they were just hit with a delay of game penalty. So 2nd and 15 from their own 43-yard line. Davis Mills, who was in the game in place of C.J. Stroud, almost threw an interception on the very last play, a deep pass to Nico Collins that was almost picked off, but it fell incomplete. The 2nd and 15 coming up for Houston. The Texans have kicked 5 field goals in this game. Denver has not run a play from the red zone in this game. Both their touchdowns, the 27-yarder to Harvey and then the 30-yard touchdown pass to Cortland Sutton, have provided for all of the Broncos' points in this game. The Texans had the ball first and goal from the 1 or the 2 on 2 different occasions today, and they had to settle for field goals on both. So 10:58 to go. The Texans and Broncos are tied at 15.
Thank you so much in that one. It is now, they just got a penalty as he was speaking to us, so it's going to be 2nd and 15 in that. 3rd and 2 for the Bengals at the Bears' 39-yard line. Now 3rd and 14 after a 6-yard reception for Amon-Ra St. Brown. The Lions have it at Minnesota's 28. Now 19 after another pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown's for 9. And it's now 4th and 5 for the Lions in the Vikings territory. So we'll see if they go for it there. You know how aggressive Dan Campbell likes to be. 34-17. Let's get a breakdown from Mike Mancuso from MetLife Stadium.
Right now, Anthony, 2:18 remaining in the fourth quarter. As you mentioned, 34-17. The 49ers just completing a 60-yard drive, 6 plays. McCaffrey going in from 3 yards out. McCaffrey's had a really terrific game, both sides of the ball. 5 catches, one of them for a touchdown. He's rushed for 97 yards, one of them for a touchdown. Mac Jones, 19 of 24 in this game, 235 yards. So he's been solid. Also want to mention linebacker Tatum Berthume. He's got 15 tackles in this game, leading the 49ers defensively. So 2 minutes, 8 seconds remaining. Giants trail the 49ers 34-17.
Thank you so much. We last spoke. We thought the Colts were going to go down the field and put up 6, and then they stalled. Let's get a complete breakdown from Pittsburgh. It's Brian Bacco who's got us covered.
Yeah, not so fast. That was kind of their last-ditch effort there to try to get back into this one. But Alex Highsmith, strip sacks, Danny Dimes, been a temple of doom for Indiana Jones here in Pittsburgh. 4 turnovers for him, and the Steelers just went up 27-10 on a Chris Boswell field goal. 6:51 left, barring something unforeseen. Steelers are going to get out of here at home with a huge upset win over the NFL-leading Colts, guys.
A big win in a lot of factors. That Steelers defense got questioned, and they've done an absolute tremendous job. 4 turnovers on Daniel Jones now. He has 2 fumbles lost, 3 fumbles total, 2 lost, and 2 interceptions. His worst game of the year by far. And Jonathan Taylor getting nothing on the ground, 14 carries for 45 yards. So the Steelers putting up points offensively. Aaron Rodgers did not have to do a lot today. 24 of 34, 199 yards, about 5.9 average on that. So he has the touchdown. 13 carries for 25 yards for Jaylen Warren. No one else above 4 yards besides that. Jaylen Warren's got 2 touchdowns. So it's been a big day for the Steelers defense, and this is what you kind of envisioned in that one. The Broncos take over in Houston. Let's go out to Cincinnati as the Bears and Bengals battle it out in this shootout, and the Bengals are now threatening. Jason Earhart's got more for us.
Yeah, this drive could be in jeopardy. However, they are threatening. They are at the Bears' 26-yard line, but long after the play ended, the officials just threw a flag down. They're going to call intentional grounding on the last Joe Flacco pass. So not only do you lose the down, you lose the yardage on that. So now it's 4th and 13, and it looks like they may send Evan McPherson out for what would be a long, long field goal. Bears lead this game 34-27. They extended that lead a few minutes ago after a Gervon Dexter fumble recovery. They turned that into a 36-yard field goal by Cairo Santos to give them a touchdown lead. Looks like this field goal, they're lining up around the 44-yard line. This would be 54 yards if McPherson can knock it through. They were going to go for it before the grounding call, but McPherson's field goal looks like it is not going to have the distance, just a hair short, and the Bears will have great field position and a 34-27 lead with 5:53 to go for Cincinnati.
Thank you very much on that one. So the Lions actually converted on a penalty. Now it's an incomplete pass. It'll be 2nd and 10 from the 14. On that 9-yard reception from Amon-Ra St. Brown, he was hurt. We'll get an update on that in a second as soon as we actually have one. But let's go out to Green Bay. Packers, Panthers. Packers are on the goal line. And let's get more from Bill Rabier.
Well, Well, the Packers are in the end zone after a lengthy review. Josh Jacobs' carry from the 1-yard line on 3rd and goal from the 1 was ruled a touchdown. It looked like he was stopped short, and then there was a question of whether or not the ball came loose as a couple of players were fighting for it down on the pile. But as it turned out, the replay clearly showed that before he was down, the nose of the ball broke the plane, and therefore the touchdown was good. So the Packers had to challenge it, but it was overturned, and they get the touchdown and the extra point. They went ahead and kicked it. I was wondering whether or not they might go for 2, but they decided to kick it and tie the score, 13-13. So we're setting up for a wild finish here. 2 minutes and 32 seconds left, and the Packers and the Panthers are tied. Green Bay about to kick off to Carolina. This one has been for Carolina offensively. The Rico Dowdle Show, 21 carries, 109 yards. He's been the workhorse. He's scored twice. Bryce Young is just 9 of 16 for 83 yards through the air. For Jordan Love, he's 26 of 37 for 273 yards. No touchdowns through the air. He has thrown an interception. Josh Jacobs, 17 carries for 87 yards and a touchdown, his 10th of the year, coming just a minute ago. The Green Bay leading receiver is Romeo Doubs, 7 catches for 91 yards. But right now it's the Panthers taking over at their own 29-yard line. 1st and 10, 2:28 left in a tie game at Lambeau.
Thank you so much, Bill. And it looks like the Falcons have the ball now, and we get another touchdown for the Giants in that one. That makes it a 10-point game with about 1:20 left. So barring a miracle, that game feels over. Jake Matthews with a false start, so we will get the exact yardage on where the Falcons are in that one as they look to. It was a great pass by Jackson Dart on that one. The Falcons are going to have the ball now. 1st and 15 from their own 26 as they're down 1. They got to get the field goal, about 2:20 left in that one. No finals yet. Once we have, there's some games that feel like finals, like this Steelers-Colts game, as the Colts will take the ball from their own 24-yard line. The Chargers have the ball, about 1:09 left. They're up 7, barring a turnover or, anything catastrophic in that. They are up 7, 1st and 10 from Tennessee's 34-yard line. Jackson Dart, 3 touchdowns in the Giants game passing as he looks a little shaken up. I don't even know what's going on with him on the sideline right now. He looks a little shaken up. We'll get that going. Maybe he took a big hit and he's just catching his breath. The Falcons just got a first down. Drake London now, 9 catches, 119 yards, 3 receiving touchdowns. As you can see, their kicker getting warmed up on the sideline. 3rd and 9 at Minnesota's 13 for the Lions as they're trying to tie this one up. Still waiting for an update on the Amon-Ra St. Brown injury. He may be back out there. I'm not entirely sure because I didn't see it take place, and I don't currently see him right now. 13-13 Panthers-Packers, 2 minutes to go in that one. Panthers have the ball from their own 31. That one's 2nd and 8. So we'll see if the Panthers can pull off the upset victory. A lot of upsets in the making right now. After what was a exciting comeback by the Broncos, they go 3 and out and have to punt 2 incompletions from Bo Nix. And now the Texans have the ball at their own 36-yard line. So we'll see if they can do anything offensively. C.J. Stroud out if you missed that. The Niners now have the ball at the 48-yard line after the missed onside kick by the Giants. Giants still have their 3 timeouts, so we'll see if they can do anything there to stop the clock, get the ball back, and hold out a prayer's hope. Colts down 27-10, 1st and 10 at Pittsburgh's 46 as they're trying to mount a miracle comeback, but it does not feel like that is in the books. The only game final right now, like I said, it was in the bag unless something drastic happened. Chargers 27, Titans 20. Chargers move to 6-3. We wait and see what happens in that Broncos game, but they could be tied for first in that division after today. We got all of that, more coming up. We got post-game sound. We'll get post-game interview.
Getting on the network Warwick relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 399 Bald Hill Road. Come check out the latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between. It's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Warwick relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 399 Bald Hill Road to speak with Dion and save big today.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's premium wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. It is an introvert's dream. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is gone!
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
At Lowe's, this Veterans Day and every day, verified military members, veterans, and their spouses get automatic silver status in My Lowe's Rewards with free standard shipping, plus 10% off eligible purchases with no annual limit. It's one way we honor and give back to those who have served and still do. Learn more now at lowes.com/military. 10% discount can't be combined with another offer. Exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Hey, listen to this. All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Once upon a mundane morning, Barb's day got busy without warning. A realtor in need of an open house sign. No, 50 of them, and designed before 9.
My head hurts.
Any mighty tools to help with his plight?
Aha!
Barb made her move. She opened Canva and got in the groove.
Bulk creating Canva sheets. Create 50 signs fit for suburban streets.
Done in a click, all complete.
Sweet!
Now, imagine what your dreams can become when you put imagination to work at canva.com.
Coming at you live from Auto Trader, here's New Car Energy.
There's searching inventory. You can make a budget for your wallet to help you succeed. It's smarter car shopping just for
Find
you.
your next ride at autotrader.com, powered by Auto Intelligence.
Your home is a reflection of you. Who you choose to do your roofing, siding, windows, and doors matters. For 25 years, Henderson Roofing has served homeowners in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Founded and run by John Henderson himself, they pair quality materials with expert work. Just ask the thousands of homeowners who've given them 5-star reviews. Henderson Roofing, the partner you and your family can trust. Henderson-roofing.com for your free estimate. That's Henderson-roofing.com.
Introducing Genius Bank, the award-winning bank that does things differently for our kind of genius. Spelled with a J, award-winning can mean many things, like most locations. But who still goes to the bank? For us, award-winning means Best Newcomer Bank of 2025 by Bankrate. Visit geniusbank.com. Genius with a J. Genius Bank registered trademark is a division of SMBC Menubank. Awards are independently granted by their respective publication and are not indicative of future success or results.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Bye. Your favorite sports lineup is here on the Infinity Sports Network on SiriusXM 375. From Maggie and Perloff to Rich Eisen, Infinity Sports Network, 1019 FM HD2, New York.
An Odyssey station.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, welcome back. We got a lot to get to, but before we get to anything, this portion of the show is brought to you by Ethos Life. the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Let's go out to New England. A big play just took place, and let's see what's going on. Falcons, Patriots. Alan Siegel's got more for us.
Well, you're right, a big play just took place, and the Patriots are going to win their sixth game in a row, but let's set it back just a little bit, because Atlanta was trying to get themselves a situation where they only needed a field goal because Paco Romo missed, and they got the Patriots couldn't do anything. They went 3 and out, and then they got the ball back, and on their 19, and drove all the way upfield, but they ended up with a grounding play and a couple of penalties, and then the pass to Drake London, but they only got to the 42 and had a punt. The Patriots then were able to situation, can they run out the clock? Well, they got the Jennings timeout, second timeout by Atlanta. They go to Jennings again on the second down, timeout Atlanta, their final timeout of the game. It set up a 3rd and 5 at the 23-yard line, and they put the ball in Drake's hand, and he hit Hunter Henry on the sideline. Hunter Henry went up, got the first down, went down on the ground to let the clock go, and the Patriots were able to run the clock out, and they win it. 24-23. 6th win in a row for the Patriots. They're now 7-2 with Tampa Bay, who has a bye week this week in Tampa Bay next Sunday. So Patriots, surprising and very good season continues, Anthony, with their 6th win in a row.
Thank you so much, Alan, and we will, monitor that as we go forward this season. The Patriots are legit. And a loss in week 9, for like the Colts, and we'll get to more of an update there, does not, disregard anything they've done. But a big win like that, Patriots didn't have their best stuff today. They were able to hang on late. A team that was hyped up coming into the day, and by me, myself, at times, the Lions down right now 27-17 after a Vikings field goal. The Vikings blocked the Lions field goal after a 12-play, 33-yard drive, 6 minutes and 50 seconds by the Lions, come away with nothing. The blocked field goal by Rodriguez, and then Isaiah Rodgers. You guys remember Isaiah Rodgers from the big week he had earlier in the year. Took it about 41 yards to Detroit's 26-yard line after a couple of big runs and a sack. They end up kicking, and it's now 27-17 in that one. Let's go out to Denver as the Texans have the ball with 6 minutes left and a tie game. Adam Spillane has more.
All right, Anthony, big 3rd and 3 for the Texans coming up from their own 27. This game remains tied at 15, and the defenses have really taken over in the fourth quarter, especially the Broncos, as Davis Mills' pass is knocked down at the line of scrimmage, and so the Texans will have to punt once again. It's been basically 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out ever since the Broncos were able to tie the game on that R.J. Harvey 27-yard touchdown catch. So Tommy Townsend will punt on his